That's what he's on the
You have
right of
to.
the edge of the Com Games team. So all of this will be finalised Sunday evening. This is why we're putting it in our What You're Looking Forward To segment.
We've shoehorned away.
Just watch. Is Kyle going to Budapest? That's what we need to know, because if Kyle goes, Cody can't. Dramas.
Dramas on the Gold Coast. You know how there was that show, Byron Bay, which I watched too much of.
Oh, my
More
goodness.
than 1 minute of, which is too much.
Really? Wow.
There should be maybe a little Gold Coast swimming version.
Yes, I would get around that.
All right. That's enough of that crap for one episode, maybe for one whole year of
Yes,
Sport and Spice.
yes.
But we'll be keeping an eye on it on Sunday.
We sure will.
Juicy goss. Okay, you're listening to Sport and Spice, but time for us to get out of here. We will see you next time, and we're off to the footy.
Yeah, bye.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Kerry Worthington. The Prime Minister is urging undecided voters to think of the economy when they vote in the federal election tomorrow. Henry Bello reports from Parliament House.
Scott Morrison has spent the final day of the campaign in Western Australia, where he's determined to hold on to 10 of 15 seats. His final message is all about the economy, highlighting record low unemployment.
It's so important to base a decision tomorrow on who you believe is best going to manage the nation's finance.
Labor leader Anthony Albanese has been in Adelaide and Launceston, promising to invest in aged care and attacking the coalition's record.
A government that's left Australia with $1 trillion of debt, but not enough to show for it.
The Australian Electoral Commission is urging people to be patient at polling booths with delays expected.
And the Australian Electoral Commissioner says every polling station will be staffed tomorrow, despite earlier fears some may be closed due to pandemic-related staff shortages. The Commission had warned that polling stations in some regional areas may need to close due to a lack of volunteers. Tom Rogers has thanked people for volunteering to overcome the staff shortages.
We've been working overtime to make sure that we can deliver the vote. Some communities, that means tomorrow we've chartered a plane to send people out. We've got our own staff deployed. I think my chief financial officer is in a small town 5 hours east of Perth. It is an amazing job by all staff.
Health experts say there's no reason for concern about monkeypox as Australia records its first confirmed cases. 2 men in Sydney and Melbourne have been infected with the virus after recently returning from England and Europe. Monkeypox causes a fever and a bumpy rash, but doesn't spread easily between people. University of New South Wales Global Biosecurity Professor Raina McIntyre says it's unusual for the virus to spread across continents.
This is a very, very unusual outbreak. It's absolutely unprecedented for international cases to seed from the UK. That's the first time that travel-related cases have occurred from anywhere other than the African continent.
The father of a 10-year-old boy who was killed by a driver running a red light says his family is still recovering after the loss of his son. 49-year-old Zhao Lu pleaded guilty to dangerous driving causing death and was convicted and sentenced to a 3-year community-based order over the death of 10-year-old Jack Power at Blackburn North in 2018. He was also ordered to complete 300 hours of unpaid work and was stripped of his licence. Jack's father, Matt Power, says he's satisfied with the outcome.
From all reports, that was, very remorseful, apologetic. I believe that on the anniversary, of Jack's passing, that, he takes flowers and he's doing it tough as well. So, look, we're all doing it tough.
Crown Resorts shareholders have overwhelmingly voted for a multi-billion-dollar takeover from private equity firm Blackstone. It's one step in the process to sell the troubled casino operator. Blackstone is yet to secure gaming operation approvals, and any sale is contingent on the company being given the green light by state-based regulators. Scientists are calling on Australian governments to provide incentives to enable households to transition away from using gas in the home because of its detrimental health effects. April McLennan reports.
In a new report from the Menzies Institute of Medical Research and the Centre for Air Pollution, Energy and Health Research, scientists say the health impacts of cooking and heating with gas are so concerning, governments should help people make the switch to safer alternatives. Contrary to marketing campaigns which promote gas as an efficient and clean way to cook and heat, Professor Graham Zosky says in reality its use produces a variety of air pollutants that affect lung health, with around 12% of childhood asthma attributed to gas cooking stoves.
The report also calls for new policies to ensure better ventilation of homes and a national indoor air quality framework. In sport, the AFL has locked in Sunday, July the 17th for Melbourne to take on Port Adelaide in Alice Springs. The round 18 match, previously scheduled for July the 15th, will be the third AFL game played in the territory this year, with the first to be played between Gold Coast and Hawthorn next Saturday. Fans will also get a chance to touch the Premiership Cup, with reigning premiers Melbourne bringing their silverware to the Red Centre. Turning to tomorrow's weather, there's a frost warning for the north central, northeast, central and west and south Gippsland forecast districts. Otherwise, a cool to mild and mostly sunny day across the state. For Melbourne, areas of morning fog, then a sunny day, expecting a top of 15. On Sunday, partly cloudy and 14. Currently, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
Woohoo! The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
I'm Callan Russell, an Allerton Cage boy from the Darwin Buffaloes Football Club.
I'm Chad Wingard, a Nut-and-Jerry man from the Hawthorn Football Club.
I'm Sker Johnson, a Barkagee man from the North Broken Hill Football Club.
My name is Sharad Wellingham, a proud Nudgee man from the West Coast and Collingwood Football Clubs.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
It's where we look back and honour those Indigenous players who have led the way.
He was the only Aboriginal player playing in the VFL.
I want to be good, dominating my mind that I was very good.
A little man walking amongst giants.
A chance to reflect on the wrongs of the past.
93 against Collingwood, I did what I had to do. I pointed to my skin and said I'm black and I'm proud.
And learn and grow as a football community.
We need the rest of Australia to stand up, to fight, to stamp it out, because there is no room for racism in Australia.
It's a round where we remember those champions
who have lit up the biggest game of all.
Away goes Michael Long. Still going. 30 metres out. Oh, what play! It may have been touched on the line. No! One of the plays of the year.
And where we showcase the contribution that the current Indigenous players make to the game and our country.
This is who we are.
And this is our stage.
Here we go, here we go.
Instead picked up by Pickett, who bounced it through.
High up and under, Rankin upstairs with the hang.
Roving Bolton, a dummy, a step, a snap on his right, that is brilliant.
Back to Motlop, curls it from the left forward pocket. Centre half forward, kicks for Wingard, into the open goal. Hawthorn are coming.
Brisbane into attack. Cameron! He goes high as the gamma stands.
Stack onto the footy. Rioli in the goal square. Suckers it through. Pops it up towards Ryan. Gets a run. And a fly. Ryan soars through the night sky.
This is a Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Takes the mark. Broken goal square. Buddy from 60 out. He bends it back. And he's got it.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The Blues' best start to a season since 1996. Their opportunity to keep on winning continues tonight as they welcome Buddy Franklin and the Swans to Dockland Stadium to start Sir Doug Nicholls round. In recent seasons, there's been question marks about whether the Blues belong on the Friday night schedule. I think it's fair to say that every neutral footy fan is intrigued by what the Blues are cooking. In season 2022, it's a battle of 4th versus 5th on the premiership table. Carlton up against Sydney. So Doug Nicholls round, the opener tonight to continue across the next 2 weeks, of course, in the lead up to National Reconciliation Week. My name's Corbin Middlemass. There is no late change here at Docklands. The Medi subs for the two teams. First of all, Brodie Kemp for Carlton and Braden Campbell, the 20-year-old, is the sub for Sydney. The lid is on at Docklands. Friday night footy under the roof, and the two teams both out on the ground conducting their preliminary warm-ups. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, Tim Hodges as always. There's no Kelly Underwood, unfortunately, tonight. Good health to Kel. We hope to have her back with us soon. but a very worthy replacement. Matt Clinch is with us for Friday Night Footy. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Good evening to everyone. Only come in for the Friday night blockbusters, and I feel like we've finally got one after waiting a while for the Friday night games to have real significance. And any time you take on a side which is in a similar position to you on the ladder, it feels like it does have real context. And Carlton obviously been talked about as a top 4 side. Sydney, if they win tonight, a chance to jump ahead of them and take their spot inside the 4. And that would be significant because as much as the two sides have made some good inroads to start the season, there are questions around Sydney's form, questions around Carlton's midfield. Can anyone really challenge it? And as you said, it's Indigenous round, and fittingly it starts with the man who headlines so many things, Lance Franklin. Can't wait to see what he produces tonight where the lights shine brightest.
Oh, we love it when Buddy's in the building. He's out there taking some shots at the moment as part of the warm-up for the Swans. The man who's coached more games in VFL, AFL footy than anyone else. Mick Moldhouse is here. Hello, Mick.
Corby, how are you? Matt, Lingy and the listeners. I'm really looking forward to this game. And Matt, just taking you up on that point, it's probably one of these rare games where we say who's going to win, and we can have, you sort of sit and go, well, there's a real case for both sides, and where they are in the ladder. I just said to Lingy, how many years has it been since Johnny Longmire took over? It's probably 11 or 12 years, and he has just been astounding, really, with taking over from Paul Roos, and the Swans haven't missed a beat, play a certain type of game. They're never out of the game. And the Blues, I'm just that rapt to see Michael Voss, as I was for Brett Ratton, to see someone who probably didn't do that well in their first outing, or wasn't seen to be doing that well, and get a second chance. I think we missed too many of those coaches. So to see them go head-to-head here, I'm so much looking forward to the game.
3-time premiership player, premiership captain Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Clinchy, Mick, and to everybody out there. Yeah, I'm the same as you guys. Genuinely excited, and the team matchups is exciting. But some of my favourite players to watch play the game, Isaac Heaney, love him. Absolutely adore watching him play. Buddy Franklin, of course, any chance I get to watch him live, I'm absolutely wrapped. Throw in Sam Walsh for Carlton, Charlie Curnow for the Blues, Paddy Cripps is a beast, Dane Rampy playing his 200th game, just for different reasons, guys that I just really, really love watching play. And hopefully they all have good games tonight and we get a cracker.
Brian Cook is going to join us, the Chief Executive of the Carlton Football Club, a man who both of you know well. Obviously, Mick, you worked with him at the West Coast Eagles, and Lingy, of course, with his success at Geelong most recently. So that'll come up as part of our pre-game, and Tim Hodges to join us throughout the night. Just on Sir Doug Nicholls' round, so for people that aren't aware, Sir Doug Nicholls, he was many things, a Yorta man who was a Christian pastor. He was a pioneer for reconciliation. He was an athlete. He was the governor of South Australia at one point in time as well. Played football for Northcote as well as Fitzroy and Carlton. Represented Victoria, became the first Aboriginal man to do so. He was only 5'2", a speedy wingman. He was befriended by the great Hayden Button Sr., one of the best to have ever done it, a 3-time Sandover and Brownlow medalist. He experienced horrific racism in his time. He left Carlton after some of the trainers refused to rub him because of the colour of his skin at that particular stage, and went on to become a figure for good in the community and trying to bring Australia together, and as I said, a leader in reconciliation. But the round has evolved so much, even since you guys have left the game of footy, and what it's been in over the last 5 or 6 years to now be a 2-week event. We've got every team in the competition wearing these beautiful jumpers, which we'll see on display again tonight. But just as a broad question, Lingy and Mick, why is it important that we have Indigenous round in this aspect in our game?
Well, you touched on a lot of it there, Corbs, in what Sir Doug Nicholls did. I mean, how far we've come, but still how far we've got to go as society and in football, certainly. Celebrating things like just excitement and joys to watch and just great play and commitment to a contest and all the great things about footy. So many Indigenous players have brought that to the game. I'm watching Buddy Franklin here. As Clinchy mentioned, obviously the biggest name of all the players still playing right now. Just the joy he has brought to so many people's lives, even non-Hawthorn and Sydney Swans fans. Just love watching him play, and so many of the same. I probably never played with the biggest of the big names and the best of the best when it comes to Indigenous players, but Travis Varco and Matty Stokes and what they were able to share with us and teach us about their journeys, it was so important in my development just as a person, understanding all these different things and then getting to play the game that we love together. So I love this round and next round, obviously 2-round commemoration now. It's fantastic, Nick.
Oh, absolutely, Lingy. Look, it's hard to add on anything there. If I could just a small story, and I know we're up for time, but I was asked to do umpire a game out at Warburton. And for those that don't know where Warburton is, I'll just give you, if you just picture Australia and you look at the borders between South Australia, Northern Territory and Western Australia. So it's right out on that border. So we flew in on behalf of a mining company and they said, the guys will come, the families will come along. And I was out there and there was this rough oval with a few sticks for posts that had no grass on it. A ute turned up and some of the players got out, and the ladies got out, and the kids got out, and they were all playing around. No football at this stage. Another ute turned up, and all of a sudden they said, right, the game's ready to go. And they said, Mick, will you umpire? And I said, yeah, I'll umpire, but have we got a ball? No, we haven't got a football, so you've got to find a football. And I thought, we're out in the middle of nowhere trying to find a football. So somehow or another we were able to get a football. Some had boots, some didn't have boots. But when I look at what Australian rules football really means, that was part of it. We have the city. In fact, I'm doing a little talk next week to a little town up on the border. But we've got the city, and a lot of people just think that 18-year-olds just jettison themselves into a club and become league footballers, but they start off watching the game as a 2 or 3-year-old, their bigger brothers or their dad's playing, then they look over the fence, then they start playing football, then they start to realise that they've got capabilities, they play for their town, then they find their way to an under-18, or in some instances, from Hall's Gap up in Northern Territory. And when you look at, say, Melbourne Island, how many Norm Smith medalists have come from Melbourne on a place that wouldn't be as big as, I was going to say Ballarat, but that would monstrous. Let's say Sunbury or something like that. And they've got 3 Norm Smith medalists. I was fortunate to play with Maurice Rioli, and one of the nicest people you'd ever meet, but one of the most gifted players. A Golden Glove boxing champion. He didn't have to. He only had to be named that for no one to go near him because he was that sharp. But to play football, and I had the great pleasure of playing with a lot of Aboriginal players who. Teddy Lovett from North Ballarat, he played for Fitzroy. I don't forget his name because he just spun this magic, and I think that's what we were talking about, Lingy, about the capabilities of they've got special capabilities, and I don't want to sort of say they being separate from us, but let's face it, the Aboriginal community produced some of the most highlightable type play ever, and it's a credit to them. And they don't jettison in at 18. They start off at 1 or 2 years of age.
Well, First Nations people in this country make up something like 3% of the population, and the playing percentages in the game is around 13%. So it shows you how overrepresented they are in the game of Australian rules football. I think the big thing now going forward, and Indigenous round's great for this to start some of these conversations. How do we, if it's 13% of the playing cohort, why is it almost 0% of coaches? Why is it almost 0% of administrators? How do we keep our great Indigenous players in the game into other roles going forward? And we've seen the introduction of Aboriginal liaison officers. Now it's mandated, one at each club. So we've got Xavier Clark doing big things at Richmond. I know Neville Jetta's just joined up at Collingwood. So hopefully we start to see that filter through more and more, that there are opportunities for Aboriginal footballers post their playing days in the game. Brian Cook is downstairs with us, a man who both of you know well. This is Friday Night Footy on Grandstand AFL. Tim Hodges is downstairs with him. Hodgie.
There are people everywhere down here, Corbin. It's an awesome Friday night stage. It's fabulous to have Brian Cook, the new CEO of Carlton. It's game 10 for you, Brian, in charge. 7-2, top 4, full house, standing room tickets being sold, a new membership record. Is this all you, or what is going on here at the Blues?
Look, I'm just thrilled to be a part of it, and probably a small part of it, to be honest, at this point of time. So it's big. It's a big club. It's a great club to be with, and we're changing the club a little bit slowly, but I think we're certainly heading in the right direction.
Have they exceeded your expectations with what's happened so far to start the season and your reign?
Yes, to be honest, they have. I would have been very happy with a 50-50 split at this stage, and really by the end of the year won more games than lost. We're going in and out. Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so for me it was trying to win more than we lose, rather than saying making finals and all that sort of stuff.
With everything you've had in football and been a part of, do you tell do you sort of stress to your admin, your coaches, your players, just to enjoy? It's like a tsunami right here on the bench at the moment with so many Blues fans jumping on board.
Yeah, no, look, I think from a member point of view, you just love to see the passion. You love to see the noise in the stands, and at Carlton it's like, when you win, it's like winning a final, honestly, compared to where I've been. But look, at player level and coach level, joy is part of it, but, it's also about meeting high standards and a lot of hard work and resilience and those things. So, look, enjoyment's part of it, but it doesn't drive. It doesn't drive the whole place, that's for sure.
A genuine Friday night blockbuster tonight. Every seat has been sold here at the Docklands. There's standing room tickets, would you believe, being sold. It's going to be some sort of atmosphere. It's great to have Brian Cook for a few minutes. I've got a few old mates of yours, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling upstairs. Cookie's got the cans on, boys.
Cookie, congratulations on where you are. Just one question. It's just been not bothering you, just wondering. Probably about a year out, you declared that you weren't going to be at Geelong, and that was about it. You'd been at two football clubs for a long time, did a hell of a lot for both clubs, and then remarkably find yourself at Carlton. What made you change your mind to take that job on again?
Yeah, thanks, Mick, and good to hear your voice, mate. Really, I wasn't ready to retire. I had agreed with Colin Carter, the president at Geelong, about a year before I left Geelong, that I would leave and I would retire, and that I would take up a job at Geelong, actually, and I actually agreed to do that, a small job, a part-time job. But when the crunch came for me to actually do that and leave, I couldn't make the decision to retire. I just couldn't do it. So for me, I thought I still had a little bit left in the tank. I still had the ability possibly to change an organisation if I was given the opportunity in my way with a lot of other very good people, and so that's what it was about, mate. I thought I had more to offer, and the timing wasn't quite right. I thought it was a year ago, but it wasn't when I had to make the real decision.
Okay, and this will be the last one from me, and I think you've done a terrific job, but is there a likeness? Like Carlton, are they similar to Geelong? Are they similar to the West Coast, or are they completely different again? And for that matter, are the three clubs different? I know they're in different stages, but is there any semblance at all to each other?
Look, Mick, in some ways they're the same because footy businesses are footy businesses. You've got to win games, you've got to make money, you've got to run two or three teams, men's teams, women's teams. So in that respect, the business isn't a lot different. But when you look at the internal dynamics, the cultures are different. The West Coast Eagles culture was a very corporate culture originally, until we got yourself over, and then we sort of mixed a very traditional Melbourne culture with it. The Geelong culture was very regional. The Carlton culture it's a culture around size and influence and those sort of things. So the DNA is different in each three. And the other important thing I've noticed is that the way they make decisions is different, whether they're from the middle up or from the top down type thing. So that's where I noticed the differences in the culture and in the decision making.
Cookie, we can hear some of the Carlton fans in the background there cheering the players as they walk off the field. They're very, very happy with the way their team's going, but they'd also be very happy with the way that their coach is going. You've had dealings with Mick sitting next to me right now, Bomber Thompson, Chris Scott, all terrific coaches. What have you seen from Michael Voss that has led to this quality of football that's being played this season?
I think Michael Voss understands himself really well. He has a self-awareness, and I think that's because of his 7 years being an assistant coach and getting feedback from lots of people over those years. And so he's become quite a good leader, a person who exudes some confidence, has courage, has gained trust really quickly. And expects high standards of performance regularly. So they're the 4 or 5 things. But he does know himself. He puts people around him that make up for the things he hasn't got. And the Ash Hansen of the world, the Tim Clarks, great technical people. Vossi is a great leader, and he delegates a lot of those technical items. So his delegation is first class as well. So I think in a nutshell, he's a very, very good leader.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'm rapt you got another opportunity to show that leadership. Cookie, and this may be unfair. Please don't put me back in my place if this is unfair. But from an external perspective, the Carlton board and some of the big heavy hitters that have been influential at Carlton over a number of years, I imagine them being difficult at times and basically trying to massage all the different egos involved. How have you found that challenge, making sure that the board is really united, the administration's united, and the playing group and the football department's united.
Yeah, I think to a large degree, I thank you for the question. I think to a large degree that Luke Sayers, the president, who's been really supportive, is arranging and rearranging that all the time, and he's developing a very good team at director level. I think it's probably true to say that the way that decisions are made now at the football club might be a little bit different. They're not as top-down, and that's a slow evolution, I think. It's more, from the executives making recommendations up. And so Luke's governance skills, I think, are first class, and understands that and is ensuring the map of the club is heading in that type of direction. And the other thing is that we're trying to get people on the same freeway, the same, they're driving on the same road rather than people turning off when things go bad or stopping if there's an accident, you lose 3 in a row type thing. So we're trying to get people on the same path, following the same Northern Star, let's say, through a business plan that we've been 6 months into it now. We've tried to use an inclusive process for that, but basically trying to get everyone to follow the same direction.
Brian, it's Matt Clinch here. Great to chat with you. Obviously, you had a great record of consecutive finals down at Geelong, and I read an article that it said that your expectation is that by game 75 for you and Michael Voss at this side might be exactly where you hope to be. How different has the challenge been with a side like Carlton, who has so much hype and so much noise around them, to try and keep them realistic as to where the team is at the moment?
No, it is difficult, and particularly coming off, I think, 22 wins in 5 years, something like that. Your members are at a threshold of intolerance, and they wanted success early. And I thank God we got a few games early, because I'm not sure what the reaction would have been had we have lost the first 5. So it is difficult. It really is difficult. But we're trying to ensure that our messaging from our football club is consistent, and it's about a slow improvement. It's about worrying about our values as distinct from necessarily the outcomes of every game. So we're quite honest and genuine about trying to have those sorts of messages, rather than simply we're going to win this week or we're going to lose, or if you don't win this week the world is going to fall down on our heads, etc. And so that's the way we're trying to manage our organisation.
Brian, the other thing I noticed from that article, you spoke about the 6 key values, and one of them was humility. You were quoted as saying that has not always been part of the club's DNA in the past. Is that an observation that you've made since arriving or before you got to Carlton?
Both, mate. It's interesting because it is going to be one of our values, and the board are going to tick that off, I think, on Tuesday, one of our 6. But it's also mixed with confidence and quiet confidence. So it's not as though we're going to be shy and unassuming. It's humility with confidence and ambition. Okay.
There's a certain swagger, though, isn't there,
yeah.
Cookie, that comes to Carlton? Certainly when they're flying and the roof is closed. It's an atmosphere unlike 2 other clubs. I mean,
it is.
7th consecutive year, you've thrashed the membership, 81,000. There is a feeling that if Carlton were playing in finals, you'd be up with Richmond around 100,000.
Yeah, well, I hope you're right. And the other thing is that when we're going well, the AFL are going better. So that also helps our future.
Brian, appreciate your time. Thanks for having a chat to us on Grandstand AFL. And good luck tonight and for the remainder of the year. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Brian Cook, the Chief Executive of the Carlton Football Club, as their banner is raised. The lights have been dimmed. Some of the entertainment taking place, and we're awaiting the arrival of the Blues and the Swans. There's no late change here at Docklands.
Good appointment. Really good appointment. It's a different Brian Cook now. The one that came to Geelong was just roll up the sleeves. There was huge debt. The club was in a world of hurt. Just massive hours, huge workload. But this version of Brian Cook is that calming influence, that connection between board and the football department, the not having the overreactions to a win or to a loss or to a story or whatever it might be. A really important calming appointment to allow Michael Voss to now just go and do his thing, which is crucial for coaches.
Yeah, Luke Sayers is a good man.
Yep.
So when you've got that combination, and Carlton in the past have had such self-destruct. I mean, they've won a premiership way back. Jeslenko, I don't think he even lasted a year. Not so much. I think he resigned because of circumstances. And they won in '95 under David Parker, and a couple of years later that sort of turned around. They have got a habit of cannibalisation and perhaps getting too far ahead. It's a shame when you look at some of the great people who have been hurt along the way, and Stephen Kernahan's one, because when I first arrived at Carlton, he was such a terrific person. In the space of, I think it was into my second year, I was told, oh no, he's leaving. You know, and it was such a disjointed committee who whether they were shaping themselves for the top position, I don't know. But you'd hope now that with Luke Sayers along and Brian Cook there, and you've got Michael Voss, who's also a very strong-willed person, and it's a young side. This is a side that could go for a long time. If you went through the oldest player here, you'd go, well, there might be a 30-year-old there. In fact, I think there's only one 30-year-old. So they've got such a great opportunity to go for a long time with this team.
Yeah, Steve Silvani's another one who his relationship didn't end well, obviously, with Carlton towards the end. So they've got a few bridges to mend with some of their greats. It's a busy news day. Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti announced his retirement from Essendon. He's had 6 full seasons with the Bombers, top 10 in the BNF in each of them. So a tremendous story. We'll touch on that throughout the night and across the weekend, as well as the AFL Grand Final time slot has been confirmed for 2:30 Saturday afternoon in September. We'll get into some of that next.
Ready for some new adventures? Back Roads is back. From the macho mining town of Tom Price in WA to outback Queensland and Tasmania's Cradle Mountain, join me, Heather Hewitt, and some of my fellow guest explorers for a journey to some of this country's most remote towns, full of surprising and memorable characters.
All new Back Roads. New adventures Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
I'm Callan Russell, a Nola Kincaidage boy from the Darwin Buffaloes Football Club.
I'm Chad Wingard, a Nut and Jerry man from the Hawthorn Football Club.
I'm Sker Johnson, a Barkagee man from the North Broken Hill Football Club.
My name is Sharad Wellingham, a proud Nudgee man from the West Coast and Collingwood football clubs.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
It's where we look back and honour those Indigenous players who have led the way.
He was the only Aboriginal player playing in the VFL.
I want to be good, dominating my mind that I was very good.
A little man walking amongst giants.
A chance to reflect on the wrongs of the past.
93 against Collingwood, I did what I had to do. I pointed to my skin and said, I'm black and I'm proud.
And learn and grow as a football community.
We need the rest of Australia to stand up, to fight, to stamp it out, because there is no room for racism in Australia.
It's a round where we remember those champions
who have lit up the biggest game of all.
Away goes Michael Long. Still going. 30 metres out. Oh, what play! It may have been touched on the line. No! One of the plays of the year.
And where we showcase the contribution that the current Indigenous players make to the game and our country.
This is who we are.
And this is our stage.
Here we go. Instead picked up by Pickett, who bounces through.
High up Fernando, Roken upstairs with the hand.
Roving Bolton, a dummy, a step, a snap on his right, that is brilliant.
Back to Motlop, curls it from the left forward pocket. Centre half forward, kicks the Wingard into the open goal. Hawthorn are coming.
Brisbane into attack. Cameron! He goes high as the gamma stands. Stack onto the footy. Rioli in the goal square. Suckers it through.
Pops it up towards Ryan. Gets a run and a fly. Ryan soars through the night sky.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Takes the mark. Bacon goal square. Buddy from 60 out. He bends it back. He's got it.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Round 10, the start of Sir Doug Nicholls round. The Blue Baggers are on a 3-game win streak, but they've beaten 14th, 15th and 17th in that time. There's a step up in class tonight as they try to keep their best start in 26 years rolling. They play the Sydney Swans, who snapped a 2-game losing skid by embarrassing the Bombers last Saturday night. Tonight they're after Carlton's place in the top 4. It is 4th versus 5th, the first Red v Blue showdown of the weekend. There is no late change under the roof at Docklands. It is Carlton and Sydney. The Medi subs, Brodie Kemp for the Blues and Braden Campbell for the Sydney Swans. We're still waiting the arrival of the two teams. The banner is being lifted. The Sydney Swans aren't far away. Of course, featuring one of the best who have ever done it in Lance Franklin here again tonight. Would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're currently on, the land of the Wurundjeri people, and wherever you may be listening, would also like to pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and would also like to extend those respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders listening tonight. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges, your commentary team tonight. How are you, Clinchy?
Good evening, Corby. Good evening to everyone. It is one of the great rounds on our AFL fixture, celebrating the Indigenous culture. We still have a lot to learn, but one of the great parts we can do is the storytelling that plays such a great part in sport. We don't get to hear the openers, which Andrew Williamson puts together. Lovely piece of symmetry with Sharad Wellingham and Chad Wingard involved. So the past, the present, and those emerging. And we've got a bit of work to do tonight with Carlton and Sydney, a spot in the top 4 on the line. And Dane Rampy plays his 200th game. A great story. High school. He was playing suburban footy in Sydney after missing out on the draft, obviously playing with Williamstown, and now he's one of the co-captains of the Swans. So he's in the twilight of his career, but still hoping that this Sydney side can maybe spiral back up the ladder and be a contender once more. So lots of elements tonight we can work our way through. No Harry Mackay for the Blues. Paddy Cripps and their dominant midfield. I can't wait to see how it unfolds.
James Bell and Lance Franklin out there for the Swans tonight. So James Bell at Dungari and Ewan Mann and a Noongar man in Lance Franklin. Of course, there's been so many great Noongar footballers play our great game at various competitions across the country for a long time. And Jesse Motlop carrying the famous surname Larrakia man from up in Darwin. He's the son of Daniel Motlop, of course, former Port Adelaide and North Melbourne footballer. Here come the Sydney Swans, led out by Dane Rampy in game number 200. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling here. Just before we get into the specifics on the footy, we've got Friday night footy here tonight. The bright lights are the key time slot, and yet this year's grand final, Lingy, is going to be in its traditional spot, 2:30 Saturday afternoon at the MCG. It's the age-old debate, but how do you feel about that?
I'm at the point, Corbs, where I wouldn't mind if it shifted. But now that it's been announced, I'm really happy that it's staying at 2:30. I love the tradition. My memories of a kid, we'd always have a barbecue or friends would come round and we'd watch every grand final. Mum would put up the balloons of the two teams regardless. Now, obviously, as a kid, I also got to go to 4 grand finals to watch the Cats.
Yes.
So I loved that. But every single year, the grand final on the Saturday afternoon was something special in our house. And I love those memories, so I'm glad it's still at 2:30 in the afternoon, but I've probably slowly shifted to the point when it eventually goes to twilight or night, I'll be comfortable with that. But each year we can have it at 2:30. I'm happy.
I grew up in Perth, Mick, so you always flat out get into your barbecue for 12 o'clock because the footy started so much earlier, obviously, with the time difference. What do you think about the 2:30 start?
I'm with Lingy. Look, if it happens, it happens, and it will happen. All the talk was that they were leaning towards it, and it's almost like they were preparing us for it by announcements during the course of the week. So when it came through, I was totally surprised that it stayed at 2:30.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of reason to have it at 2:30, and that is the rest of Victoria. Be able to have your barbecues and this sort of stuff. Okay, you might have a later barbecue if it's a night one or an late afternoon. Quite frankly, the two sides are not going to give a damn. The people who go, they'll go anyway. And want to go. Does it change anything? Probably not in Melbourne with the grounds. I reckon Adelaide, maybe certainly north, you might get more slippery ground with the dew. Melbourne doesn't necessarily cop that, so it wouldn't have been that case. But
can I throw up a conspiracy theory? Oh. I don't mind my conspiracy theories. All of that talk leading up to this announcement, I'm with Mick, it was preparing us for a twilight or night grand final. The surprise, it's back in the afternoon. But I feel like all of that preparation has been done in order for the next TV rights where they promise whoever gets it, you will get a twilight or a night grand final then. Pay us a bit extra, please.
Yeah, they should just put it back 10 minutes every year and then all of a sudden in 10 years' time it'll be a 4:30 start.
So Lingy, what you're suggesting, you reckon it's more... It's going to be sold at a greater money value for the game?
I would say so. That's the big draw. That the networks, whoever buys it, streaming networks or free-to-air or whoever it is, I think they'll pay more to have a twilight or a night grand final.
We might just have a listen to this if we can. The ground we're expecting a sellout tonight inside the Docklands. The Blues are about to burst through the banner. Patrick Cripps leading them out onto the ground. And Carlton, with their record membership number, bursting through the banner. And Carlton in their Indigenous jumper tonight. Now, the theme behind this, I'll take you through this. It is a Guernsey which has been dubbed Cleanse. It has been designed by Shania Callett, who's a Yorta Yorta jury descendant. It was made or helped helped in the design by some of the members of the 2021 Indigenous players and family members on the Carlton list. It includes totems or clan groups into part of the Guernsey. So that includes the Urura people for the Martin family, the Goanna, which is the totem for Zach Williams' family, as well as all the names of the past and present Indigenous players, both men and women, to have represented the Carlton Football Club included on the jumper. Now, there is different shades of blue. The blue dots, I'm told, symbolise the nearby waterways of the Wurundjeri, of course, the land which we're on tonight, and the white dots reflect the calmness of the cleansing energy. So a reconciliation theme for the Carlton jumper tonight. The Sydney Swans are out there. They've got a new Marngrook Guernsey for this year. It's been designed by the Go Foundation scholar in Lou Pellegrini. She's a proud Wurundjeri woman. The jumper represents connectedness, depicting the story of the 19 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men who have played for the Sydney Swans, both in the past and present. They're represented by the blue circles that are interconnected across the jumper. So if you see the pictures of tonight's game, or you are watching on at home with our broadcast accompanying you, that is the theme behind the Swans jumpers, and they'll be a feature, obviously, over the next 2 weekends. The Blues predominantly in blue, and Sydney predominantly in red. For the full preview, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on Friday Night Footy.
Just before start, one of the things about Sydney over the journey has been how impressive have they been to be able to bring players in from other clubs and have an impact. I'm just looking, everyone goes, oh yeah, well, Franklin. Yeah, Franklin was a champion before he got to Sydney. Hickey was a very good footballer. He's become such an important player. Laddams, I was astounded that Port moved him on for a start off, but Laddams in Hickey's absence has been outstanding. And what about the Paddy McCartan and his brother?
Yeah, just working beautifully together. You're right. They blend. They took the hit a few years back where they just played young guys, got games under their belt. So they blended that youth with their A-grade stars, and then these other players they just pick at the right time from other clubs and give them greater opportunity, and they slot straight in.
Well, Paddy McCartan was really, everyone thought, look, he's gone, he's finished. And I can understand why St Kilda probably lost faith or lost patience. And also for Paddy's sake, he probably thought, my days are gone. But I guess a rest away and still the appetite. I'm never amazed at how many key forwards fail and become very impressive backs because they read the play so well.
Yeah, I agree with you. And sometimes you talk about moving away from St Kilda. Player just needs a fresh set of eyes to see that and go, okay, we don't have to keep thinking of him as a forward. He's got these attributes. He can play as a defender, and he'll use his reading of the play ability that he had as a forward to become a really effective defender. And there's got to be something in the fact that he's playing with his brother.
Yep.
He loves that. You can see the happiness they both have of playing together, and also that little bit of understanding and protection for each other.
It feeds into a bit of the Bloods culture, doesn't it, rather nicely? Who gets Charlie Curnow tonight? Does Tom get him, or do they go with Dane Rampe as an undersized defender to see if that frees them?
You can't guess that, especially when Mackay is out. I was thinking about this during the week, and this is up for argument. I reckon that the best combination in the competition probably is Hawkins and Cameron, but over the journey, I think that you'll find Kennedy and Darling have kicked a lot of goals together, but I reckon by the time these guys finish, if Mackay's okay with his knee, and so for that matter, Curnow, I reckon they're going to probably kick more goals than any combination. Not in modern day, not going back, of course,
and probably with the timing of them still both being quite young.
That's it,
and a young midfield that is going right through the roof at the moment.
Not to mention the 6-6-6, which kind of suits Carlton's midfield and their forward line better than anyone else.
Clinchy, your question about who gets Curnow, it would have been a really interesting question if Mackay was playing. What matchups do you do there? But I think without Mackay there, I'm certain Tom McCartan gets that job, and then Rampe will read it. Paddy McCartan will help, as they always do. The Swans, they just help each other so well. But that's when Carlton will elevate themselves, is when even a really well-organised, well-equipped defence like the Swans looks at it and goes, oh, hang on, what are the matchups? What do we do? Who do we go to Charlie?
Let's
Who
go
goes
and find
to Harry?
Let's find someone else, exactly.
Yeah.
They're smart enough. Walsh is a very smart player. There's another one who's just jumped up. last year they were all talking about, because being on the West Australian program on Saturdays, it was oh no, he'll stay. Well, if he's going to go, will he have an impact? He's had a massive impact. He's the highest tackling player for Carlton for start off, and I've got a funny feeling he's pretty high up in. What was the other one? I know he was very high.
Up in contested possession.
Inside 50s.
Yeah.
He leads the inside 50s, which is quite remarkable when you've got a Walsh and you've got a Cripps. So they are the real deal through the middle, and this is where I think that Hickey and Laddams may have to start to push that ball a bit wider, because anything in close, I know that they're nice and tough in there, Kennedy and so forth, but Kennedy's well past his best. So
and spends a lot less time in there.
That's right.
Maybe, I know he is past his absolute peak, but do you go with him to Cripps around the stoppage just for that giant body?
Only if he's prepared to do the body work, though. If he's going to chase the football, no. But he's going to take... Cripps will take where the ball is anyway, so you're better off just trying to nail it.
There's no late change here at Docklands. Brody Kemp is the sub for Carlton and Braden Campbell for the Sydney Swans. The two teams about to line up and face one another on the broadcast wing just beneath us. So we're getting set for the Welcome to Country as Sir Doug Nicholls' round begins.
We welcome Mandy Nicholson to conduct tonight's Welcome to Country. Mandy will be joined by the Jiri Dance Group and Keenan Ironfield on the Yadaka. Tonight's performance highlights Aboriginal culture and also marks the 30th year anniversary of the Mabo decision.
Beladu Nyan Wangat, Naranik Mandi, Waranjeri Willamik, Waranjeri Balakut, Mundanai Murab Kalada Birang, Mundanai Kiripik, Mundanai Bupup Nakwarenik, Balalal Bagugong Nugalik, Ba Bikut, Bikdui, Banyabik, Murnmutbik, Wurubik, Ba Tarangokbik, Ba Bunjalal, Willamu. My name is Mandy Nicholson. I'm a traditional custodian of Naarm, of Melbourne. I honoured all of my friends, which are you guys here tonight. I honoured my family, and I also honoured these footy players on either side of me tonight. I also honoured the different layers of Wurundjeri country, the below country, on country, water country, wind country, sky country, and star country. So this is our Wamanjikan Yarka, our welcome dance. Wurundjeri, Wurundjeri al Naramu, Wurundjeri. A big round of applause for these players. Good luck, both teams. Thank you. Nungodjin.
So the welcome to country from the traditional owners, the Wurundjeri people, and the two teams lined up facing one another, and the two teams are about to separate now and finish their final warm-ups. Just repeating, no late change. Brody Kemp, the sub for Carlton, and for the Swans, Braden Campbell. Lance Franklin at one end for the Swans. Is it Jacob Wiedering for company tonight?
I would say so. That's my feel. I love the way that Carlton, Wiedering's taken that jump. He's done it over the last few years, but De Koning as well, whether it's ruck or he can help down there, he's supporting him. I would say it's Wiedering.
I think it has to be.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think Wiedering's overly quick, but Buddy's not as quick as what he used to be. And the other thing, Buddy rarely takes a big mark. So all he has to worry about is that on lead and keep him up the ground. So he's got the discipline, he's got the body. And sometimes every now and again, you know what? A good key back has to play on a good key forward, occasionally.
Well, is that one of the areas, though? I mean, Carlton's defence is undersized. If they could get the ball in quickly there, Sydney, do you reckon they could put enough pressure on them?
I don't know if they're are they undersized? I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
Wiedering, Young, they're mixing still McGovern.
Do you reckon Liam Jones is regretting his decision?
He mightn't be enjoying watching Carlton win as much as a few other Carlton fans are.
He'll be back playing league football next year.
The exchange of gifts in the middle of the ground. So Jesse Motlop accompanying Patrick Cripps to the coin toss. Also out there as well is Lance Franklin and James Bell. So the two Indigenous players featuring tonight for the Sydney Swans. And Sid Jackson, of course, the Carlton great, famous number 5, and they're a coin short at the moment, so they're just trying to locate a coin to toss out in the middle. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary for us. Hodgie, welcome to you.
Sid Jackson had one job and he forgot the coin.
Or put it in his pocket.
I think that was Michael Wilson, the photographer, who had a coin in his pocket. The Blues have won the toss. They'll kick to the locket end. That's the right of screen. They pose for a photo. What a cool photo that is out there now with Sid Jackson. Just this crowd, guys. It is unbelievable. The Blue Baggers are well on board. Every seat has been sold tonight. They're up in the back row of the top deck right around the stadium. Pandemonium outside. Car parks are all full. Getting in is a complete nightmare. So still thousands of people in lines trying to get inside. The roof is closed. It'll be deafening, and it's a welcome change considering some of those lonely Friday nights the past couple of years when it's just been us here at the Docklands. You could hear the rain on the roof on some of those nights because it was so lonely and no one was here. The club confident they'll get close to 50,000 tonight. That'll make it the biggest crowd at the Docklands in a decade. Just repeating, no late changes. The medical subs for the Blues, it's Brodie Kemp. For the Swans, it's Braden Campbell. This is going to be some clash tonight. 4th v 5th. Hope it lives up to the hype, guys.
Who are you picking, Mick?
Well, I went for Carlton early in the week. Just when I'm looking at it, they're a very young side. If anything's going to get them, it will be a more experienced Sydney side.
I thought they took a huge step last week, knocking off the Giants with all the Leon Cameron build-up. So I'm believing more and more in the Blues, so I've tipped them for tonight, Corbs.
It's 4th versus 5th, so Carlton a chance to test their legitimacy up against the Sydney Swans. A Friday night blockbuster to start Sir Doug Nicholls round on Grandstand AFL. You're with Matt Clinch.
Peter Adams to start in the middle for the Sydney Swans up against Taccone, and we're underway. Taccone wins the opening tap down towards Cripps, but happily got it to Kennedy. The hand pass to Parker, kicks out to the wing for Sydney. Warner couldn't take the mark. Fisher for Carlton back onto it. Hand pass to Taccone. He hurries a kick to half forward. Silvani had space in front of him, and he marks on his chest directly in front. He wants to go into the pocket because Curdo's on. Beautiful transition from the Blues.
And speaking of that transition, Clinchy, Matt Owies on the far side of the ground actually bolted down, which forced Dane Rampy to take him, which left McCartan one out with Curnow with leading space. That's when a forward line is really functioning well. Sydney defenders got really reactive, leads to a shot at goal.
A goal in every game for Charlie Curnow, behind only Tom Lynch in the race for the Coleman. For the Dream Star for Carlton, starts it right, slams into the right goalpost. And you can hear the Carlton fans, they might be riding the rise of Carlton tonight. The Blues on the board first through the opening minute.
It's speed, which they moved it to, and that's the difference between Carlton this year compared to last year. They move the ball so much quicker.
Here's the Lizard, Nick Blakey on the kick out, goes long out to half-back, flying for it, Parker can't complete the mark, slips down to Hewitt, short kick inside 50, it always takes the mark. Half forward for Carlton, he decides to play on and load up off the right boot, he heads for home, he's offline. And behind for Owies with the Blues peppering in the first 90 seconds. They've got 2 behind, Sydney yet to score. Just repeating, no late change, Brodie Kemp and Braden Campbell, the 2 Medi subs.
And calling that call of Hewitt too has been a real positive move for Carlton.
Great pickup.
Yeah, too right.
Blakey quickly into Rampy at left half back and gained 200. He works it up to the wing and McDonald takes the mark. One of the youngsters for the Sydney Swans side. Feeds the hand pass boundary side to Lloyd, who can work it up to Mills. Has it now at left half forward. Long kick inside 50. Hayward the target, had hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Stocker for Carlton. Hand pass to Doherty. quickly fires it back up the wing, but Lloyd's in better position. He takes the mark against Chirrut for the Swans.
The two-time best and fairest winner, Jake Lloyd. He goes back and across with the yellow Sharon to Tom McCartan. He continues to shift play out towards the city wing. This is Paddy McCartan. Short kick to Florent.
Very slow at moving that ball to their forward line. They had one-on-ones all the way through.
Buddy just had a 10-metre break on his opponent. They missed him.
Florent with the hand pass out to McInerney. Short kick to McDonald, who hits up and takes the mark between wing and half forward. Hands it back to McInerney. Kicks off his right boot inside 50. Wiedering floats across and takes the intercept mark for Carlton deep in defence.
Gets the hand pass away to Fisher, who's bounding out of defence, and then cuts past Kennedy back through the corridor. Good ball movement. Mark taken by Hewitt against his former side. 1-2 with Walsh, and then feeds it out to Paddy Cripps. He has it stationary on the wing and then almost drops it. Franklin lunges in down low, locks him up. How does the umpire pay this? Holding the footy. Lance Franklin wins a battle against the Carlton captain Patrick Cripps. He wastes no time, kicks it to Warner across half forward. He takes the mark at the edge of the centre square. Carlton is streaming the numbers back. There are free players that kick over the head of Mills, and the intercepting mark taken by Sam Walsh of Carlton. The Blues by 2 points.
Goes short to another former Swan in Newman, who just chips it further afield. Mark taken by Carroll. That's not a great kick. Off a single step, turns it over, and Kennedy with the intercept mark in front of the interchange.
Two horrible kicks, one of each, which has cost both sides.
Kennedy for the Swans. Short kick to Mills. What a year he's having. He marks right on the Sir Doug Nicholls round logo. Headed for a sellout, a packed house at Docklands for Friday night footy. Carlton well set up. Mills some indecision. In the end, just kicks it long to the hot spot. Franklin down there. Hayward flies in the back. No mark. Spills down to Walsh. Hand pass to Chera. Blues back with it. Out to Newman on the back flank.
Works it to Svani, who takes it at right half back for the Blues. They lead by 2 points. Short up the ground to Doherty. Still at right half back for Carlton.
It's really interesting. Jacob Wiedering is letting Buddy Franklin just go. He's taking him when he's inside 50, but the moment he gets to about 55 plus out, Wiedering's just letting him go.
Doherty off a step, long kick looking for Charlie Curnow, but good work from Paddy McCartan. Did the excellent body work, and he takes the mark on half-back. Switches play inside the defensive 50 to Heaney. The kick is wide of Papley, sets him a challenge. Stocker should get there first for Carlton. Off a step, it's a worm burner to Hewitt on 50. Heaney, great tackle. Got the hand pass to Walsh, clean as a whistle. He needs support though. Hand pass back, intercepted by Heaney of the Swans, who work it up the city wing to Franklin.
Takes it low down around his ankles. There's only two Swans in the front half. He puts it out in front of Wicks and finds him. Takes the mark about 70 from home. A 2-on-1 deep with McDonald. Ignores that. Looks for Warner. Centre half forward. Juggled effort. No mark. Newman put his head over it and then taken without it. And a free kick for Nick Newman in the back 50.
Both sides are threatening to cut the side apart in the back line. It's just been disposal at the moment has let both sides down.
You see Fisher then takes the free kick after Newman was the player taken without it. The kick comes out to the bench. Silvani's hand pass a turnover. Paddy McCartan drives it deep inside 50, and Luke Parker takes the mark. Left forward pocket for Sydney. And the man who's been spoken about all week has a chance to kick the first of the night.
Outstanding Paddy McCartan there.
Great play by McCartan. Just took the game on, hit it square chested.
Parker was going to snap that. Now he's thought, I'll go back and have a traditional set shot.
There's been a heap of replays shown of his shrugging round 9 to start round 10 with a goal. Luke Parker gets us going. He stabs it straight through the middle, and the Swans have the first. 6 minutes in, Sydney one straight, Carlton a couple of behinds. Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio and Sport Digital with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, just as I said before, both sides have mucked up play going in, but it was the ease through the corridor of both sides, which is it's just two good sides going head to head, but you expect a little bit more from finishing. But that finish there was just outstanding. A great goal, but it come about McCartan attacking the football, getting through two Carlton players. Neither of them could have tackled him. They would have had the full of his hands to do that. So, but his kick was just fantastic.
Nick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. Luke Parker up to 10 goals of the season. Puts kick 5 in round 1 against GWS. So he has become a weapon inside the forward 50 when they need him to be so. Bounce back in the middle. De Koning up against Laddams. De Koning one down the tap, but straight to Mills of Sydney. Hurries a kick inside 50. It's wide of Wicks. Saad just punches it forward. Doherty sits underneath it. Warner punches it back inside the 50. Newman's there for Carlton. Wants to feed the hand pass to Saad. Needs to get around Bell. That's a clever kick. Found Walsh at half-back. Creative and effective.
Gee, Sam Walsh just keeps ending up in the right spot. Just that works over to the next contest. He's always an outlet for his teammates when they're under pressure.
Switches on, he goes all the way back to Wiedering. Wiedering out to half-back for Young, who just hurriedly kicks it along the ground, bouncing away to Cottrell in the orange boots. That's not a great kick off his left. Mops it up himself. Hands it to Newman. Sends Carlton down the wing. Jesse Motlop up strong. No mark. Will get a free. Had his arms chopped. And the second gamer who started on the bench, Motlop, will receive the free. His first touch here on the City wing.
Cripps has drifted forward. He wanted it in long to a one out, but they're taking their time now.
Short to Newman, who down, decides to go just long towards Charlie's in the back. De Koning's there as well. At the back, Fisher in the left forward pocket. Tries to put it to the top of the goal square. Still a chance. O'Brien gathers. His kick is smothered. Great work by Rampy. It ricochets out to the right back pocket. And eventually over the line, and plenty of encouragement for Dane Rampy. Game 200. Another goal-saving smother for Sydney in defence.
Well, he just ran that ball down. He had to go for it. All or nothing, and it was just a terrific bit of defensive work.
Swans by 4, 9 minutes in, boundary throw in, free kick. It's a ruck infringement, so it's going to the Sydney big man in Laddams. The left footer will take it. He links up by hand with Blakey. He chips wide and out to Haywood and marks at half back. He goes short back to Blakey. Brodie Kemp the sub tonight for Carlton and Braden Campbell for Sydney. There's no late change as Blakey heads up to Kennedy. The Sydney veteran marks defensive side of the wing, broadcast side.
Short to Goulden. Looks like Carlton have done their homework, so the corridor is completely closed off. As, of course, the Gold Coast Suns and the Brisbane Lions did successfully. Goulden runs the boundary line, gains his full measure. Long towards Hickey in the pack. Franklin in from the side. Great mark, Lewis Young. The meat and the sandwich, and he was able to stand his ground and take an impressive contested mark. Sydney by 4 points. They kicked the only goal of the match so far.
Well, they haven't got a lot of marking power down there. Franklin's not a high mark. Ruckman, like Hickey, is just a mark, so they really have to bring the ball in better than what they're doing, Sydney.
Blue short kicking game in the back 50, and then Plowman pulls the trigger down the middle to Motlop. Marks in the centre square, kicks inside 50. Kerno the target. Tom McCartan spoils. Down to the advantage of brother Paddy, who can exit defensive 50 and spots up Wicks, who marks at half-back for Sydney. Hand pass to McInerney. Short kick to Bell. And the Swans work it up to halfway. James Bell. City wing about 5 in from the boundary line. And again, all their forward options close down. Swans trying to attack here as the kick heads down to Franklin. No mark. Knocked into the path of Cottrell. Hand pass to Walsh, and he feeds it all the way back to Doherty on half-back.
Back to Lewis Young, who has it 25 metres out from his offensive goal. Thought about switching play to the Dock side. No, the real offer, so back to the City side. In the end, a good mark taken by Nick Newman. Didn't have a lot of space. Was able to claim in the mark against Bell.
Carlton constantly looking to switch and set up for it, but Sydney are all over it. They've got the open side of the ground well covered.
Possession number 7 coming up for Nick Newman, leading possession getter on the ground, up to the wing, no mark taken. Rampy for Sydney, works it with Laddams, back to Tom McCartan, on half-back, tight confinement for Lloyd. He tries to work it with O'Riordan, they've got it forward now. McInerney with a bit more space on the wing. He goes with a balloon-burning kick to Wicks, who marks it right half forward. He's still 70 metres out from home, though. McDonald comes on the lead, and he's got too much speed for Plowman. He marks out in front of his eyes, slightly right of centre. He'll shoot from 40 metres out.
Kicked a lot of goals in WA football, if I'm right. That lead was towards the goal square and then cut back with speed. His teammate ran to the goal square, so the Carlton defender just hesitated that split second.
He's playing just his 14th match, the second year Swan. It's all from Western Australia. Looking to cement his spot inside Sydney's best. 22 comes in, likes it straight off the boot. And the Swans kick the opening 2 goals of the match in this Friday night blockbuster. They're 2 straight 12 to the Blues, 2 behinds. We played 12 minutes opening term on ABC Sport with Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
And that's the build-up they need, Mick. You mentioned it before. Buddy Franklin is not brilliant overhead with those big pack marks. That's not his one wood. He's got so many other attributes, mind you. So it has to come in lower and harder. First kick was from McInerney, which penetration got to about half forward, and then straight away wheel and go to a nice lead and a clever lead, as you said, working together as a forward line to allow one player to hit up with a break on his opponent. That's the way they're going to get their goals tonight.
Yeah, well, they won't get them the other way because Carlton get numbers back. And you talk about Walsh and Cripps, they will get back. So you multiple numbers. They're going at speed.
Bounce back in the middle, Silvani and Hickey doing the rock work. Silvani wins the head out down to Hewitt for Carlton. Hand pass back to Silvani. Short kick to Kennedy. Arriving late, Gordon. And a free kick if the mark wasn't paid. And the Blues are going to get it. It'll be taken by Matthew Kennedy. Sends it inside 50. They all miss it. Slips through to Durden. Can't take it clean. Hickey to Rampy. Hand pass back into dispute. Nice handball through to Motlop. It came from Hewitt. His kick under pressure as he's being tackled across the goal mouth. Cottrell hunts out after Bell. Bell forced to give it up. Cottrell at half forward for Carlton. Kicks across the 50 to Kennedy. Goes back by hand to Young and all the way back to Stocker on the wing.
Turns boundary side. Puts it towards, great mark Cottrell. He controlled it with one arm. He was able to pull in an impressive mark. It wasn't the greatest kick, but he made it work for Carlton. Left half forward. Can drive the kick inside 50. Charlie Curno's there. Silvani in the pack as well. He gets to the back. Durden. Hand pass to Cripps. The captain steers through the first. And the navy blue crowd erupts here at Docklands. Their first goal comes through 13 minutes. After a couple of shots to start proceedings, Sydney have put on 2 goals at the other end. It's back to a 4-point ball game. Sydney 2 straight 12, Carlton 1-2-8.
Just some outstanding efforts. First of all, was Nick Blakey. His chase down tackle on Motlop was excellent. Almost got the Swans going out the other side of the ground, but then Cottrell with a couple of efforts to lock the ball in and then get it back inside their forward 50 for a repeat entry. Just took a bit of class from the skipper, Paddy Cripps, to finish off that one. That'll settle the nerves down a little bit, Mick. On a big Friday night, not a lot of these guys have played in massive Friday nights in front of big crowds over the last couple of years from the Blues. Those nerves will just settle a bit now with that first goal.
16 times the ball's been inside the front 50s, both ends, 9 and 7. So it's not without, when you look at the scoreboard, it's not without numbers it's going in. It's just been the cleanness, or the tidiness of going in.
Blues played only one Friday night game last year. Lingy, of course, back in 2018, they were criticised with 4 games on Friday night. They didn't win any of them, so they've had a little bit of a stay away from the Friday night stage as Hewitt gets the centre clearance and a free kick, centre half forward, and Kennedy again given a nudge in a marking contest. He gets up a little hobbled. Now can send Carlton inside 50. He goes deep in the Curnow direction, edged underneath it. Motlop fighting for it, knocked away from him. She rides a heavy bump from Tom McCartan, who picked up the footy, and Motlop just ricocheted off him. He seems to be okay as he's back on his feet. A ball up, forward pocket here for Carlton.
Deep in attack, Cripps doing the ruck work up against Hickey, knock it down to the front. Worked forward by Parker, though, only as far as Fisher. Up against the boundary, 50 out, laser pass. Inboard to Doherty, touched off the boot. Sam Doherty hits the post, just missed to the left-hand side. And he all of a sudden found a way to get forward and become damaging across half-back. The Blues fans are going to ride it all night. Sydney by 3 points, 15 minutes gone.
Blakey short straight down the middle to Parker. Hurried hand pass, O'Riordan chucks it on the boot in the middle of the ground, but Wiedering chops it off. Right on halfway, there's a free kick. It's going Hayward's way. You saw that, Nick?
Yeah, he got grabbed just before contact. He would have made a contest of it, but not marked it. But it's nonetheless, he'd still got grabbed.
Will Hayward takes his time going forward, eventually kicks along to a contest. Wiedering down there, hands to it, no mark. Now he's under the pump. Wicks tackles him along with Bell, takes him to ground. Wiedering kicks it away, ricochets to Sard. Hand pass to Hewitt, who's been busy early. He gives it to Cottrell, taken front on. Got the contact from McDonald as he was falling to ground, and Matthew Cottrell will get the free. Back pocket for Carlton.
Sorry, Corbs. Another example there. They missed Buddy Franklin on a lead at about 50, and Wiedering's just staying right back. As I said earlier, just letting Buddy go. So instead, the long high kick is just going straight to Wiedering and their extra numbers.
Cottrell's long kick towards Charlie Kerner, couldn't take the mark. Owies and Durden combined. Owies at half-back, chips it to Kennedy. Once more he's taken high but takes the mark as Hayward made the body contact. Feeds the hand pass to the run of Sam Walsh. Inside 50, Silvani on a long lead. Paddy McCartan got a hand to it. Silvani keeps it alive. He was taken high. Motlop takes the advantage. Steps out, snaps on goal and misses. The right boot just curled it a fraction too far. The Carlton fans would have loved that. Possibly his second goal in AFL footy. Sydney's lead is cut to 2 points.
Gordon running out of the goal square and then chips short to Lloyd. Who marks at half-back for Sydney. The Swans 2 straight, Carlton 1-4.
Strange how stagnant they are from half-back.
Oh, they aren't they?
They had a run of them. Goulden, flying past, with room to run, would have carried it another 15 or 20 metres and had a kick, but now they're just in this kick mark sort of style.
Blakey short to Parker. Parker kicks it into man on the mark. O'Brien managed to smother the kick on the way through and it ricochets out of bounds. A throw in half forward for the Blues.
I think I'm surprised. I think they might be worried about the second kick where it might be marked. Then it's because they're moving it so slow, that second kick is playing right in the hands of Carlton.
See, the ball hit Mills in the back of the head as he was waiting for it from the shallow boundary throw-in. Maybe not so shallow, but the ruckman were a long way back. And
not a free kick there.
We've got a ball up here.
He did contest it.
So Cripps is going to do the ruck work against Hickey.
Free kick will be given too high as getting down low was Errol Goulden. Taken high by George Hewitt. Hewitt with 8 disposals so far. Blakey with 6 for the Swans, leading possession getters.
It's a good point, Mick.
Well,
he's standing there when the ball lands.
I've seen it played before.
Does it count as a hit-out?
Well, it's a header. Only one game left in the EPL.
Correct.
Gordon to Parker, left half back for the Swans, up towards McDonald, punched away by Wiedering, up to the dog swing, ball in contested area, Mills couldn't take it, Kennedy's in there, Walsh puts his head down, won it for Carlton, hand pass to Stocker, Hewitt tackled tight up against the boundary, eventually off Mills, and O'Brien, it goes out for a boundary throw in. Tim Hodges.
Clinchy, you said it before about the Swans haven't played on big stages, the young Blues haven't played on big stages. There was a moment before when Tom De Koning and Chad Warner, who both have just come on the ground, were both looking around at the stands at how full the place is, and then they caught each other looking. So it was just a cute moment that this is the biggest stage they've ever played in front of.
For the boundary throw in, the Blues win it as Kennedy hand pass to Walsh. He gives it to Stocker, but he kicks a turnover. And Florent takes the intercept mark for Sydney. Backward of the centre circles. Goes long to Franklin. In from the side, McDonald.
Oh, you can see that happening. He set that. He was 15 metres to the outer and watched that ball come in. He didn't take his eyes off it, knowing that the pack was coming in. That's a terrific mark right across the face there. Because you need height to take that. And he just, once you take your legs off the ground, you are vulnerable.
Yeah.
So that was a terrific mark.
You're right, Mick. You need height, you need bravery, and you need skill to execute that mark. And he did not even flinch. Made it look easy.
Logan McDonald, the man they locked up for another 2 years with one already tonight. Logan McDonald, the 20-year-old, a towering pack mark and finishes by banging it through from 50 out. McDonald's got 2. And Sydney's lead grows. They move to 3 straight. Carlton a 1-4. Swans by 8 points as we tick into time on in the opening term.
I know that there was a lot of conjecture over do they pick him, who's there. He's a key forward. He's playing in a weaker competition, kicking goals. Is he going to be able to make it? He spent a lot of time last year, typical Sydney, spending a bit of time in the seconds and learning about the craft and then coming up and going back. What he's done here, he's a foil for Franklin, because Franklin doesn't take those marks, but they all hover around him like bees around honey. He's able to float from the side, and he's kicked his 2 goals because he's been in the perfect position to mark the footy.
Pick 4 in 2020, Logan McDonald is spot on, Mick. We didn't see him after round 13 last year. So he kicked 9 goals from 7 games, and he's already got 2 next to his name tonight. Tim Hodges?
Clinchy, this is an interesting one. Jesse Motlop, the doctors have picked up something. You might remember it, guys. He got hit in the face. They've seen it on the television. They've sent the runner out to bring him off the ground. He's doing a concussion test now, and they've taken him down to the room. So this is a real worry for the Blues so early.
Sydney got the clearance. Papley couldn't take the mark. He does regather. Kicks towards Kennedy, half forward. Couldn't claim it. The Blues are away. Walsh to Kennedy. Beautiful work in the middle of the ground. What a nice sidestep. Works it back to Walsh. Kicks towards Charlie Kerner. Can he knock it clear? Durden's free. Top of the goal square. What a great passage of play from Carlton, straight down the middle. And they're able to answer with Corey Durden, their rising star nominee, finishing the work for the Blues. Sydney's lead is cut to 2 points. Carlton 2-4-16 to the Swans, 3 straight 18.
And they might have a little look at this one. Nick Blakey was immediate in his reaction of touch. Now, I'm not saying players are always truthful, but it was pretty quick that he said that was touch. They'll have a look. That Motlop one, that Jesse Motlop one, was on Tom McCartan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was just a case of one player having excellent technique approaching a contested ball in Tom McCartan, and Jesse Motlop, and being a smaller player, having poor technique. Led with his head.
Yeah, so he basically bent down Tom McCartan to pick up the footy, and Motlop came essentially running into him,
Yep.
and he ran into McCartan.
Yeah,
ran
absolutely.
into his, into
Nothing
his
to answer for there from McCartan, but unfortunately for Motlop, it was a big hit. And Mick's right. That looks like it is touch.
Yeah. Can I just say, Ringy, one of your favourite players and one of my favourite players, that wouldn't have happened without Walsh.
No.
His follow-up work on 2 occasions, one he got it, didn't get it, then got it. He is an exceptional player. I picked him as the Brownlow because you can't go through a full game of football without noticing.
That he's got the rare combination, doesn't he, Mick, of being
Speed.
an elite runner with good speed, but ending up in the right spot nearly every single time. And damaging spots too. He doesn't get junk possessions.
No, he does not.
So behind means Sydney lead it by 7. Blakey from the kick out, long ball to the wing. Heaney can't take the mark, follows up under the pressure from Plowman, kicks across the half-back line. It's dangerous. Strong intercept mark. Well taken by Owies. Hand pass for Carlton away to Chera. 60 from home. Kicks for Carroll in a 2-on-1. No mark. Curnow went without it. Sockers it inadvertently to Cottrell. His hand pass a turnover. Coughs it up as Warner for the Swans. Hands it out to Florin. Off the back flank. Kicks down the city wing. Half volley pick up for Papley. Drops it as he's tackled. Parker socks it down the wing.
Stocker left it for Doherty. Carlton have the numbers. Stocker and Doherty combine. He's able to get around Gordon. Hand pass through traffic to Kennedy. And now Chera's going to retreat all the way back to Sam Doherty. Still on the city wing. Up and under kick. Have a fly at that as Charlie Curnow into Koning's underneath it. It's punched forward. Durden might get onto the end of it. He can get it forward with a chip kick towards Charlie, and he marks on his chest against Tom McCartan. Veers out to the right. Drives it long. He's gone for home. And it won't be stopped. Charlie Curnow with a long-range bomb. And there's no denying Carlton this time. Back to a 1-point ball game. Sydney 3 straight 18 to Carlton 2-5-17. Charlie Curnow showing all his weapons.
That is something pretty special, that. Fighting for the one-on-one mark with Tom McCartan. It was a good mark, like he protected the space. I know he took it on the chest and made it look easy, Mick, but it took a lot to make it look easy. And then the athleticism to just wheel and go whack.
What you saw there, though, Lee, and I know him pretty well. He's a really great family. He's decent. He waited up and knew that the goals were open, and this wasn't just a fluke kick. Yeah. This is, I know I'm good for 50 metres here. They're the sort of ones that just set you up, don't they, really?
7 scoring shots to 3, but it's the Swans who lead it by a point as we close in on quarter time. Crooked bounce in the middle. The Blues win it at the coalface. Hewitt, hand pass to Cripps. He was tackled by Warner. Reed gathers up the drop in it in the tackle. Cripps the 1-2 with De Koning. Now out to Cottrell on the wing. Kicks inside 50. Curnow can't pull it down. Spills to Owies. Tries to give it back to Curnow. Lloyd gets involved and the umpire says, I'll have it. As Curnow locks him up. 20 metres out from the Carlton goal. The lock at end in the opening term. As Laddams hooks it down behind to Mills for the Swans. Hand pass to Heaney and a surge kick out of the defensive arc.
Plowman waits for it to bounce. It bounces in front of him and Franklin sees it out for a boundary throw in on the city wing. Sydney by a point. Interestingly, the Blues lead the inside 50s 13-11. The clearances though, Sydney's way 6-5.
Just on the Swans too, notoriously slow starters. So until last week, they'd only won 2 first quarters all year.
From the throw-in, Laddams one down the tap. Cripps could have been held when not in possession. McInerney, short kick around the wing. Gordon outnumbered. The Blues emerge with it. Stock up to Hewitt. Hard against the boundary, turns it over. Heaney takes the mark in front of Cripps on the wing.
So Heaney looks into the middle of the ground. Here's McDonald with 2 goals already. Marks alongside the centre circles. Big Logan McDonald kicks out for Kennedy. Too much hang time. Young intercepts, knocks it down to Fisher. Wanted a free, won't get it. Swans win it. Bell inside the forward 50. Chips to Patley in the pocket. And the Swans will line up to try and kick number 4. They have been warm, it's fair to say, from the set shots already tonight.
Good play by Bell. Had every right to have a shot then, but just made it an easier shot for Tommy Papley.
Papley snapping across the body, puts that through as well. They're 4 straight from the set shots. And the Swans up to a 7-point buffer. 28-minute mark of the opening term. Sydney 4 straight. Carlton a 2-5. Swans by 7 points.
It's almost the team that builds the speed and gets it in there quick. They're the scoring side. It's when they go slow, both sides. When both sides go slow, inevitably there's a big ball that's punched back and run out or make over the boundary line or a ball up. It's the speed that the difference between these two sides and some of the ones we've seen over the last few weeks. That's the comprehensive difference. Outside of they're smart, but the ball speed is, and the kicking is.
And that's the big one, isn't it? Ball speed. You're not always talking about leg speed.
No, it's ball speed.
Ball speed.
Yeah.
Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. Tom Papley up to 4 goals for the season after a slow start with a hamstring injury. Laddams wins the tap, gets it to Heaney, hand pass to Mills. Warner with the clearance for Sydney up towards half forward. Great mark. Nick Newman, who takes it at centre half back. The former Swan in 2 minds, decides to eventually turn back boundary side towards the broadcast side, and Fisher takes the mark for the Blues. Can work it up to Sam Walsh, who is running hot. Possession number 13 coming up. Hewitt's the next best with 10.
Walsh 31 and 2 last week and 8 score involvements. Got the full 10 from the coaches. Best off field in that game against GWS. He goes short to Carroll. He chips it out wide to Newman. Nick Newman, 31 games with Sydney in his first 2 seasons before the switch to Princes Park. Now in his 4th year as a Blue. He goes back to Wiedering.
And this is just a message from their bench. Just be safe with the ball movement. Only 30-odd seconds to go.
Now long the contest on the wing. De Koning competes. Spells down to Carroll. Deep to Curnow. 1 out the cage. He can't take the mark. He'll get a free. Caught in a tangle deep with Callum Mills. And Curnow wins a free from the mismatch, and he'll shoot here just right of centre from 15 out.
Gee, that's impressive by Carlton. So the bench was telling them, careful ball use, long down the line. As soon as you win that contest long down the line, then it's a chance to go fast.
The seesaw in opening quarter continues. Curnow with 1 after the bell. 2 for Curnow, 2 for McDonald. And just 1 point in it at quarter time. Sydney 4 straight, Carlton a 3-5. The Swans by a point. Friday night footy, and what a start to round 10, Sir Doug Nicholls round. The goal kickers, Logan McDonald has a couple, Papley has 1, Parker has the other for Sydney, while Charlie Curnow up front with 2 first quarter goals for Carlton and 1 for Patrick Cripps. Sydney, for just the 4th time this year, they lead at quarter time with the slimmest margin. It's the Swans by just 1. 4 straight, they lead Carlton 3-5 on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Paddy McCartan drives it deep inside 50, and Luke Parker takes the mark, left forward pocket for Sydney to start round 10 with a goal. Luke Parker gets us going.
To Wicks, who marks it right half forward. He's still 70 metres out from home though. McDonald comes on the lead and he's got too much speed for Plowman. He marks out in front of his eyes, slightly right of centre. He'll shoot from 40 metres out. out. It's all from Western Australia. Looking to cement his spot inside. Sydney's best 22 comes in, lights it straight off the boot. And the Swans kick the opening 2 goals of the match. And drive the kick inside 50. Charlie Curno's there. Silvani in the back as well. He gets to the back. Durden. Hand pass to Cripps. The captain steers through the first.
Logan McDonald. And they locked up for another 2 years with one already tonight. Logan McDonald, the 20-year-old, a towering pack mark and finishes by banging it through from 50 out.
Durden might get on the end of it. He can get it forward with a chip kick towards Charlie and he marks on his chest against Tom McCartan. Peers out to the right. Drives it long. He's gone behind and it won't be stopped.
Swans win it. Bell inside the forward 50. Chips to Papley in the pocket. Papley snapping across the body. Puts that through as well. The seesaw in opening quarter continues. Curnow with one after the bell.
The Sir Doug Nichols Round.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Carlton with twice as many scoring shots in the opening term at Sydney by a point at quarter time. 24 plays 23 after 1 at Docklands. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, any update on Jesse Motlop?
Yes, Corbin. Well, just the moment that was captured by the doctors saw the incident. They watched it on replay. They sent the runner out to him to get him off the ground. He came off the ground and it clearly wasn't his rotation, so he was wondering why he was off. They showed him the incident and then they took him straight down the rooms for a concussion test. It was over 10 minutes, so it's always interesting to watch the medical sub, and Brodie Kemp went out at quarter time and thought, well, with 10 minutes, I'm a very good chance. So he's done a full warm-up. The unfortunate thing for him, but the fortunate thing for the Blues, is Jesse Motlop has emerged from the rooms and he looks good to go. So I think they'll have to just wait the 20 minutes out for his concussion test to go through and he will return to the field. So good news of sorts for the Blues, not so much for Brodie Kemp.
Thanks, Hodgie. Good news for Jesse Motlop. Swans by 1. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Lingy, I know you've been looking at the stats, but if I just hit you with the Blues have had 36 more possessions and have gone in only 2 more times. That's to me, it's a contrast to both sides, but remarkably, if I said to you about contested possessions, generally they're around about even when you've got sides like this. Carlton 19 in front.
Plus 9, I almost fell over when I checked that, Mick. Plus 19. Sydney never get beaten by that much in a quarter. Now,
I'm going to say right now, if nothing changes, I don't care what the scoreboard's saying now, Carlton will win this hands down.
Oh, absolutely. But it's... Can I throw one at you? Mm-hmm. This is just a strange little one, because I'm with you. Carlton, the way they're winning the ball, the way they're getting it there, it'll mount up to and be too much. They've only laid 3 tackles, Carlton. And all of those 3 tackles have been inside their forward 50. So they have not laid a tackle outside their forward 50 arc in an entire quarter of football. Is that even possible?
Well, it's quite remarkable.
Am I reading the wrong stats there? Because I feel like that can't be right.
Well, I'm looking at the marks, and I'm seeing Sydney 33. So you take 33 off the 81 possessions, of which, of those 81 possessions, 50 odd were kicks. So you can't tackle a bloke that's getting marked.
No.
So when you have a look at some of the kicking, and some of the kicking skills have been a bit patchy early, but outstanding with Blakey and these sort of players. From backline through to top end of backline, fail a little. Well, they found targets in their forward line, but not a lot of them. So it doesn't give you a chance to tackle. But that's a remarkable figure, given the stoppages are currently in favour of the Swans as well. So you'd suspect that, and there's not many, 8 and 5. So there's not a lot of stoppages. That's not a lot of stoppages.
No.
13.
What I would say, sorry to interrupt, is. If with so few tackles, you would normally question their intent and their intensity around the ball. But they're plus 19 in contested possessions. So maybe it's simply a case of they've been so good in the contest.
At getting it.
In those other situations where they might normally have laid a tackle. They just haven't needed to.
No. Because there hasn't been a lot of stoppages, really, when you analyse that. And it's, like the roof's up and there's not a lot of dew on the ground. And no, it's quite remarkable looking at stats. That's one thing it does tell you. Don't rely on stats to say who's going to win a game of footy.
But I do agree with you. If it continues plus 19 in contested possessions, Carlton will run away with this one by a mile.
Yeah, so that's got to change. Sydney, can they change that? I'm not sure they can change that.
Swans 5 points, second term underway. DeConey wins the head out down to Cripps. Hand pass to Hewitt, who just tumbles a kick out to half forward, chopped off though by Kennedy. He links up by hand with Florent, kicks down the boundary line, and Hayward can't control it, ends up out of play. And a boundary throw-in on the wing off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Cam, the number 1 truckie from Melbourne. He asked the guys who they think has the best chance of winning the premiership, Carlton or Sydney.
I think they're both, well, their ladder position says this as well, both right on even keel.
Oh, Lingy.
No, I like both these teams very much.
One was 51 and the other one was 49. Are you leaning one way or the other?
This year or within the next 3 years?
Let's say this year.
Oh. This year probably more... Oh, no, that's a genuine toss of the coin course.
Carlton at half back through Walsh. I'll let you think of that.
You throw Harry Mackay back into this team. I'm not saying Carlton can't win it.
I'd say Carlton.
Yeah.
I reckon they're just a tad in front of Sydney with a full side. So I reckon those two big forwards, they're as good as anyone going around, and there's been some good forwards.
Tom McCartan with a good spoil for Sydney.
Don't
ask him his election prediction.
Sorry, guys.
But can I also add on? I did pick Essendon as a premiers.
Yeah,
so how do I measure up there, Corb?
But you had Walsh for the Brownlows.
I did.
And here he is on cue, getting a free kick for a hole. Goes short to Kennedy for the Blues. Deep inside 50. Charlie Curno's there. Tom McCartan in front. Still a chance. Durden runs onto it. Kicks it end over end and bounces it through. Textbook crumbing small forward. Corey Durden. What a great start to his AFL career he's having in his second season. Up to 8 goals for the year, and Carlton are in front for the first time since they kicked the opening 2 behinds of the match.
He's so dangerous.
4-5-29 to the Swans, 4 straight 24. It took just 2 minutes into the second quarter.
Well, he is seriously dangerous because he got one taken off him, which was legitimate. It was touched, so that's a point. But he knows where the goals are, and that finish is one of. It's not arrogance. It's just knowledge. I can do this. I can actually kick it along the ground, and I know how to crumb it. I know how to get through here, and I can actually finish it off.
And he knows exactly where his bread is going to be buttered. At the feet of Charlie Curnow.
Wouldn't you get around him and
Harry McCall.
Blues back in front, back at the centre bounce. Sydney win it this time though as Warner. Hand pass to Parker. His handball back into dispute. Now Parker's locked up in a heavy tackle. Boy, some tough stuff in the middle of the ground, and the umpire says ball up. Doherty coming off the square to lend a hand.
Luke Parker might... he'll need to get a lot of the hard football, which he does anyway.
The Blues by 5 points. Warner from the coalface kicks out to half forward. Inadvertently socked away by the Swans and into the path of Sard. Back the other way go the Blues. Short kick to Kennedy.
He looks to turn back out to the Dogs side, City side. Kicks it over the head of Hewitt, and the mark is taken by Fisher.
Gee, that's a good sign. Adam Sard was going to go for the 1-2 then get it back and said, no, don't give it to me. I wasn't running into a good position.
Fisher rolls the dice with a kick in the middle of the ground. Kennedy took the mark, was carried into by Laddams high. Long towards Charlie Curnow. He's got it. There's no stopping him. As Tom McCartan finds himself the unlucky individual in the one-on-one wrestle, just metres out from the goal square.
I don't know whether it's I'm now looking at it, it's not a good matchup because he hasn't got the strength. I've got a feeling that Paddy may have to do that because most of the stuff is in the air. He's taking good marks, so I think that Paddy's probably stronger. It's no use waiting until half-time until Charlie's got 4 goals or 5 goals up. The game will be done.
The Blues have bought their time with him. And is he delivering right now? Charlie Curnow puts through his third. He's kicked 3 of the last 5 goals of the match, and he's threatened to rip this game apart. The Blues by 11 points. 5-5-35 to Sydney, 4 straight 24. Carlton are out by 11 points with the opening 2 goals in the second quarter, which is just 4 minutes old.
Mick, I love watching Charlie Curnow play. I'm not sure I love that battle though, Mick, where it's Charlie Curnow's a Geelong College boy and Tommy McCartan's a St Joey's boy from Geelong. I don't like it falling to the Geelong College winning each time.
No, not at all, because I've got my grandson at St Joey's, so I'm with you. But what do you reckon about the move there? Sometimes you say, "Oh, we'll give him a chance to do it," but he's been done over too many times already. So, that mark there, he's protected the ball on two very good occasions and kicked goals from both.
Last three for the Blues. It's their biggest lead of the night, up by 11 points. In the middle of the ground, they win it here through Hewitt. Hand pass out to Doherty on the wing. Kicks wide for Owies. Trying to zigzag his way around Paddy McCartney. Goes short. And Jack Carroll in number 16 takes the mark, the boy from Eshremount. And a left footer can send Carlton deep inside the forward 50. Curnow and DeConing down there. They both compete. Spills to Parker. Hooks it across the body out of the defensive 50. McDonald creates a contest down to Wicks. He's run down. And Lockie O'Brien just got him from behind. And a free kick for O'Brien. And the Blues can go back inside 50. He's got it at that launch pad, 70 out at left half forward.
He's fought his way to get back inside Carlton's best side on the wing. Kicks inside 50. Cripps on the lead. Couldn't take the mark. Warner brought it down. Kennedy involved trying to fend off Parker. They two scrap for the footy. Now Kennedy becomes the tackler on Parker. DeConing kicks to the goal mouth. Charlie Curnow's marked on his chest, but it's coming back. Chirrup was down, and it's going to be Matt Kennedy who was down here, and Parker continued even after the footy had left.
There's a couple of matchups. Paddy McCartney is picking up Owies, and it just does not gel.
I like that about Carlton, though. They've got Owies and Durden deep, which is forcing Paddy McCartney onto Owies.
Too far up.
Dane Rampy onto Durden.
Yeah. So they're right away from Curnow.
So Matthew Kennedy in the left forward pocket, involved of 6 of Carlton's scores already tonight, and now he's kicking a goal himself. And the Blues are streaming clear in this second quarter. It's an all-out assault. 3 goals in 6 minutes, and they lead by 17 points. 6-5-41 to the Swans, 4 straight 24. Matthew Kennedy's on the board.
Mick, we were talking at quarter time that the stats weren't making total sense. Now they're starting to make sense.
Yeah.
That domination around the ball by Carlton, and in particular their midfielders, is now causing the avalanche of goals. Getting the ball into that forward line quick. That forward line is really well constructed at the moment, as we were just talking about. Smaller players forcing Paddy McCartney and Rampy to be really accountable, and leaves Charlie Curnow one out with his opponent.
Yeah,
this has been impressive.
Well coached and well worked out. That's what I say about Paddy McCartney. Paddy really is getting run around and being incidental. He's got to either forget his man or stand and double team Curnow.
He's on Motlop now.
Carlton by 21. DeConing in the middle wins the head out down to Chera. Hand pass back to DeConing. He's going to go himself with an ugly left footer inside 50, and Lloyd takes the intercept mark half back for Sydney. It's a sellout tonight, 50,000 in at Docklands, and this is what they came for, a blitz from the Blues. They've kicked the last 4 either side of quarter time to now lead by 21 points. Lloyd short to Paddy McCartney. He's closed down, and Durden with the smother moving in from the mark as he was told to play on. The ball ricochets out of bounds. And they force it deep inside their attacking half. A boundary throw in, 60 out from the Carlton goal.
Just too slow moving, Sydney. Really haven't had the ball inside the front 50 at all this quarter.
Carlton by 17 points, thrown back in. Laddams wins down the tap. There's no room to move, though, as the tackle's laid by George Hewitt, and Mills has the footy locked to his chest. So 7 score involvements for Matthew Kennedy. Durden and Charlie Curnow with 5 for the Blues. As Laddams wins down the tap. Sharked once more by Walsh, gets it out to Chera. Squeeze the king inside 50 on the bounce for Motlop. McInerney got in the middle, dragged down by Doherty. Motlop shovels a hand pass forward. The Lizards there. Blakey's tackle brought down. Gets the hand pass to Lloyd. Trying to find a way out as Rampy, almost brought down by Carroll. Gets the hand pass back to Laddams. And now Warner on half back for Sydney.
Goes on a bit of a run, has a bounce, and then takes on Nick Newman. Sweeping hand pass is too late. He's called for running too far, and a free kick for Carlton, and now 50. So Nick Newman, he's gone off the mark and told to play on, trying to take the 50. Drives it deep forward. Curnow's been held. Curnow will get another free inside 50 in the tangle with Tom McCartney. And Charlie up front has a chance to go back and make it 4 before the 10-minute mark of the second term.
Yeah, so Sydney can't get players back there quick enough.
Yeah.
So what happens, the man grabs him, and he has grabbed him, regardless of whether he's...
So Curnow on his way in for 4. The Charlie Curnow show now showing. 4 and counting. And we just reached the 10-minute mark of the second quarter. Carlton 7-5-47. Sydney 4 straight 24. It's out to 23 Carlton's way. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
It's fascinating, Corbin, watching John Longmire, his coaching from the bench. Just one for Mick. Like, Mick was an animated coach. John Longmire in the box is an animated coach. It's killing him trying to be cool and calm and collected. He's got the headphones on, so the box would be yelling at him. He's trying not to yell at his players, but you could tell it's eating him up inside. How difficult must this be, Mick?
Well, it's not that difficult. When you know a bloke's kicked 4 goals, you haven't been able to touch the ball in the centre, so you've got to stop the ball in the centre, but also rearrange your back line, because at the moment they're going to kill one of the McCartan's confidence totally.
Rampy's gone there now, Mick.
7 inside 50s to none. Carlton's way. Cheras half pass to Cripps to half forward. McInerney dumped in a tackle by Walsh. And the umpire will ball it up 50 metres out from Carlton's goal. It's all one-way traffic at the moment. Thrown up. Cripps does the ruck work himself. Gets it down to Hewitt. Squeeze the kick inside 50. Gordon back with the flight, not 15. He's dumped to the turf by Owies, and the umpire will throw it up 40 metres out from Carlton's goal. They've kicked 4 goals in 10 minutes. And all of a sudden they lead by 23.
Laddams grabs it out of the ruck under pressure. Hand pass, coughs it up. Centre half forward for the Blues. Durden to Cripps to Hewitt. Hand pass to Motlop. Chucks it on the boot. Another one. Motlop, his first goal in front of his home fans. And the second game, teenager for Carlton, Jesse Motlop, gets in on the act. Carlton now by 29 points. The Blues 8-5-53. Sydney stagnant. 4 straight 24, and this is slipping away from them right now. 12-minute mark, second term.
Mick, you and I both looked at the exact same thing there. Contested possessions we spoke about at quarter time. Carlton were plus 19. Expecting a response from the Swans. Yeah. Carlton are plus 8 in this quarter.
plus 8 and 8-0 inside 50s. So, and it was all that contested football. It's not a matter of being 4 or nearly 5 goals in front. It's 13 shots to 4. I mean, that's another stat. That's absolute domination.
Hickey one down the tap, but Hewitt got the clearance. Hand pass to Walsh. Here go the Carlton train again. Hand pass to Cripps, streaming out of the centre square. Long kick inside 50. Owies is there. Tom McCartan comes out, spoils the ball away towards Heaney at half-back. He arches the back and runs away from a few tacklers. Kicks up to the wing towards McDonald. Just clear it for the moment. Plowman, great tackle. Footy locked underneath them, and the umpire will throw it up. Finally, the Sydney defenders get a breather. Carlton by 29 points.
They've essentially kicked 6 goals in 13 minutes, Carlton, having kicked one after the siren at quarter time, and now 5 out of the gates to start the second. Hickey grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass ends up out of play. Throw in City win.
So Hayward's gone back just to try and offer some support, a loose in defence.
Disposals again at plus 20 already on top of the 36, so 56 more possessions so far in this game.
Hickey wins it down. Heaney in the middle of all of that, drives it deep to Franklin, slips through to Logan McDonald, chucks it on the boot, one completely against the trend. Logan McDonald with his third. And boy, did Sydney need that. Carlton's lead cut to 23, 14 minutes into the second term. The Swans' efficiency going forward continues. They're 5 straight. Carlton are 8-5. Blues by 23. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse.
She's impressive. Mick, we spoke about his marking prowess in that first quarter, but that was smart there at ground level under a lot of pressure to get the kick away. So the Swans, Isaac Heaney's playing a lot more midfield time than I reckon ultimately John Longmire would want. Wants him as a forward half player and high impact on the scoreboard, high impact with his possessions. But that would be just the sheer doubt of playing against this Carlton midfield. We need an extra quality number in there.
Yeah, they haven't got it. McDonald got that goal because 2 Carlton players went to Buddy, but Buddy still attracts attention, and by 2 going to him, that gave McDonald just that little hint of room.
Back in the middle, Hickey got the tap, almost a clearance to Papley. He fumbled it and diving down low, got Walsh below the knees. He's a bit ginger, feeds the hand pass to Sard, streaming on a half-back, kicks up to Cripps, sells some candy around Mills, from 50, won't have to purchase onto it. Silvani's there, Owies as well, front and centre, beautifully rowed by Florent, kicks up towards Hayward at half-back, he gathers the footy down low, and under pressure, Gordon puts it out on the full. Hand up, an apology to Bell, but it's going to be coming back as Plowman takes the free kick.
Yeah, complete domination at the moment. Everything they're doing better, whether it be clearance, whether it be tackling, whether it be running, making the most of forward line.
Blues by 23 points. He kicks it deep inside 50. They come from all directions. Slips through to Owies. He hooks a kick to the top of the goal square. Big climb, Cottrell down to Motlop as he kicked it over his head right to the goal line. It's helped through. Tried something special, the teenager Jesse Motlop to the top of the goal square. Not quite on this occasion. Carlton 8-6. His second quarter demolition continuing. Sydney 5 straight. Blues by 4 goals with all the momentum 16 minutes into the second term.
Blakey straight down the middle with a long kick. Parker in front, flies for it. Wiedering spoils it down straight to Kennedy. A worm burner inside 50. Motlop got it to Owies. Back to Motlop. Flying shot on goal. He just couldn't control it. As it goes out to the right for a minor score. Carlton by 25 points at the 16-minute mark of the second term.
15 shots at goal to 5.
Yeah. 1-3 for Jesse Motlop.
Got a blood rule here too, I think. Is that Zach Fisher coming from the ground?
Here he comes.
I don't know how reliable these stats are, Lingy, where it's got efficiencies, kicking efficiencies, 73% to 48 Carlton's way. I haven't seen any indicator that Sydney are giving the ball up. They're just not getting it.
Yeah.
Fisher, blood coming from his nose. Curnow into the game again, so I'm not sure that stoppage is going to help the Swans with Curnow, who's got 4 and on a heater back on the ground. Blakey exiting from the kick out, but he's turned it over. Stock at the intercept mark. Hand pass to Cottrell. Kicks it to 4 Swans. Tom McCartan drops one he should have taken. He's onto it. Locked up by Lloyd. Forward pocket for Carlton. Umpire says, I'll have it.
And unfortunately, that's just a sign of what Charlie Curnow's done to Tom McCartan. He's now just doubting himself. Spilt that mark then that he easily should have taken.
Saying he may have, Luke Parker to Dylan Shield may have just shrugged it.
I'll just say he just dropped it.
Hickey knocks it down to Mills. Sard one direction. Coming the other was Wicks. Eventually a kick inside 50. And Motlop on the lead receives it from Carroll. What a start to his career Jesse Motlop is having. He's having his 5th shot on goal. He's got it to Newman. Long to the goal mouth. You wouldn't believe it. Charlie Curnow's at the back. And he's kicked his 5th. They're coming in all different ways and he couldn't believe it. As he just popped it through on the goal mouth. The most dangerous player on the ground. And Carlton kicked their 6th goal of the quarter. They lead by 31 points. 9-7-61 to the Swans. 5 straight 30. 18 minutes gone. Second term on ABC Sport.
When you start to get nervous, all sorts of things go through your mind. There's 4 Swans, 3 in front of the pack. Heaney 3 up. Heaney in front, no one behind. Curnow steps behind. He's got, between him and the goal mouth is fresh air. So that is a worry in the mind. They've shot the bits.
And again, Tom McCartan, I don't want to just lock in on him. When he's playing free and proactive, he launches at that and punches it 20 metres further in.
Yeah.
Instead, he was half in between, spilled over the back to his opponent, goal.
Carlton by 31 points, so they've doubled Sydney's score. In the middle, Chera run down by Warner, holding the ball. And free kick for Warner. As he untangles himself from Adam Chera, gets back to his feet, plays on immediately. Now Chera's out to get him. Motlop lends a hand, trickles a kick to the attacking edge of the centre square. Kennedy for the Swans. Hand pass out to Goulden, the left footer, down to another one in McDonald, who flies for it. He's going to get the free. Had his arms chopped out wide at half forward.
He's the only one who looks like it at the moment. Every other kick is under pressure for the Swans.
Man on the marks, 50 from home. McDonald way up against the fence. He opens up the angle, looks for Franklin, lays it up. No mark, spills through to Hickey. Sard tackles him to the ground. And a ball up 15 metres out from the Swans' goal. They have been efficient going inside 50. They're 5 straight. Carlton are 9-7.
Just the 2 disposals for Lance Franklin. Hickey taps it down. Walsh, hand pass straight to Kennedy of Sydney though. Quick hand pass, O'Rin. Free kick going the Blues way. A push in the back. Papley was hopeful it might have been a Sydney free kick. He put his hand straight up. It's coming back to Walsh. 30 metres out from his defensive goal. Short to Sard in the left back pocket. He works it up to Doherty. Sam Walsh up to 19 disposals in the match before half-time. Charlie Curnow has 5. Doherty short to Young, not 15, into the corridor. Kicks up the outside of his foot. Turns it over. Papley takes the mark. He's right on 50. He wants to give it off. Kicks into the corridor. Good vision. Hayward takes the mark. Knew the distance was probably just beyond him, Tom Papley, and Hayward had the height advantage pushing forward.
I reckon Buddy Franklin must be thinking, I have made probably 30 leads and have not got one kicked anywhere near. In fact, the only one that was kicked near him was in the air, and it's impossible for him to mark over his head with Wiedering and these sort of blokes down there. So I think Sydney need to open up their vision a bit.
Hayward's been a goal scorer this year. Goals in 8 of his 9 matches so far. And don't Sydney need it now. Directly in front, 30 metres out. He starts the climb back. An important goal for the Swans. Cuts the margin back to 25 points Carlton's way. 9-7-61 to the Swans, 6 straight 36. The Swans able to punish the Blues for the turnover.
They were. It was hard work still. But Mick, you're right. The funny thing about watching Buddy is, so the times where they dump it on his head and it's a bailout kick, it's not a smart option to go to him.
No.
But those ones, and I'm with you, probably 29 other times, he's had probably a 10 or 12 metre break on Wiedering, because Wiedering is letting him go on the lead a little bit to read the high kick. They've just got to start honouring that lead, and then that will draw out Wiedering, and some of that Carlton structure might also end up with a couple of goals to the great Buddy Franklin.
Back in the middle, 25 points Carlton's lead. De Koning down to Hewitt, who's had a bit of it as he sends a high left footer to centre half forward. Carroll stands underneath it and will get the free.
Oh, that's so reactive. Is that Jake Lloyd who did that? Yeah. He just wasn't prepared to go at the ball himself. It was a high nothing kick, and instead he just took up the position behind, gave him the big cuddle, and that's one of the triggers the umpires looks for. If you wrap your arms around the waist or you grab at the jumper and they see that sail, they'll pay it every single time. It's a bad free kick to give away.
He's dead in front. He'll kick from 50 out at true centre half forward. The left footer, Jack Carroll, is off target. It's still alive on the behind line and falls into the lap of Isaac Heaney, who can just clear defensive 50, goes to Wicks and a 1-on-3, and Sard goes up over Wicks and takes the intercept mark in that launch pad 70 out and half forward for Carlton.
15-2, the inside 50s in this second quarter, about to be 16 as he works around Wicks on the mark. Sard into the pocket. De Koning takes the mark hard against the boundary.
Smart play, just looking for the teammate. It's clearest. It's a difficult shot for goal, but they've got the ball in their hands, Carlton, and that's what they've been able to do, is to find the right target. It's putting Sydney's backline under massive pressure, and they're not coping.
He starts up against the fence amongst the Carlton fans, veers out to the left. It's not a bad kick. How about that from the young, exciting ruckman? Nothing but raw talent. They're swatting them from everywhere. Carlton back out by 31 points. 10-7-67 to the Swans, 6 straight 36, and on a night where he's facing Tom Hickey and Peter Laddams, a goal from Tom De Koning against the boundary highlights his potential.
Well, 7 goals, Lingy. Like it's only 2/3 way through the quarter.
Yeah, but what about the excitement of the Carlton tall young player? Well, they're not that young anymore, but you know, Wiedering at one end, De Koning in the middle. And then we've been talking about Curnow and Mackay.
Mackay's in the upper
ahead of them.
Yeah, Mackay's in the upper stand. You just imagine, and but most importantly, you've got Walsh in the middle.
Yes. Walsh, Cripps, bring in Chera, bring in Hewitt. O'Brien's starting to play an important role in the wing.
Walsh with 19, Hewitt with 16 up against his old team for the first time. Carlton by 31 on the scoreboard. Hickey with the hit out down to Parker. Links up with Papley. Long kick inside 50. Wiedering knocks it away from Buddy. Down to Beldo under pressure for the Swans. His hand pass back into dispute. Hewitt extracts it for Carlton. They win it at the coalface as they've done all night. Cottrell out to Wiedering. He's kicked wide. And the mark taken up against the boundary line by Jack Carroll. One of 2 teenagers out there for the Blues. That long drop punt all the way down the city wing. Silvani, the target, slips out the back and off the hands of O'Riordan and out of play. So a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Carlton. They have dominated this second term with a devastating performance. They've kicked 7 goals to 2.
But he's not Warwick Kappa. He's not Plugger. They keep putting on his head. Wiedering's going to be second best on the ground.
Cripps tried to take it out of the ruck. He was tackled by Hickey, but he fell into his back. And the Carlton captain will take it at right half forward for the Blues. 7 goals, 2 to 2 straight in an electric second quarter. Cripps long, deep, all eyes on Charlie Curnow. Can't take the mark. O'Riordan knocked it back towards the goal mouth. Owies is stripped of it. Florence stumped of it. It comes to Fisher, jams it on the boot, and it's an 8th goal. 8 goals in this second quarter. Carlton are simply unstoppable at the moment. And the margin continues to balloon. The Blues 11-7-73 to Sydney 6 straight 36. 37 points as the Carlton lead at the 25-minute mark of the second term.
Would this be one of the? This would have to be close to the highest halftime score this year, wouldn't it? Certainly by Carlton. Outside of sides that have given a couple of bottom sides floggings, this would be.
I reckon they had 12 goals against the Western Bulldogs from memory.
So Carlton against Port Adelaide were 12-6, so that was 78 there, and against the Dogs they were 12-4.
What that tells you, this is the way they play. They play aggressive football. They play when that ball hits the forward line. They are more than likely to be able to score from it.
And scoring is intimidating. Physical pressure, great at the contest. You need all of that. If you're playing against a team that can pile the goals on, it's nerve-wracking.
Laddams wins the head out down to Parker, is locked up straight away. Different setting for Luke Parker and the Swans tonight. A soft kill against Essendon last week, and they've got a fight-up Carlton tonight. Hurried kick forward from Warner to centre half forward. Hurdling one is Gordon, wanting to get back on his left peg. Swings a kick across the body goalward. McDonald deep along with Young, and they find the safety of the boundary line. The Carlton defenders will have a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Swans. So their first 14 inside 50s Carlton, they kicked 6 straight, so they were incredibly efficient when they did go forward. This is only their 16th entry tonight.
Silvani in a tangle with Laddams. No whistle in the ruck battle. Heaney has the footy locked to his chest. The umpire waits a few moments. He's going to penalise him. He's right on the bottom of the pack. Carlton will take the free kick. Tim Hodges.
No, just if you're looking for Buddy there, I was just letting you guys know he's sitting on the bench having a break. I'm not sure why you'd bring him off now, but just close to half-time, but he's on the bench.
Just a couple of disposals in the match for number 23.
Well, he's been horrible. Just put it that way, Tim. In case, I know it's hard to see down there.
Still got more of a quarter to go on the game clock. So even though we're up to 28 minutes, there's still 5.5 minutes of game time remaining.
Yeah.
Wiedering long out of defence. It comes away Sydney and Laddams off balance. High kick inside 50. McDonald flies, brought into the front. Gordon beautifully crumbing, but he's locked up. Matt Kennedy's on him as quick as a flash. As is Carlton on everything at the moment. The Blues by 37 points.
8 goals to 2 in the quarter already. From the restart, no clean possession. O'Brien and Bell fighting for it. The ump calls for it again. Centre half forward for the Swans. Carlton by 37 points. Up it goes. Silvani pushes it straight down to Warner. Kicks across the half forward line. Kennedy got a hand to it. Hand pass away to Gordon under pressure from Saad. Chucks it on the boot at the drop. Hickey dropped one he should have taken. Got hands to it and then tackles Wiedering without the footy. And a free kick for Carlton in their defensive 50. And Jacob Wiedering in all Australian form will take the free. Goes short to Saad at half back. Carlton just a dominant second term here. 8 goals to 2. They lead the game by 37 as we close in on half time.
Saad called to play on. Chips it over the top. Doherty coming the other way was Kennedy. And Doherty's been crashed into high, and there's players coming from everywhere to remonstrate.
And Josh Kennedy went to grab his hamstring immediately, so they both look hurt in that. Right. The concern for Doherty, as you said, Clenchy, is not just the collision in the air, but also with his back of his head smacking off the ground as he came down.
Warner and Stocker are into each other, but most of the Carlton players are around Sam Doherty, who's slowly getting to his feet. So there's going to be a blood rule. And, yeah, Josh Kennedy is hobbling. So that looks like a hamstring, and it's going to be a 50-metre penalty for the Blues, which will take them from half back to half forward.
How is it a 50-metre penalty if it wasn't a mark paid? And then the late hit.
Well, I guess the free kick is for high contact. The 50-metre penalty might be for the wrestle that took place off the ball, would be my only guess.
Which Carlton probably instigated.
Umpires flinch with a violent collision and just make up stuff. It wasn't a mark. It was a free kick. pay it, and get on with the game.
Well,
Chad Warner was right in the middle of it. That was the only player. A trainer and a dock on either side for Josh Kennedy. He's slowly making his way from the ground. So it looks like night done for him.
How's this reaction to cheers for Doherty and now the jeers for Kennedy, who's getting helped off with two trainers having done his string?
Fisher took the free kick, hand pass to Saad, Carlton into attack once more, brought down from Rampy, got it to Laddams under pressure, hand pass, toe poke from Owies, it's touched. And a minor score. 8 goals, 3 in this second quarter. Sydney Swans two straight. Carlton lead by 38 points at the half-an-hour mark of the second term.
Hodgie, you don't often hear an injured player getting jeered as he comes up the ground with the trainers.
No, that wasn't great, was it? Braden Campbell has been told to warm up. Josh Kennedy has also already been subbed out of this game. So that's a nasty, nasty right hamstring. When they're that high and they're in that much pain coming off the ground, having to basically be lifted up to take on off the ground, you just worry if that could be a season ender, maybe a career ender for Josh Kennedy.
Only 11 games away from 300. Looking doubtful at the moment for Josh Kennedy. Carlton with the footy at half-back, and it's Hewitt with it. Hand pass to Walsh. Hand pass away to Fisher. A little casual. He's mowed down. Great chase down tackle from the big man in Pete Laddams. Lays off a hand pass to Warner. He dishes it off to Hayward under pressure. 60 out at half forward. Pokes the kick inside 50, and McInerney cleverly just leaves it for the big Butler as Franklin floats through and takes the chest back. Right half forward, 45 out.
You're right. McInerney just left it for him. McInerney's a beautiful kick of the footy. Would have it the distance easily, but just knew that voice calling him out of that one. And Lance says so. You jump out of the way.
19 shots to 6. It's quite extraordinary.
It's been impressive.
It's been a smashing.
The 20-year-old Braden Campbell ready to come on. Number 16 down below, subbed in for Josh Kennedy, is out with a hamstring tear. Here's Lance Franklin. Emphasis on the K. Through it goes. Sydney are 7 straight. But they're well down in the game. Carlton 11-8-74. It's the Blues by 32 points as many minutes travelled in the second term. Grandstand AFL, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, I'm going to say something about the +1, the interchange, or the, what do you call it, the medical sub. This is where it's nonsense. I can understand if there's concussion, even if it's testing, that player can go on for that 20 minutes, and he might stay on. But for an injury, this is what coaching's all about. You learn to coach with 3 on the bench as opposed to 4, and it's all nonsense now because we know that Kennedy's not going to come back on, but he's able to be replaced. I just think it just doesn't allow the coach to coach under those circumstances. So I'll make that statement right now.
Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport. DeConey wins down the tap. Got it to Cripps. Pinched by Warner, though, for Sydney. High kick inside 50. Franklin underneath it. He tried to work his way to the back, and Wiedering takes the intercepting mark for Carlton. Held his ground. Short to Stocker. Has to get around Papley. Retreats back to Wiedering. Got an awkward bounce. Now McDonald puts the tackle on him. He's wise enough to get it back to Young. Jams it onto the boot. Hewitt flies from behind against Warner. Spoils it down. Now he's tackled. Retreats back by hand. Newman lost it. A chance for Wicks. Hand pass to Blakey. Back to Warner. Footy locked to his chest. He's locked up by Sam Walsh. Blues by 32 points.
Is that not what we want, Mick? We've seen the coaches have such an influence for such a long time. Do we want the players to decide it more? Even though you're one of the best coaches to have ever done it?
No, well, it's not. It's the players. You still got 21 players. You don't need, like it's.
So it's too outweighted. Is that what you're saying?
It's too.
It takes the coach out of it too.
It takes another one out of it. Like 666 takes you out. Number of times the runners out there takes you out.
Carlton by 32 points. Ball up half forward for the Swans. Laddam squeezes a kick forward. Sard off half back. Kicks down the wing. Durden makes a contest. Spills down to Fisher. Kicks Carlton to Curnow. And Curnow takes the mark up in the front half.
Paddy McCartan copped a big, was it knee in the back?
Yeah. I think it was Durden who brought the ball to ground, and now Curnow kicks it deep inside 50. They come from all directions in the pocket. Slips down towards Walsh. Hand pass to the top of the goal square. Oh, clattered high was Durden. It was Laddams in the other direction, and Durden's getting the free. 20 out, straight in front.
Well, that's going to be one of the most ridiculous free kicks you'd see.
There are sore bodies everywhere. As Blakey's down, Paddy McCartan's down, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, so Paddy McCartan has waved the trainers off, and then they've looked up and realised that Blakey is in more need And then there's Kennedy, who's on the bench, who they've offered to go down to the rooms to get out of the place, basically because he's heartbroken. He can't actually move, so they're talking about maybe getting the little medical cut.
Durden stabs at the drop punt, sneaks it through. And the Blues' second quarter blitz continues. That's 9 in the turn. A second for Corey Durden. Carlton 12-8-80 to Sydney 7 straight 42. That is 20 scoring shots to 7. 36 minutes travelled in the second term. Grandstand AFL, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, there's carnage all over the place. We've seen players go down. I'm just looking Blakey come up. Blakey's kicking power is fantastic, but his defensive work has been pretty ordinary. I'm just suggesting that he might go to a wing and see whether, if he's able to get back on the ground, see whether he can get the ball in, because their kicking inside to the front 50 has been horrible. But that free kick, though, by Laddams was shocking as well.
Can I just say something? This is only a picky little thing. They let Braden Campbell just run onto the ground there when Nick Blakey was about 20 metres away from the line. It wasn't a blood rule where you're allowed to do that.
Did he take
it? It was an interchange. You're not...
To Koning out of the middle, kicks inside 50. Awkward one for Tom McCartan, couldn't take the mark. Durden's looking, searching for his third. Hand pass to Charlie Curnow, searching for his sixth. Hand pass to Fisher, he's done. Paddy McCartan lays the tackle, holding the footy.
Sorry, you can't just pick and choose when you implement rules.
No.
So a player can't replace another player until they've crossed that line, or it's a blood rule where you can enter the field. They just waved Braden Campbell on then and said, no, that's fine, go on. Nick Blakey's hobbling off, but he's still 25 metres from the line.
So who waved him on, the umpire?
The AFL interchange steward.
That brings the second quarter to an end. And a devastating second term at that for Carlton. A 9-goal quarter. After trailing by a point at quarter time, the Blues lead it by 38 at the half. 12-8-80, Sydney 7 straight 42. It was billed as the battle of 4th versus 5th for a top 4 spot at the end of round 10. And a chance for Carlton to test their legitimacy, playing just their 3rd game this year against a fellow top 8 team. Well, boy, do they look like they're at the level. They tear the Swans apart in that second quarter. Some sore bodies on the Swans bench. Josh Kennedy already tapped out of the game, and Nick Blakey hobbling off late. Tim Hodges with the best view of it on the bench for us. Hodgie.
Well, Nick Blakey's already gone down to the rooms. It's a right leg issue, and the way he had to be helped down the race, I worry that maybe the Swans are going, Mick joked about it before, maybe they are going to be down to 3 on the bench. Josh Kennedy, he can barely walk. They offered him to go down the back entrance to the bench towards the rooms. He's walking off with the rest of his team, but he can barely walk. That's a horrible hamstring, and that's going to see him out for a hell of a long time. And then you saw Paddy McCartan hobbling off. He copped that knee right at the base of his back before. So the Swans are going to be so beaten and battered up, not only on the scoreboard and on the field, but down in the rooms at half-time.
It's amazing how efficient they have been, Sydney. So they've only had 19 inside 50s. They've kicked 7 straight. You compare that to Carlton, who have gone inside on 33 occasions. They've kicked 12 goals, 8. It's 20 scoring shots to 7. And Carlton lead the game by 38 points on Friday night footy. It's their first Friday night fixture since last year against the Saints. They played only 1 game then. 2020, there were games on all sorts of days of the week, so hard to judge. And then back in 2018, they played 4 games on a Friday night, lost all 4. They were roundly criticised by the footy fraternity for getting too many Friday night games that they didn't deserve. Boy, do they look like they belong, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, up by 38 at the half here.
Well, Mick, sorry, Ling, where you go?
We were right about one thing. When they keep dominating around the contest like that, the game was going to blow apart.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it could blow apart like that. That was extremely impressive.
Well,
that's good to watch.
Well, I'm just trying to find a winner in the midfield for the Swans. They don't have any. No. And when you analyse, there's 67 possessions more, 31 contested possessions more. Inside 50s is quite remarkable. I don't know what the
33 to 19.
And the 20 shots to 7 says it all. And I don't think there's any comeback here.
No.
Because, which way you arrange that side, and Franklin has been double-teamed when he has to be, and he, with all due respect to him, I know he's a champion, this sort of stuff, can't mark above his head, so therefore they've got to find him either higher so he can get the ball off the half-back line, that's so he can be kicking goals, but he's going to be at least be in the contest, Second, if Blakey comes back on, he's a waste of time on the back line. He's a beautiful kicking off. But at the moment, what they lack is kicking power across the middle of the ground and penetrating and finding the Franklin or the McDonald's and these sort of players. Because at the moment, they can't find them, even though they're only going in there. Well, they've gone in 19 times for 7, so they're under 50%, and you don't win games under 50% going inside. But the other thing is, too, though, every contest seems to be more Carlton players, harder at it, taking more away. I just get, Walsh to me just gets better and better and better and humble the way he plays. He doesn't play with flair. He just gets in the right spot. Paddy Cripps the same. Hewitt's added value to them. They are the real deal.
And Mick, on your point about getting numbers across the next contest, being more physical around the contest. So we've been making a big deal of their contested possession numbers tonight, plus 31, which is off the charts, a complete domination. Usually a lot of that stems from clearances. Generally clearances are in a contest, so if you're dominating clearance numbers, it leads to dominating contested possession. Carlton are only 20-17 up in clearances.
Yeah.
So it's that next... The ball clears the area, it goes 10 or 15 metres, or it's a scrub kick to the next one. It's the ability to get a good outnumber at the next contest and get a really efficient outnumber and clean up that one that Carlton have been so unbelievably impressive. So they're only +3 in clearances, and yet they're finding another 28 times to beat Sydney in a contested possession. That is quality footy. That is terrific footy.
I will say one thing, though, Lingy, what takes place, and you've seen this, sometimes you walk away from a game and you go, oh, look, Carlton are going to win this by 10, 15. They can win this by 12 or 13 goals quite easily the way they're going. The reality is they're probably not a 13-goal better side. Or even, let's say they're 5, 6 goals down at the moment. They're probably not a 6-goal better side than Sydney, generally. But they are tonight, because what they've done by their main forward, Curnow, winning the football, they've made the Sydney defence that has been so sound nervous.
Yeah.
They're no longer marking the ball. They're no longer spoiling that 30-metre ball. What they are doing now, they're second-guessing themselves. They're dropping marks. They're not clearing it. They're not running the ball out. So the profound effect that Curnow's had, and the small forwards in particular on top of that, and the pumping the ball in has made the Sydney Swans look like a very ordinary side. Now, the only way, let's say they come back in 10 weeks and play each other again, if Sydney get the midfield right, it takes the heat off that. So, therefore, that's why I say I don't think they're 6-goal better. They're 10-goal better side tonight because they've got Sydney jumping about like nervous rabbits.
Are they their best contested side in the competition apart from Melbourne at the moment?
They're in that group. I think the Bulldogs on their night are still in that. They rely on it so heavily. They got weaknesses in other parts of the ground. But they're in that group of the very, very best. And relentless in the middle of the ground because of that. You need to rest players. Even Sam Walsh, who looks like he can just run all day up and down, you still need to give him a little rest. Well, the next person in just doesn't let up on it.
Yeah.
So whether it's Hewitt or Cher or whoever it might be, there's just constantly good players in there.
So the knock on Carlton was, they're too one-dimensional. It's too much out of what happens in the middle. But maybe they're just ahead of the game. Maybe this is what it is in the sense that with the 6-6-6, like Mick talks about it, it's almost like you're in a revolving door where it's back in the middle and score again and back in the middle and score again. And that's the modern game.
And great teams have great midfields. There's no getting around that. But I think on your point too, Mick, about their forward line, the coaching from Michael Voss has been brilliant tonight.
Yeah.
To have Owies and Durden and these types of players up there and force Sydney to match up Paddy McCartan on one of them and Dane Rampy originally on one of them has meant that Charlie Curnow just goes to work, one out, and has a field day. Then they're all totally reactive. I think the power of their scoring comes from the power of their midfield, but it still shows that they've got a very dynamic forward line, and their defence looks really solid. Wiedering's good. Doherty helps out. Plowman does his job. Sard provides the run. They've got more elements than just an outstanding midfield.
And that's a forward line that's missing Harry Mackay, who's got 20 goals this season.
Well, see, Mackay adds another dimension. Can I just, this is an ignorant question because I don't know the answer. You guys will. Have they played Melbourne yet?
No.
So have they played St Kilda yet? Have they played Brisbane yet?
They've only played two top 8 sides as it stands at the moment. So Richmond, and they lost to Freo.
So the 3 sides that will test this type of game will be those 3 sides. Yep. Certainly Melbourne. Brisbane, I don't think Brisbane can go with them here. And the Saints are good when they're good, but they are very ordinary at middle work. And that's where Carlton, you look at Carlton's game today, they have flooded that midfield defensively, but they've also flooded it offensively. So if the Saints can get that, there's the 4 sides that the way Carlton are playing at the moment, because you need a solid back line for a start off. The Saints are a little bit undersized there, but Brisbane probably aren't. In the middle, I think Carlton have got, depth-wise, could cover up most of those. Backline haven't been really tested today. Haven't been tested because I don't think the way they're using the ball is good. But I think they're going to. I think Carlton, after tonight, we'll throw Carlton in that top 4 and go, well, you know what, this is a side that could go all the way.
Their biggest tests are going to be in the back end of the season when they play a lot of those sides. I've got it as their highest scoring quarter, Corby. 7 goals against Bulldogs, Hawthorn and Melbourne. They kicked 12 goals against the Western Bulldogs in that shootout, but they only kicked 4 goals in the second half. The Dogs fought their way back. So that's the watch for tonight. Do they take their foot off the gas?
Can we just chat about the Josh Kennedy, Sam Doherty collision? We've got some strong interactions off the SMS. So Rob in Montmorency, that's Josh Kennedy hitting 2 blokes high in contest. Never seen him so dirty. That was a scum hit, filthy. So not happy at all, Rob, off the SMS. I mean, he was jeered coming off the ground. He's clearly done his hamstring pretty bad. What did you make of the collision?
Oh, he's going to get weeks. Going to get weeks for that. Late, high, severe, uncharacteristic. Yeah. Because Josh is not like that. But let's look at it away from the name. Put 2 players there. They're the 3 components. And each one of those is going to be, I mean, I'd be surprised if he gets out of anything less than 3 weeks.
And had an alternative. He could have done something else.
Stopped.
The eyes looked to the player, to Sam Doherty. I think he's in a lot of trouble for it. I think that's stating the obvious, though.
But I don't think he's going to be on the ground for the next 6 to 8 weeks anyway with a hamstring like that.
Rod from Hobart at Dockland, so he's here tonight. Sydney are allowing the ball to go out of their forward line too easily. Massive problems in the middle as well. Thanks, Rod. Nice to hear from you off the SMS 0437 774 774. Mick Moldhouse is heading to Country Victoria this coming week. I'll tell you more about it in just a moment. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom. At halftime, it's Carlton by 38 points.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Prime Minister has suggested public servants may have leaked a damaging report about his National Security Committee on the eve of the federal election. The Australian reports the coalition rejected Foreign Minister Maurice Payne's bid to almost double foreign aid in the Pacific. Senior ministers have today sought to highlight the government's investments in the region, but are not denying the report. Scott Morrison says he's confident no minister serving on his National Security Committee would have leaked such details.
I'm not going to confirm one way or another the matters in that report. I don't discuss things, and my ministers don't discuss things that are addressed and worked through at the National Security Committee. What I can tell you as a government, the National Security Committee is not just attended by ministers, it's also attended by officials.
Labor says the leak shows there are deep divisions in the federal government. It's not clear if the leak came from a minister, but Shadow Foreign Minister Penny Wong has suggested it is an attempt to undermine the Prime Minister. Thousands of South Australians have been queuing at early voting centres to cast their ballots for tomorrow's election. Labor's hopeful it can pick up the seats of Boothby and Sturt. The latter's been in Liberal hands since 1972. Federal leader Anthony Albanese joined former Prime Minister Julia Gillard with Labor candidate Sonia Barham at Norwood this morning. Ms Barham says she's in it to win it.
It was great that they're here. It's clear that there's an interest in Sturt, and it's a reflection of the change that the people in Sturt are looking for.
Meanwhile, Scott Morrison spent the day campaigning in Western Australia. A man in his 30s is in isolation in Melbourne's Alfred Hospital after contracting monkeypox in the UK. The man returned to Australia 4 days ago and tested positive overnight. Health experts say monkeypox usually starts with flu-like symptoms and progresses to a distinctive blistering rash, but can't be spread easily. Chief Health Officer in Victoria, Brett Sutton, says the smallpox vaccination can provide some protection.
Those individuals who've been exposed can get the smallpox vaccine after being exposed, and there's a window of 4 days to get some protection from the smallpox vaccine. We're in conversations with the Commonwealth via HPPC about the national medical stockpile and the use of smallpox vaccine.
Meanwhile, authorities in New South Wales are also treating a man in his 40s for the disease after he arrived from Europe earlier this week. A lawyer for a man who murdered 3 people during a mental episode more than a decade ago has told South Australia's Supreme Court that denying him supervised leave from a secure mental health facility would be the equivalent of throwing away the key. Here's Candice Prosser.
In 2011, Donato Anthony Corbo shot dead 3 members of his neighbour's family and injured others, including police who attended the scene. Corbo, who has schizophrenia, had been detained in a secure psychiatric facility ever since. His lawyer has asked the Supreme Court to allow the now 50-year-old supervised release onto the hospital grounds to aid his rehabilitation. The application is opposed by the prosecution and the victim's family. Corbo's lawyer said denying this cautious first step of supervised release would be like throwing away the key, given that all experts agreed that Corbo was low risk. The judge has reserved his decision.
Victoria's Ambulance Services Ministers defended the government's handling of the ambulance crisis in the state a day after the public release of a damning review into the embattled 000 service, Esther. Salika Ismail reports.
The Public Accounts and Estimates Committee has heard 18 deaths have been linked to the struggling call service, while another 3 have been linked to Ambulance Victoria. Liberal MP James Newbury has called on Health and Ambulance Services Minister Martin Foley to apologise to Victorian families.
We have 21 deaths. This isn't a joke. Those families deserve the word sorry, Minister.
Mr Foley has said he has already apologised and that the government will implement the Esther Review's recommendations, as well as investing millions of dollars to boost Ambulance Victoria's workforce to meet unprecedented demand.
There are calls for Russia to treat the captured Ukrainian fighters from the Azovstal steel plant in accordance with the Geneva Conventions. More than 1,700 Ukrainian fighters have been evacuated from the industrial plant, with at least half taken to a Russian penal colony in the east. Some Russian military officials say the Ukrainian defenders are Nazi criminals and won't be considered for a swap. Former Australian Army General Mick Ryan says they should be treated humanely.
They should not, as the Russians have been telegraphing, be treated as terrorists. They are soldiers who conducted themselves lawfully in accordance with the Geneva Conventions. The Russians should also comply with those conventions when it comes to the treatment of prisoners of war.
ABC News.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Deep inside 50, Charlie Curno's there. Tom McCartan in front, still a chance. Durden runs onto it, kicks it end over end and bounces it through. The Blues have bought their time with him. And is he delivering right now? Charlie Curno puts through his third. Matthew Kennedy in the left forward pocket involved in 6 of Carlton's scores already tonight, and now he's kicking a goal himself.
So Curno on his way in for 4. The Charlie Curno show now showing. Centre half forward for the Blues. Durden to Cripps to Hewitt. Hand pass to Motlop. Chucks it on the boot. Another one. Heaney in the middle of all of that. Drives it deep to Franklin. Slips through to Logan McDonald. Chucks it on the boot. One completely against the trend.
Oh, start to his career. Jesse Motlop is having his 5th shot on goal. He's got it to Newman. Long to the goal mouth. You wouldn't believe it. Charlie Curno's at the back. And he's kicked his 5th. Sard into the pocket. De Koning takes the mark hard against the boundary. He starts up against the fence amongst the Carlton fans. Veers out to the left. It's not a bad kick. How about that from the young, exciting ruckman? Oh, he's stripped of it. Florence dumped of it. It comes to Fisher. Jams it on the boot. And it's an 8th goal. Carlton are simply unstoppable at the moment.
Durden stabs at the drop punt, sneaks it through. And the Blues' second quarter blitz continues.
The Sir Doug Nichols Round.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Carlton showing they're up to the level after a 9-goal second term. They lead by 38 points at half-time. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Tim Hodges, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. Bit of news around the footy world. The AFL Grand Final will remain in the traditional time slot, Saturday 2:30 in the afternoon with the Red Sharon on Saturday, September 24. So 12:30 start in WA, 2 p.m. for those of you in SA and NT. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody has announced his retirement. The new block of fixtures have been released, so you can check them out on the ABC website. The time slots for round 16 to 19. Thursday night footy back in round 16 and 17, but disappears then for 18 and 19 back to the Friday to Sunday rounds. Meanwhile, the teams for the upcoming round 10, the Sunday teams have been finalised. GWS have made 7 changes, 3 of them unforced. Gath and Shuey in for the Eagles. CJ's back for Hawthorn along with Tom Mitchell. Switkowski, Walters, Taberner all back for the Dockers, some big ends, while Elliott, Pendlebury, Ginnivan and Cox all back for the Magpies. Mick, I mentioned just before the news, the Waganya Lions, who we spoke about last week on Friday Night Footy, must be said they're struggling a little bit at the moment. They lost a fortnight ago by 432 points. And you're on the way this week, I understand, to go and visit them.
Well, they've improved because I think last week they got beaten by 330.
Okay.
Well, they've lost half their side through COVID, and they're a little town, like lot of Victorian and for anywhere, little towns. They rely heavily on their their netball for the girls and the football. The game's going to start, but yeah, I'm going up there next week. Thanks to Carlton for 4 tickets to a home game, footy, and thanks to Collingwood for a football to help raise some money for them.
We'll talk about it a bit more in the post-game. I'll give you a bit more time then. Carlton by 38 points, third quarter upon us on Grandstand AFL. You with Matt Clinch.
Third time this year, the Blues have kicked 75 points to half-time. Things underway with Paddy Cripps, who gets the clearance to Chera, who retreats back to Newman. Sard, hand pass almost chopped off by Papley, ricochets back to Newman. The Blues through Chera, switch it out to O'Brien, who marks it left half back. Lockie O'Brien looks up the city wing, where the lead comes. Carroll can't take the mark. Heaney with a hand pass to Mills, who kicks towards half forward. Papley up, used his leg to try and block away O'Brien. Couldn't take it, tapped straight over the boundary line by Nick Newman. A few Sydney players suggested to the umpire, but he says throw it in. Carlton by 38 points.
It's a breakdown on Carlton's form. So they're 7-2, trying to go 8-2 tonight. It'll be their best start in 26 years. They haven't lost in Victoria this year, so they're 6-0 for games played in their home state. And the boundary throw in, Hickey palms it down. Parker there for the Swans, hand pass to Warner from out wide at half forward, shoots goalward, back on the line, Wiedering just touches it, a goal-saving effort. Through for a rush behind. Nice kick from Chad Warner.
Fair roost, wasn't it, Corbs?
They could have done a lot more, though. Just keep that ball, keep Wiedering away from that ball.
You mentioned a shining light for Sydney. Chad Warner had 6 clearances in the second quarter of Sydney's 9. They work it towards half-back. Carroll's in a wrestle with Tom McCartan, who's over the footy. And the umpire's going to ball it up.
It really was Warner and Logan McDonald up forward a little bit. The only 2 sort of shining lights.
Hickey down to Parker, who gets it on to Goulden. Kicks inside the 50. Franklin comes out. Big tackle late on Lewis Young. Ball spills clear. Newman with a hand pass to Stocker through the middle. Finds Carroll, who marks on the back edge of the centre square.
Carroll kicks out to the wing for Durden. Gets to him on the hop. Rampy intercepts for Sydney. Lays a hand pass away to McInerney. Kicks across the ground to Mills. Hasn't been able to have his usual impact tonight. Callum Mills on a tough night for the Swans. Swings it to the broadcast wing. Here's Goulden, the left footer. Kicks out wide. Just trying to put it into space for someone to lead on to. Just pitches inside the boundary and goes out. And the ump says throw it in. 60 out from the Sydney goal.
That's a good call by the umpire because he was looking for Franklin, who pulled up short on that. He realised he wasn't going to get the ball.
We like Errol Goulden, one of the 5 left footers in tonight for the Swans from the boundary throw in. Lands a little short of Hickey. Just knocks it down like a basketball dribble, spills to Warner, kicks inside 50, Stocker under the pump. Hand pass, tried to get it through to Sard. Walsh lends a hand, he's tackled, dispossessed. Comes to Parker, his kick smothered. But just bobbles around to the advantage of Mills. Hand pass to Franklin, his kick smothered too. And Chera Search kick off half back.
Only as far as Campbell, the sub into the action for Josh Kennedy. Kick finds Papley, who charges out directly in front. He'll shoot from just inside 50.
He had a couple of options. He could have thought about it inside forward 50, but straight away said, no, I'll go back and have a shot, which is fine as long as you kick it.
It's a goal in the opening quarter, Tom Papley. In his 4th game back. One of the genuine stars of the competition from right on 50. He drags it a bit left. And not enough to steer it through the major opening. David Roden with a couple of strides to his right. Carlton lead by 36 points.
In another life, he might be a Blue. Tom Papley, of course, was looking for a trade a few years ago.
That's true. That'll be a dangerous forward line then.
Here's Doherty from the kick out. Goes long down the centre square. Heaney leaping over the top, knocks it away from Cripps. Into the path of Campbell, the sub. Matt Kennedy locks him up, takes him to ground, and a ball up half forward for Sydney.
He's been a good player, Kennedy, hasn't he? When he first arrived, I think they were saying, oh, what have we done? But he has been a terrific player for them.
Got a 3-year deal during the week as well, Mick. So through to 2025, Matt Kennedy at Carlton as Doherty's tackled as soon as he grabs it. Another ball up.
I was one of those, Mick. I just thought he was just a bit one pace. Didn't have great elite aerobic, didn't have elite speed. But the footy he's produced this year has just been outstanding.
I reckon he looked a lot like Petty Cripps' same sort of pace, but you can use two players like that.
Mills was dragged down off the ball, kicks inside 50. McInerney juggles the mark. The free kick was against Cripps, who's still trying to work out why.
Is that consent? What do you call it?
Dissent.
Dissent? Is that dissent?
Out, having a conversation. Like, I'm glad it's not being paid. But he's having a chat with the umpire, well away from where McInerney is having this shot at goal. But he does have his arms out, genuinely inquiring, what was that for? All those types of things. That sort of interaction should be able to happen if it's respectful.
Third shot on goal for Sydney in the opening 5 minutes of the third term. Justin McInerney is the man who finally strikes for Sydney. And there's a bit of celebration here as they try and spark some life in this second half. Carlton's lead is cut back to 30 points with the first goal of the second half. The Blues 12-8-80 to Sydney 8-2-50 on ABC Sport with Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lang.
What's changed, Lingy, is contested footballs are around about even and clearance rate just look better. They just look better, but it's very early days. It'll be interesting to see when the ball goes into Carlton's half-forward line.
Well, that's right about the contest. Sometimes it's not pretty. They're just hacking it forward, which might work for a little bit, but I think Carlton will be able to counter-attack.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just watching Nick Blakey, guys. He had to be helped down to the rooms just before half-time. He's just entered the field and he is sore and proppy and just struggling to get into a run. So he will be one to watch in that Carlton forward line.
Back on the ground for Sydney. The ball's coming because Cripps has got it in the middle. Breaks one tackle. Feeds a hand pass to O'Brien. Attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks long. Top of the goal square. Motlop climbing. Can't come down with it. Through it goes. Paddy McCartan rushes it across the behind line. Carlton by 31.
Good luck to Nick Blakey if he's not feeling like running too much. He's playing on Sam Walsh. Walsh is starting at half forward. He's no doubt going to drift up to the contest as well. So Blakey can't just sit back off him. Otherwise Walsh will have it 60 times.
He's still doing the kicking duty, so he must be still sound of mind. Short to Rampy, who then drives it up to the wing. Hickey in the pack, gathers hard against the boundary. Hand pass inboard to Florent, trying to link up with Mills. Got it to him now to Parker. Turns it over, trying to redeem it by knocking it away from Fisher. And now Sard over the footy. Fisher gets back involved. Hand pass to the Koning of Carlton. Hurries a kick to half forward. Wide of Rampy. Good support from Tom McCartan, who runs onto it. Hand pass to Warner. Squeeze the kick to the sub Campbell at left half back.
First round pick from a couple of years ago, Braden Campbell, now 20 years of age, goes short and wide out to Bell, and he chips it to Mills. Not 15, trying to get around Newman, his former teammate, along the boundary line, finds Hickey. He dives and takes the mark. Tom Hickey in his fourth club. Right in front of the interchange gates. Carlton by 31. Sydney going forward. Looks in the Franklin direction. Knocked away at the back, but down to Heaney, half forward for the Swans, hands it to Warner, hooks the banana to the top of the goal square, hand on it from McInerney, spills Carlton's way though. Oh, he's getting back to hand pass to O'Brien and now to Cripps. Back peddling, back pocket, closed down court, lost it. Sydney come up with it, holding the ball. And a free kick for the Swans, Papley and Hayward's going to get the kick, right forward pocket for Sydney. And he's just going to be pushed back against the fence. Franklin was lurking, looking for a handball, but Hayward's going to kick it.
Great pressure, repeat efforts.
If it gets knocked out of your hands, I'm still trying to work out the rules after 50 years.
So Hayward, he's a right footer, goes on the outside of the right boot, the check side, he bends it through. Sydney have kicked the first couple in the second half. Hayward with his second of the night. And all of a sudden, there may be another twist in this game. 9 minutes played, third term. Carlton's lead now just 25 points. Carlton 12-9-81, Sydney 9-2-56. And the Swans, by the way, lads, in their second halves this year, 14 second half quarters won, just 4 losses. So they're 14-4 as a second half team.
Well, I need a very big second half because they were beaten everywhere beforehand. I'm still not convinced that the method of going to forward line, Franklin to me is really, he's just not in the game. They're going to start to think about what can we do to keep Wiedering. I know, Lingy, you say he comes out, Wiedering goes out. Well, stand at centre half forward and go through him all the time. Let Wiedering, because he'll knock it over from 50. Yeah. Make Wiedering have to come to him.
Nick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. Hickey wins down the tap, gets the hand pass to Parker, to Florence. Sydney with a clearance. High kick towards Papley and a good wrestle with Newman. Newman wins the battle, gathers the footy for Carlton at half-back. Hand pass to Wiedering. Torches boundary side around Papley, then kicks along up towards Kennedy. In front, O'Regan dropped the mark. Campbell for Sydney emerges. His kick is over the head of Goulden. The foot race is on between he and Carroll as they race towards the wing. Carroll won it, got rid of him, but the bell arrived later. Good tackle. They scrap for the ball at ground level. Sarge swoops back in again. Bell with a great tackle. And that was a good contest on the wing below us.
Terrific contest. It was a genuine 50-50 ball by 2 quick players.
Carlton by 25, Sydney with the last 2 goals. DeConey wins it down. Here's Newman, Hewitt jams it on the boot. Kicks to half forward. Paddy McCartan bounces off his chest. Walsh grabs it. He's tackled. It's held to him by Warner. And a ball up, 60 out from the Carlton goal.
The outside players are rushing forward from Carlton because they're expecting to win the clearance.
Hickey, just with muscle, pulls it down, now lost it, back into dispute. Walsh extracts it as he so often does to Doherty, sweeping hand pass to Plowman, broadcast wing, high kick inside the forward 50, Paddy McCartan, only one up, just double-fisted, knocks it out of play. And a boundary throw-in, neutral ball, 40 metres out from the Carlton goal.
Yeah, well, that's where's Charlie, that's what he was saying. Instead of taking that mark, last week he'd take the mark. He's such a good mark.
Just doubt creeps in, doesn't it?
It does.
Carlton by 25 points. They're led by 38 at halftime. Sydney with the first 2 goals as Florent gets a clearing kick from the back pocket. Up to Papley. Chips it over the top to Franklin. Had to wait a while for it. He marks in front of Wiedering. His defensive side of the centre circles though. He's kicked from Mills, who marks. Quick hand pass to Florent. Sydney away. Kicks into the pocket. Looking for Laddams. Good defence. Young got a fist onto it. Hayward runs onto it. Worked it back to Laddams. Hard against the boundary. Over the top to Papley. Good tackle from Sard. Strips the footy from him. And it goes out of play in the right forward pocket for Sydney.
I know it's been emphasised a little later in his career, but the field kicking from Franklin, just exceptional.
Perfect, isn't it?
Even though he's a little shaky sometimes in front of the sticks, it was a great setup. And now we got a boundary throw-in deep forward for the Swans. From the boundary throw-in comes to Chera. Hand pass to O'Brien. Clearing kick out of the defensive arc. Spills to Hewitt, who's at it on a string. Kicks down the City wing. This is Matt Kennedy. Spun around under pressure. Hand pass got it to Owies. Now out wide to Fisher. Not a heap up ahead for Carlton. Kicks it back to Owies. Clever. Whacks it along the ground to Rampy.
What a
hit
tackle.
hard by Cripps. Tackled front on. Ball spits out Carlton's way. Fisher chucks it on the boot. It turns out okay. And Curnow takes the mark. Back peddling inside 50. And Charlie Curnow, 45 out, 45-degree angle.
Oh, love that from your captain. Paddy Cripps. I think it was a Rampy who picked it up and just had momentum and would normally go crashing through with that much momentum. Cripps just nailed him. Turnover Ball's inside forward 50 in Charlie's hands. Great play, Patrick Cripps.
So Sydney with the first two of the second half to arrest back some of the momentum. Curnow pops through number 6. Baggers back out by 31. 13 played in the third term. Charlie Curnow onto the second hand with the count. 6 for Curnow. Carlton 13-9-87. Sydney 9-2-56. 13 gone, third term.
Well, that's the settle they just probably needed. It's an amazing position where Curnow finds himself with all the plays up the field, and his direct opponent has been a little bit adventurous, stays off him to the point where maybe they thought they were going to have a bit of run. Maybe they needed a bit of run, and you pay a big penalty when you start to step off the best player on the ground.
Nick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. The Blues got the steadier they needed. Laddams up against Silvani, not officiating. Umpire says it's a Sydney through kick. Going the way of Heaney in the middle of the ground. Straight down the middle. Franklin the target. He flies against Wiedering. Can't take the mark. Plowman races back for the Blues. Hand pass to O'Brien. Tackle by Hayward. Hand pass down low for Plowman. Couldn't take it. Goulden taken high. And a tackle from Doherty. And Sydney will have it 60 metres out at right half forward.
See the big screen there clenching before the bounce?
Yes.
The Wiz. Warwick Kappa is in the house.
One of my favourites.
The Swans to go inside 50. Goulden kicks to the top of the goal square. McDonald competes, slips through to Newman, though, the Blues. Last line of defence. Hand pass to Cottrell, links up with Walsh, who's been good again. Long kick to Durden, who's outsized and outnumbered. And the two McCartan lads, Paddy takes it in front of brother Tom.
I can't believe the number of times the ball's gone in high. No crumbing plays for Sydney, Lingy, at all.
Paddy McCartan in the McDonald direction. He got his hands to it and he clunks it. Another contested grab for the young man in Logan McDonald. He can shoot from 35 out, dead in front.
He has been very, very impressive in what has been a tough night for the Swans to this point. He just times his movement into the ball really well. Got terrific hands. And so far tonight has proven to be a beautiful set shot at goal.
High draft pick by the Swans, top 5 a couple of years ago. Logan McDonald for 4, hits the post.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Kicked 3 in the first half, 2 in the opening quarter.
A bit of slice on that one.
And he's got 3 of Sydney's 9 tonight. So Carlton 13-9, Sydney 9-3. Carlton by 5 goals midway through the third.
Doherty goes to the set play down the middle for Cripps in a wrestle with Parker. Parker gave away the free kick with arms around the waist of the Carlton captain. It has allowed Sydney to get some numbers back. Cripps went back and then turns to his left-hand side. Hand pass to Doherty. Kick smothered by Mills. Tries to knock it on to Franklin. It ricochets out in front of Franklin and Young. Young with a hand pass to Plowman. Back to Wiedering. Good composure under the pressure of Buddy. Out to O'Brien at left half back. Kicks up the wing and Fisher takes the mark. He turns and burns. Gets away from a lunging Heaney. Kicks towards Durden. McInerney came from behind. Got a hand onto it. Tom McCartan couldn't spoil it. Comes to Owies. Snaps across his body. Back-to-back goals for the Blues. Matt Owies with his first goal of the night. And Carlton steady. After the Swans kick the first 2 goals of the second half, it's 2 goals apiece in this third quarter. The Blues back out by 36 points. 14-9-93 to the Swans 9-3-57. 17 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
It really is a dynamic forward line, isn't it? That's the way Owies and Durden just end up in the right spots. You know, whether it's Fisher who's starting there now or it's Sam Walsh who's starting there now, will hunt up the ground a little bit, but then they'll be first back inside forward 50. Yeah. Obviously, Charlie's the centrepiece of the whole thing tonight, and Harry Mackay, when he plays, is the other one. But the other ones are all constantly moving into really good parts of the ground.
I think it's just scary. When Mackay comes back, he's going to dominate.
Carlton by 6 goals now. The Swans through the middle, though, as the kick from Lloyd heads out in the direction of Bell. He can't get it, but knocks it in the direction of Heaney. Hand pass to Gordon. Hurried kick to the top of the goal square. Hayward down there in a tangle with Plowman. Is Plowman hanging on? No free kick, says the umpire. McDonald collects, and he's taken over the boundary line. A throw-in forward pocket for the Swans. Matt Always with that last goal. His previous 10 quarters of footy, he kicked 0 goals, 5. So nice for the Carlton small forward, the former basketballer, to find the major opening. I usually say that about the big boys, but former guard at the University of Hawaii, Matthew Always, from the boundary throw-in. Comes Sydney's way here through Blakey at half forward. Hand pass and turnover. Silvani dumps a kick out of the defensive 50.
Kerno got an awkward bounce, gathered by Paddy McCartan, kicks up to McInerney. He takes the mark and wrestles off the lunging of Cottrell. Chips it into the corridor. Florent takes the mark. He's going to go back to Paddy McCartan. I'm sure the kick was intended for Tom, but Lloyd's going to clear it up for the Swans across the centre line, and Campbell takes the mark. Wider still to Bell. Carlton's defence stretching Sydney wider and wider, trying to find a passage inside 50. Kick partially smothered by O'Brien. Ricochets out to Young of the Blues, and he works it up to Durden, who takes the mark at half-back. Carlton by 36.
Here's the rising star nom last week. Carlton's first since Sam Walsh, would you believe, back in 2019 when he won the award. So first Carlton player nominated since him. Finds Cottrell, hand pass to Newman, runs a long way, kicks down to half forward. Always a little nudge to Blakey. The ball bobbles back to Blakey. The Lizard spears one out to Hayward, who marks on the wing.
A lot of this movement from Sydney is lateral. Still got to be able to penetrate. That's a better kick.
Across the ground to Lloyd. Hand pass away to Goulden. He's a penetrating kick. Finds Heaney. Closes to 49 metres out. Pushed as he kicked. McDonald up trying to pick it out of the hands of Lewis Young. And in the end, they both spill it over the boundary line. A throw in alongside the behind post for the Swans. It's Carlton by 36 points. Approaching time on in the third. As the boundary umpire spins us back into play, Laddams wins it down. Newman, though, for Carlton. Hand pass to Young. Jams it on the boot out to half-back. Silvani makes a contest. Slips through to Bell at half-forward for Sydney. By hand to Goulden to Florent. Goes back by hand to Tom McCartan. Kicks a high ball to the hot spot. Franklin down there. Spills front and centre. Sydney still trying to get numbers to the ball. Ump says play on. McDonald. Hand pass to Goulden. Flying shot at goal. And they've got something out of nothing, the Swans. Goulden off his non-preferred right boot pops it through, and Sydney with their third goal of the term cut Carlton's lead to 30 points. Sydney 10-3-63, Carlton 14-9-93. Time on third term.
Again, you look for the ways that Sydney can... I mean, I don't think they go... They're not going to come back and win the game just the way the Carlton are playing. But just the way that Sydney can chip away at the scoreboard. So many times we've seen them through this middle part of the ground, they went lateral, and really slow. And all Carlton are doing is shifting across, and then they stop it. It's different when they can take that one lateral and then go forward with it to somebody on a dangerous lead. It actually draws some of those Carlton defenders out, and they're half a chance.
That's what I'm saying about Blakey coming further up the ground, because he will penetrate inside the 50. At the moment, they're not getting a lot of value from his kicking.
Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. Hewitt with the clearance. Got the hand pass to Walsh. Kicks towards half forward. Always was outmanoeuvred by O'Riordan. Gets the hand pass to Heaney for Sydney. All the way back to Lloyd. It kicks up to the wing, and Parker takes the mark.
How's Luke Parker getting through?
It's been Carlton who have been doing the scaring tonight, that's for sure. Parker around the boundary line.
I chuckled at that all week.
The best was when Michael Voss was asked about it. He said it's got no relevance to us whatsoever. Finds Errol Goulden, the last goal kicker. Veers out to the left, kicks towards Franklin. Wiedering's there, spoiled it down. Still a chance. Running onto it was Wicks, who was stripped of it. Great tackle. Young got him by the back of the jumper and wins the free kick for Carlton, holding the ball just inside the defensive 50.
I would love to hear how precious so many people would be about what some of those great Brisbane Lions players said to us over the years, or what some of my teammates said to other opposition players. Please.
Young long kick down the wing for Carlton, and Blakey in front is going to be paid the mark. I think Michael Voss said it was the most over-talked thing I've seen. If it was over-talked, I think it would probably be something he's heard, but I'll pay it as Blakey goes to centre half forward. Here's Parker again. Crowd a little slow to react. Parker 70 out, kicks inside the forward 50 out wide. Here's Stocker, crunched by Goulden, lays the tackle but got him high. And Liam Stocker with the free in the baby blue boots. Left half back for Carlton, the Blues by 30 points.
Stocker's long kick to the wing where the Carlton tall timbers are waiting. Silvani at the back of the pack. Impressive mark. Isn't he forging his own career now? For so long was required to play in multiple roles, and a great contested mark on the wing. With that famous number 1 on his back. Sends Carlton with a high kick to half forward. Carroll it was who flew in the pack. It gets to the back. We're under pressure. Lloyd's able to work it back to Mills, and now the run for Blakey. Through the middle of the ground with a bounce. He's able to see off the challengers straight down the middle of Papley. Almost juggled the mark. The umpire's paid it. I think Stocker might claim it could have hit the turf, but the umpire was blindsided to that. Was there a little bobble there as he hit the ground?
I reckon very much a bobble, Clinchy, but it was a beautiful kick.
Well, that's the kick. They're just lacking, and see where he got the ball. He's inside the centre square. They've got to get more of him, and there's nothing wrong with his leg either, let me tell you. You can run down there and take a bounce away from one of the Carlton forwards.
Tom Papley, 1-1 tonight from directly in front, 48 metres out. The boy from Bunyip steers it through for his second. And Sydney keep trying to just chip away at that margin, back to 24 points. I did make mention that it was the third time the Blues have posted 75 points in a half. In those games, they only won by 3 points against the Gold Coast Suns and 12 points against the Western Bulldogs. So they have taken their foot off the pedal in second half. So I do wonder, would have John Longmire maybe mentioned that at halftime, that they do tire?
Oh, yeah, in passing. No, they would have been focusing on what they have to do, Clinchy, and that's the contested football and the stoppage work is just horrible. And perhaps put a bit more pressure on the forward line. I mean, they're the three distinct things. Down the other end, down the forward end, your backs are busting their boiler. They were just getting beaten because of the number of times the ball went in there and the quality of players are up against. So, no, I think they'd be working on their practical type of game.
Just his 4th game of the year, Tom Papley, the All-Australian from last year, with a big goal here for Sydney. They need a few more of those as Hewitt gets a kick tumbling forward for Carlton. There's a throw. It's going against Jesse Motlop, who came to meet it off the attacking edge of the square. So free kick Sydney. Braden Campbell to take it. And the youngster swings. He's kicked a half forward. Nice Mark Wicks. Turns, plays on. Turns hard inside out. Looks for home from 52 out on the run. It's there. David Roden on the line has the best look at it. We're going up to the arc, but Sam Wicks thought about chipping short inside 50 and then decided, to hell with it, I'm going on the run.
I don't know if they've touched it, have they? I don't think they've touched it at all. No, I think that's over the line.
I'm with you, Mick. I think this is a goal to Sam Wicks. It certainly looked that way.
Does he get a finger there, though?
I don't know if he does, Lee.
Oh, no, because there it is.
No, I reckon this ball's over the line.
Yeah.
There's a gap between the hand and the ball, so if that's the case...
The Arc saying they think they can see that that's touched.
Well, they've got better eyesight than what I have.
Is that his right hand they're saying has touched that?
Jeez, that's going to be behind. So the decision's going to be overturned, and that is a behind for Sam Wicks. Carlton's lead cut to 23, time on third.
In a game which is predominantly a forwards game, I reckon they might have got the benefit of the doubt on that one. Doherty to bring the Blues back into play. Sends it long in the direction of De Koning and Cripps. Silvani's there as well. A big pack forms and seen out of play by O'Riordan and Tom McCartan for a boundary throw in.
See, if that one had gone through, all of a sudden it just gets a little bit interesting, doesn't it?
I'm telling you, Lingy. I'm telling you. It's not over yet. De Koning wins down the tap, straight to McInerney. Pressed off the tackle of Chera. Can only squeeze the kick as far as Hewitt, who was taken high. And in fact, it was Zach Fisher who was taken high, and it's going to come back to Carlton at right half back. He's found a good little role for himself, Zach Fisher, predominantly as a small forward, has spent a bit more time on the wing in recent weeks. Just so deadly with his left boot. Now Sard's trying to skirt around the back and McInerney's blocking that. The umpire's mindful of not giving away the 50-metre penalty in the restricted zone. Now called to play on, so Fisher sends it long towards De Koning. Not a realistic marking attempt, and Fisher, in the end, Hickey takes the mark from the Fisher kick.
You see, every time that Sydney get the football, they look lateral through the corridor to see if they can break it down. Carlton have generally been pretty good, but they...
This is lateral. Got
yeah, that's right.
With it.
That's right, and that's what brought them down in the first half, Lingy, was that inability to break into their front 50.
So short kicking game in the defensive 50. Campbell to Mills. Great kick. In the middle of the ground finds Parker. Hand pass to the runner. Franklin in full flight. Buddy, unguarded goal square. Got it. That's exactly what that man can do. The ultimate entertainer. Franklin with his second. And Carlton's lead cut to 17. 28 played in the third. Carlton 14-9-93. The Swans to 12-4-76. Franklin with a couple latter stages of the third.
Well, was that Callum Mills off half-back? That kick there that's the one. That was superb. And then just a bit of brilliance from Buddy Franklin. The run past an outside 50, but that kick from Mills is what can break the game open for the Swans.
Absolutely. Well, that ball was kicked on the centre square line, so that's how far he was out. But the interesting thing there, Lingy, by him being up the ground, it dragged the Carlton defence up the ground. So he had 20 metres from the goal line out to be able to push that ball through. Good play by the Swans.
Franklin becomes the Swans' fourth multiple goal scorer. Parker with a clearance to Sydney. Hand pass to Hickey, who's awkward from the kick to half forward. Doherty lays the tackle on Mills. He can't emerge with it. The umpire will throw it up just short of half forward for the Swans. Carlton by 17 points. Hickey takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Florent. Kicks around his body inside 50. Logan McDonald the target. Punched away from him. Gathered by Walsh at the defensive 50. Back inboard with a hand pass to Young. To Sard. Turns back corridor side. Kicks over his shoulder. It's wide of Chirrin. It bounces out of play. In front of Heat and Lloyd for a boundary throw-in. So 5-2 Sydney's way in this third quarter. The Swans have only kicked 7 goals in a half to Carlton's 12.
Swans got the extra play behind the ball, so Carlton now have worked. They need another player at the stoppage, and right now they need to consolidate.
Carlton get a clearance. Walsh hand pass to Chera, sends it down to half forward. O'Riordan, the Irishman, first one back, lifts a hand pass to Lloyd, just out of reach, attacking it hard. Newman in the other direction. Sydney win it back. Tom McCartan to Paddy, and now Paddy's taken high. They thought there could have been one in the earlier passage, and the ump didn't pay it, and now a free for a high tackle against DeConing. And Paddy McCartan gets the free on half back. He goes all the way back to Rampy, closest to the Carlton goal. At the southern end of the ground, and now out to Campbell off half back. And he's on for Josh Kennedy. Did a hamstring just before half time. Before that, he ran through Sam Doherty in an incident Nick Moldhouse expects him to get a minimum of 3 weeks for. A collision in the air took him out. Very uncharacteristic from Josh Kennedy, and now a serious hamstring injury. Short kick from Mills, not a good one. Carroll takes the intercept mark. Carlton are going forward all of a sudden. He's got it on the city wing.
Looks at options deep. Charlie Kerner offers a lead, puts it over his head to Koenig, flies, can't take the mark. Paddy McCartan spoils it down. As the siren sounds as O'Riordan switches play to Hickey. And a promising third quarter for the Swans. 5-2. Having trailed by 38 points at halftime, and now trailed by just 17 at three-quarter time. And the Blues, they'll have an advantage, but they'll need to still finish off their work. 14-9-93 to the Swans, 12-4-76. Charlie Kerner has 6 goals, the third time in his career. In 72 games, he's kicked 6 goals. His career best is 7. Multiple goals for Durden for the Blues, and individuals to Motlop, Kennedy, Cripps, to Koenig, Fisher and Owies. Meanwhile, for the Swans, 3 goals to Logan McDonald, 2 to Papley and to Franklin. Individuals to Goulden and to Parker and McInerney, the goal scorers for the Swans.
What did Chris Fagan say a couple of weeks ago about the Swans? Sometimes you have to beat them a couple of times, and Carlton may still have to do that yet. So just 17 points, the lead at this stage. They did lead by as many as 38 points earlier in the game. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board. Woohoo!
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Third shot on goal for Sydney in the opening 5 minutes of the third term. Justin McInerney is the man who finally strikes for Sydney.
So Hayward, he's a right footer, goes on the outside of the right boot. The check side, he bends it through. Sydney have kicked the first couple in the second half. Ball spits out Carlton's way. Fisher chucks it on the boot. It turns out okay. And Curnow takes the mark, backpedaling inside 50. So Sydney with the first two of the second half to arrest back some of the momentum. Curnow pops through number 6.
Fisher takes the mark. He turns and burns. Gets away from a lunging Heaney. Kicks towards Jordan. McInerney came from behind. Got a hand onto it. Tom McCutt couldn't spoil it. Comes to Owies. Snaps across his body. Back-to-back goals for the Blues.
Sydney still trying to get numbers to the ball. Up says play on. McDonald. Hand pass to Gordon. Flying shot at goal. And they've got something out of nothing, the Swans.
Tom Papley 1-1 tonight from directly in front. 48 metres out. The boy from Bunyip steers it through for his second.
Campbell to Mills, great kick. In the middle of the ground finds Parker, hand pass to the runner Franklin. In full flight, Buddy, unguarded, goal square, got it. That's exactly what that man can do.
The Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there from the third quarter, so the Swans back in it. Carlton by 17 points, having led by as many as 38. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL.
After a quiet first half, some of the Sydney A-grade midfield type players, Mick, got going a little bit that quarter. Just won a heap more of the footy. Callum Mills, Luke Parker, Isaac Heaney pushing up on ball a little bit. And Nick Blakey, up to 17 disposals. Mick, you called for him to be more, rather than getting deeper in defence, getting up the ground a little bit. We saw him a couple of times run and use the ball really well. It was a good turnaround by the Swans. I didn't see it coming, the way the Blues were so in control of this game.
No, but one thing about the Swans, they're never dead, and it's hard to kill them. So, but the Blues, Matt said it at half-time, this is what happens with Carlton. And you just go, no, it can't happen this time. But from a side that went 117 possessions, 92, and then only has 76 or 77, you go, why? Why have they had such a drop away? And you look at Walsh is still up there, Newman's up there, Paddy Cripps, where's he? Did he get much of the football? Didn't he? No, he had four
in that quarter.
4 hand passes, no kicks.
Yeah. So 11 clearances to 10, Sydney's way.
Yeah.
19 inside 50s to 6.
And the contested football at the first time for the game has just shifted in favour of Sydney. That tells you a lot about the way the game has been played on every quarter. Those that dominate that sort of possession or that sort of stat dominate the play.
They get the ball inside forward 50. Well, Sydney had 19 forward inside 50s for the first half. They had 19 in that quarter.
19 to what, Lingy? It was 19
to
7. 7 to 7.
Yeah, and then 19 to 7 in that quarter.
That's bizarre. That is just simply what we spoke about, was saying, how can you possibly go against that? But if you flip that, and it's hard to work out why, because Kennedy's off the ground, slower midfielder. Franklin has to come outside 50 to get the football, can't mark it over his head, so does that. The crumbing was still the same, pretty ordinary crumbing. Most of the goals were got, and that touch one, that might be a very contentious decision. But there's Blakey, we're just watching Blakey now. His ability to run and use the football, perhaps there's a role in this last quarter to say, look, we're going to go down by 4 goals. We might get within a couple, but why don't we put someone where he has to play high and push, and he's the one that has to kick the ball inside 50. Because if he does that, McDonald will mark it. Franklin needs space. He could mark it. Papley's certainly always a dangerous player.
Well, you look at a lot of those highlights, they're straight through the middle of the ground.
Yep.
So you couldn't go there in the first half. Carlton were defending that area. It's almost like the shackles have been taken off.
But I also think the Swans have chosen to go there more, Clinchy. So many times they just went lateral multiple times. Think of that Blakey run through the middle, the Callum Mills kick through the middle of the ground. That's when they look dangerous because their forward line isn't going to take a massive pack mark. It needs to be really good, precise ball use.
Kennedy only had 2 possessions. Cripps had 4.
Carlton have won 4 of their final quarters this year. Sydney 7. With the Blues with a 17-point advantage. Into the final quarter we go as DeConey wins it down. There's a whistle. There's a free for a hold. It's off the footy. The non-controlling umpire spotted it. Sydney free.
Ooh, missed McInerney running.
And Luke Parker to take it. He just kicks it straight to the hot spot. Franklin down there. It clean bowls them all. Slips through to side of the Blues. Hand pass to O'Brien, back pocket. And the left footer exits defensive 50. Wanting Carroll. He's just pushed out of the way. The bigger, stronger body in Tom McCartan with the intercept mark for Sydney.
Had Gordon free at right half forward. Chips it to him. He's got Heaney in the pocket. He missed him as he veers out to the left. Long towards Hayward and Franklin. Hayward almost had it. Stocker charges into it. He's dumped in a tackle by Franklin, which locks the footy up 20 metres out from Sydney's goal.
It's bizarre though, isn't it, Clinchy? Wanting to just dump it on Franklin's head.
Yeah.
Had Heaney. That's how they got themselves back in this game. Hitting that Heaney target.
Hickey wins down the tap to Hewitt, the former Swan. Squeeze a kick down the middle. Awkward ball for Always. He gathers. Hand pass to Sard. Blakey. Good tackle. Surely holding the footy. The Lizard got him. And Nick Blakey, who's been the leading metres gained player on the ground with 483, has a chance to try and strike here directly in front to start the final term.
Well, some of those metres would come off when he kicks off.
Yep.
It's the most important ones for Blakey is when he gets the ball and is able to run through the half-back line or through the midfield. And I don't know where he's playing there. He's got a free kick at, 40 metres out.
Yeah. This is where you said you wanted to see him, Mick, though, more damaging. And Nick Blakey with a chance to make the maximum damage. Just 2 minutes into the final term. Blakey starts his approach. Outside 50, comes in. Not a bad effort, but the umpire a couple of strikes to the left that just faded late. And a minor score. Carlton's lead is 16 points. 2 minutes gone, final term.
It's amazing what Big Sticks does to a player. He's a superb kick of the ball.
But he stumbled on the kick too. Terrible.
Carlton by 16. They did lead by as many as 38 as Doherty out to half-back. Cripps spills the mark down into the path of Durden, who's then clobbered high by Hickey. And Corey Durden, who played senior footy in the SANFL a couple of years ago in his draft year for Central Districts. Now in his second year in the system, takes it for Carlton off half-back. There's another whistle. Free kick in all of that for Curnow, who's got half a dozen. And he gets a free on the wing and nobody stands the mark. Right on the Sir Doug Nicholls round logo and the number 30, Curnow, just a high bomb to the top of the goal square. Try and mark that. Carroll competes, spills to Mills. Hand pass to Lloyd. The Swans out to a one-on-one and Wicks outmarks Plowman. Half back for Sydney.
He's got Young waiting for the loose kick around the wing, so comes inboard. And the mark is taken by Lloyd. He switches play out to the right back pocket. And the Swans can try and work it out. Rampy up to Tom McCartan. Waits for Gordon to lead. Has too much speed for O'Brien and he marks it right half back. Does he want to roll the dice through the middle of the ground? He veers out to the left, kicks long up the wing. McInerney the target, cannon into by Wiedering. Hit the ground hard and he's slow to rise. Franklin tries to fight for it. Parker picks it up for Sydney. Hand pass to Gordon. Runs the gauntlet. Kick bounce into Wicks only a couple of metres in front of him. And now O'Brien for the Blues to Hewitt to Kennedy. Charged into McInerney once more. He's up. He's okay.
He's in the wars, McInerney. Throwing his weight around now. Back the other way. And a free kick for holding the ball in amongst all that. I think it's Gordon on the bottom of the pack. Didn't release it, and Matt Kennedy will get the free.
That's an unbelievable bit of courage there by McInerney. He was really hurt. He's up. He's hurt his right shoulder. There's no question about that.
Other way around, my apologies. Gordon the free for holding the ball as he tries to put it inside 50, and Cripps takes the intercept mark for Carlton. He tries to switch across the half-back line. Finds Cottrell. Of course, he kicked the winning goal a couple of years ago up on the Gold Coast in a close finish against these two teams. Early in his career, Matt Cottrell, he goes short to Doherty, who marks at half-back. Carlton by 16 points. 4 played final term, but the Swans have already wiped off a 38-point deficit. They're within 16.
Doherty called to play on, so just sends it long down the wing. Tom de Koning, TDK flies. Takes the mark on the back of Paddy McCartan. Kicked a great goal earlier as well. Comes inboard to Carroll. Still has it at half-back for the Blues. Once more, it's long bomb kicks down the line. Matt Kennedy sets himself underneath, almost took the mark. Parker for Sydney, kicks into the middle of the ground. Saad takes the mark. He's off and moving. Kicks to left half forward. O'Brien has it. Charlie Kerner was on the lead, he ignored that. Pushes back behind his mark. O'Brien now kicks in the direction of Paddy Cripps, spoiled away from him by Blakey. Front and centre Mills, hand pass only as far as Walsh. 50 out from home, retreats back to O'Brien. He kicks around, he's brought into the dangerous hot spot. Spoiled down, well done by Campbell. Got it to the front, Tom McCartan just gets the hand pass away. Goulden could have been taken high, feeds the hand pass out and Lloyd has it.
So Lloyd, short kick to the big man in Hickey, who takes the mark. He can go short and does so to McDonald inside the defensive 50. He's got 3 tonight, Logan McDonald. They all came in the first half. Equals his career best. He goes back to Paddy McCartan. To brother Tom. Switches on out to the dockside now. To Mills at half-back. Carlton well set up in their team defence. Keeps Sydney at half-back. 6 played final term. Carlton by 16 as Mills chips it to Heaney. The prime mover's trying to get involved. Dangerous kick. Pulls the trigger, trying to get it to Parker. Carlton get the turnover. Cottrell by hand to Durden. Hand pass to Walsh. Middle of Docklands. Kicks for Curnow. Curnow hands to it. No mark. They'll go wild here inside the building at Docklands. Heaney off the back flank.
Up towards Hayward on the wing. Couldn't take the mark. Socket off the deck by Wick. Straight over the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in. A few Carlton fans are leaning over the fence offering a few words of advice.
They're mainly here to see the Blues clinch here, almost 50,000 in them. Boy, they're involved now.
Carlton by 16 points. They kicked they dominated the opening term and kicked 12 goals to 7 in the first half. From the throw-in, de Koning knocks it to the front. Warner, good battle with Hewitt at the moment. Hand pass to Florent, kicks towards 50. Mark not claimed by Papley, although Stocker couldn't take it. Papley's back onto it. 50 out, vacant goal square, goes for home and misses to the left. Minor score. They've had a few chances to start this final term. The margin is 15 points the Blues way.
Bit selfish there.
Yeah.
He had 2 hand pass options. He let you kick it around. When you do that, you kick a goal. Otherwise, people say what I've just said, selfish.
Carlton short kicking game along the boundary line. They're the number 1 boundary line team in the competition, the Blues. We like those sides, don't we, Mick? That tend to use the boundary a lot.
Well, it's safety.
O'Brien to TDK, who's doing it on both wings. Takes a hanger member side. Hurries the hand pass to Motlop, turns it over. Swans on the counter-attack. Florent got it through to Campbell. Long kick to Franklin, one-on-one with Wiedering. Wiedering spoils, ball hits the deck. Franklin overruns it. Laddams picks it up. He's tackled, caught holding the ball. Free kick Carlton and Louis Young will get it back pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 15 points. 8 minutes played final term.
Young with the hand pass away to Doherty. Kicks Carlton to half-back. Cripps did his wrestling early. Got rid of Paddy McCartan, but couldn't take the mark. As Hickey arrived to spoil it out of play.
Age has caught up with Buddy. He just cannot bend anymore. That ball was at his feet. He just couldn't get his hands to it. Yesteryear, that's picked up and that's a goal.
Cale Hooker must be sitting on a couch somewhere thinking, where was this when we were one-on-one on the wing? Wiedering's got his measure in the battle at ground level. Parker from the throw-in, hand pass out in front of Warner, put the plump on Walsh and then re-emerge with it, stripped of it. It ricochets out to Bell, but it was a throw.
That's a very, very ordinary call, that.
Yeah.
He hand passed it and you get half smothered.
With 0 prior opportunity anyway. There was a strange call.
Hewitt has been busy against his old team. Short to O'Brien, kicks down to half forward. TDK. DeConey's got his name written on everything. Takes the mark, looks for Silvani inside 50. Courageous getting back and spoiling. Lloyd knocks it out of play.
No, good umpiring there. That was a free kick.
Yeah.
Silvani just coming late. Got Lloyd in the back and a little high. Fair call.
He goes short to Florence, still in the defensive 50.
Inside 50s, 5-4, Sydney's way in this final term. feeds the hand pass to Lloyd, who drives a long kick up to McDonald, who marks at half-back for the Swans. Straight down the middle. Good kick to Wicks. He marks 55 metres out. Laddams is on the lead. He pulls the kick looking for him. Young got there. Great spoil for Carlton. Works it to the front to Nick Newman, who retreats back by hand to Sard. Kicks across his defensive goal mouth, and Wiedering takes the mark.
So Wiedering long out in the Silvani direction. Collision coming. O'Riordan. Great mark. Had to ride the contact and still hung on to it.
Oh, outstanding. Bravery, skill, everything there. Great play, O'Riordan.
He's hurt too. At high half forward, he goes back to Paddy McCartan. Short kick to Florent. Just about every player on the ground ahead of him. 60 out at half forward. Florent, high kick, top of the goal square. Laddams, Buddy, McDonald all deep. No mark, comes back to Buddy, chucks it on the boot. There's a free. High tackle, high fend off. It's against Franklin. And a free kick for Carlton, last line of defence. It'll come back to Lockie Plowman.
Well, Carlton will love this. Every time the Swans kick the ball in high, they're going to resurrect it because there's no one down there capable of taking a big pack mark. McDonald's the best to come across the face of the ball, but the pack is really Carlton to be laughing. Good ball.
Short to Plowman, back to Young, straight through the middle. Walsh back to Plowman, one hand pass too many, he's gone. Not a bad tackle by the big man, Pete Laddams, who got him in the end, the roadrunner from half-back. Hand pass to Campbell, straight down the middle. Buddy the target in a wrestle. Wiedering too big, too strong.
It's a waste of ball. That is a waste of a football. His Buddy cannot go with Wiedering.
Sydney are trying to bang down the door, but each time Wiedering stood tall, the leader in defence. Drives Carlton up towards half-back. Oh, he's flew in the pack. Gathered by Campbell, gets the hand pass out to McInerney, ran into Cripps, hand pass to Hickey against the boundary, short to Laddams. Got 15, call to play on, eventually tackled by Doherty, should be holding the ball. Carlton take the advantage through Owies.
Carlton by 15, final term as the kick comes down the city wing. O'Riordan back though for the Swans, hand pass away to Rampy. Back to O'Riordan, back to Rampy. In his 200th game at half-back, he goes short to Florent. We're 12 minutes into the final term. Carlton by 15. Florent long kick to Lloyd. Takes the mark and now tries down the dockside. Kicks from the wing to half forward. Papley hitting up. Papley spills it under pressure. Got it out to Bell. Kicks for Franklin. Franklin skidding to the ground. Can't take it. Papley follows up. Hand pass to Parker. He goes to ground. Carlton with the numbers. Under pressure. The hand pass from Newman went to Walsh. Papley still there. Pack forms around him. Says play on. O'Brien dumps a kick out of defence.
Up to Durden. He got his fingertips underneath it to claim the mark. 10 to 40 inside 50 in this final term. Sydney's way, and Durden's going to get a 50.
Brilliant defensive work by Carlton there to hold up, and what a relief that was to get that 50.
Do you know what was falling in?
I think protected zone.
Yep. Switched in the middle of the ground looking for Silvani. McInerney pinched it and they're on. Papley free. This time he takes the mark. Straight down the pipe with the skill error from the Blues.
For all their great scrambling defensive work and then the relief of that 50-metre penalty, just a bad turnover, hung the ball out there, far too obvious where it was going, and McInerney cut it off. And Tommy Papley, he was sitting there. I reckon he was more just exhausted from all his efforts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so hadn't chased out, and he thought, oh, you beauty, I'll have a shot.
They've beaten there 11 times and only scored twice from 11 times.
The All-Australian Tom Papley shooting for goal number 3 and to draw the Swans within striking distance. Here they come. Carlton's lead is cut to 9. 13 minutes gone, final term. The Blues 14-9-93. They're locked at the Swans 13-6-84 are coming with a charge.
I still can't believe this thing. I cannot believe that first half of football was just as good. We're talking about them playing off against Melbourne and Brisbane and anyone else. But their second half, they've gone to sleep in regard to the stoppages, their contested or hunted football. They've been okay on the back line. It's been in 11 times for 3 scores. So, I mean, they've done their job down there. But from there on in, they've failed to take advantage of any football coming through the corridor and finding those targets they found that first half.
6 goals to 2 after half-time. Sydney's way. They've kicked the last 4 of the game unanswered. Crooked bounce in the middle. favours Laddams. Spills at the feet, though, of Heaney and Silvani. Up, lets them roll. Silvani tackled by Warner. Ball up in the middle. Carlton by 9 points. They led it by as many as 38 at half-time. Blues by 9 midway through the last. Laddams throws his boot at it from the restart. Knocked forward by Hayward. Parker attacks it, coming up from the front half. Bangs bodies with Stocker. 60 out from Sydney's goal. Parker chucks it on the boot. Dribbles a kick inside 50. Newman, little fumble. Franklin's got him now. Taken to ground. Umpire circles the pack. Play on. Swans extract it. Parker to Bell, who snaps goalward but misses. Out to the left and behind. Momentum all with the Swans. Carlton by now just 8 points. 15 played final term.
Oh, Nick Newman then. This fumble. New buddy was in the vicinity.
Yeah, he was pressing down. You could just see that bit of nervous twitch.
12-4, the inside 50s in this final term. Assad along the half-back. Motlop couldn't take the mark. Brought it down to Walsh. Durden, nice sidestepping around Campbell. Kicks up to the wing, but Paddy McCartan takes the mark and runs away from Owies. Kicks up towards half-forward where Parker marks out in front. He has it at right half-forward, 55 metres out from goal. Long towards Hayward. Plowman in front, great mark.
Gee, that's a big grab. That was a dangerous kick, went off the line. Wiedering that were all set down the line, and that was a brilliant mark.
Plowman short to Sard. Sard's kick doesn't reach Young, puts him under pressure. Hand pass to O'Brien. Back flank, high up and under. Still to the defensive side of the wing. Comes down towards Wicks. Wanted a free, won't get it. Hand pass ended up with Cripps. Carlton back with it. Sard, Owies to O'Brien. There's a free.
Yeah,
Sard's ball.
Just a terrible bloke, buddy. It was too far. It was gone. The ball was gone.
A late tackle on Adam Sard. So free kick for Sard and for Carlton. They're in a slow play at half back. Carlton by 8 midway through the final term.
Long up the wing. Silvani got on the back of Laddams. Couldn't come down with a mark. Paddy McCartan gets it forward to Mills, just punches it on to Wicks, spun out of the tackle from Carroll, lost it, Fisher dumped in a tackle. Ball spills to Kennedy, he's tackled by Mills, and the umpire will throw it up just below our broadcast position in front of the two benches. Carlton by 8 points, trying to desperately hang on. Haven't scored in this final term. Sydney with 1-3. Hewitt breaks away from the stoppage, up to Charlie Curnow. Couldn't hang on, sliding down low. Now becomes the tackler as it stuck to the chest of O'Riordan, and the umpire will throw it up. Left half forward for the Blues.
Paddy McCartan's regained his confidence. He's now marking the football and causing real problems across that half-back line.
Carlton by 8, 17 played in the last from the ball up. Matt Kennedy helped over the line by Heaney, so boundary throw in, 70 out from the Carlton goal. Josh Kennedy will look like a serious hamstring injury after he cleaned up Sam Doherty in the second quarter. Likely to be cited for the match review officer for that hit and likely to spend time on the sidelines for the injury. From the stoppage, Kennedy dropped it in the tackle. Tackled a second time by Heaney, holding the ball. And Isaac Heaney never gave up on it. Gets the free at half-back for the Swans. 18 played final term. Carlton by 8. Heaney doesn't have a heap up ahead. He's going to go long with a contest kick down the wing, dockside, and DeConing at the back. Takes the mark and then runs into Parker.
He has been amazing in this last term.
He's done it in the air, from the pockets, trying to lead Carlton in the middle of the ground. Kicks towards half forward. Matt Kennedy's there. Charlie Curnow tried to claim the mark, not paid. And then O'Riordan taken high by Matt Kennedy. It was a good fight for the contest as O'Riordan wants to give it straight to Heaney before he got to his feet. Kicks towards Franklin. Couldn't take the mark on the wing. Paddles it away from O'Brien. Knocked over in the end. Fisher picks it up for Carlton. Hand pass back to the wing for Doherty. Under pressure. Looks to try and squeeze a kick to Kennedy. Hickey got a hand onto it. Matt Kennedy still gets it for Carlton. Hand pass to Fisher. Inside 50. Flying shot on goal. It hangs out to the right. Carlton's first score of the final term comes at the 18-minute mark. It's a behind. Sydney have put on 1-3 at the other end. It's Carlton by 9 points.
It's amazing. First score. It's come off a running back.
19 played final term. Carlton by 9. Lloyd into Warner. Hand pass out to Blakey off halfback. Kicks down the wing. Skidding in. Hickey traps the footy. Hand pass turns it over. Cottrell for Carlton. Hand pass away to Hewitt. High up and under. Curnow flies. Can't come down with the footy. Warner for the Swans. Took on the tackler. Caught. Holding the ball. And Matt Owies with the follow-up tackle. Wins possession for Carlton, 55 out, right half forward for the Blues.
Oh, just two simple things done so well. Charlie Curnow competing, and then Owies, that brilliant tackle.
Owies won't have it in him, so just lays it up, top of the goal square. Silvani flies, no mark. Top of the goal square for Carlton. Hand pass out to Chera, snaps goalward, sneaks it through from behind. May have been touched on the way through as well, and a behind. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Carlton's captain, Patrick Cripps, is on the bench. It's a terrible time for him to be on the bench. He can't get the attention of any player to get off. He's trying anyone, to the closest person to him, to get off the ground and let him back on.
Blakey goes down the middle, kicks for Heaney. Chera spoils it down. Here's a chance for the Blues. Walsh, hand pass to Fisher, outside of the boot. That'll work. It bounces through. Pitched on its point and bounced the right side of the left goalpost. And Zach Fisher with his second. And Carlton finally get a response. The Blues back out by 16 points. 15-11, 101 to Sydney, 13-7, 85. They've had to withstand 13 inside 50s to 9 in this final term, but they've now got some breathing space.
Well, just a great effort. I didn't see who that was on the spoil on Isaac Heaney, but it was brilliant work. Didn't concede the mark. Got the spoil, got the turnover. A great finish by Zach Fisher. Strange kick. I thought, when he kicked it, I thought, what's he doing? But should have had full faith in him. He nailed it perfectly.
It was Adam Chera on the spoil.
Yeah, brilliant.
And all of a sudden, Carlton by 16 points, so that steadies the ship. After the Swans drew within 8. As Heaney inside the middle of the ground. Hand pass out to Mills on the wing. He's tackled front on. Umpire says ball up. The Blues crack the ton, 4th week in a row. They kick 100 points, 6th time this year in just 10 games. From the ball up, Parker tackled by Cripps, taken to ground. Umpire says, I'll have it again. Still on the City wing. Charlie Curnow with half a dozen leads, all goal kickers. They all came before three-quarter time. Goals at a premium in this final term. Parker from the stoppage, kicks to half forward. McDonald got a hand pass out to Warner. Hand pass to centre half forward. Florent steadies up right boot. Clever. Pokes the pass to Heaney, who takes the mark. It was touched on the way through. He's told to go. Heaney under the pump. Hand pass and turnover. Cottrell back pocket for Carlton.
He runs out of defence, long up towards TDK. Outmanoeuvred by Hickey, who had to Coney on that example. Surely that was inside the restricted zone. Umpire called play on. Silvani laid the tackle, holding the footy. It's a game of small margins. And Jack Silvani wins the footy back for the Blues at right half back. Waste no time. Quickly up to the wing towards Charlie Curnow. He takes the mark. Rampy went early. Curnow kept his feet. Do you think Silvani was a bit lucky, or?
Oh, well, he played on into his, virtually fell into his arms. I mean, Silvani had every right to be running past.
Curnow goes short to Jack Silvani. He can chip it to the boundary, and Doherty takes the mark. Carlton by 16 points. It won't be a long quarter, just a 2 goals scored.
He was busted open and hit late from a shot from Josh Kennedy in the second quarter, but Doherty's fought on as he sends it down to half forward, carries the pack. Owies, hand pass to Motlop, tight angle, it's helped through. Getting back, Gordon just knocks it through for a rush behind. Carlton by 17 points now, 23 minutes into the final term.
No time to waste, straight down the middle to Mills. Gets the hand pass to Campbell. Long kick over the head of Papley. Hayward might run onto it. He runs away from Newman inside 50. Short, McDonald got it in the right forward pocket. He trots back knowing time is not their friend. Carlton by 17 points. Look at McDonald's kick 3. He's trying to kick a career best 4 in his 14th game. Logan McDonald misses to the right-hand side.
Yeah, he's missed 2 cities, really.
He's left a couple out there tonight. 3 goals, 2. Carlton's lead is 16 points.
So Curnow's coming up. Just wondering whether he will stand in behind the line and just be that extra resource in the air.
Doherty walks out of the goal square and then a long drop punt to half-back. Tom McCartan wins it for Sydney. Hand pass to Gordon. Kicks for McDonald, who takes the mark. Right forward pocket against the boundary line for Sydney.
What do you think, Lingy, with bringing Curnow up? Well, surely the other options.
Geez, wasting no time here. Logan McDonald, right peg against the boundary line. Drop, punt is across the face and misses. Behind. He rushed the kick and a minor score. Carlton by 15 points, 25 played in the last.
That's that balance with rushing that set shot.
Yeah.
Yes, you can't maybe take the full 30 seconds because you're concerned about time. Still got to nail the goal though.
Yeah.
Both of those kicks McDonald had were rushed.
Doherty long to De Koning. Cripps is there as well. A couple of Blues are bouncing into each other in the end.
Well, that's holding the ball.
He's into Cripps. It should be Mick. I don't know why he didn't pay the... And Luke Parker's making exactly that point.
Holding the ball when a teammate grabs you with the ball, holding the ball.
Umpire throws it up. Hickey knocks it down to Heaney. Can't charge his way through. Footy locked to his chest as Matt Kennedy is vice-like onto him, and the umpire's going to throw it out 50 out from Sydney's goal.
Up it goes, Gordon, hand pass away to Warner, out wide at half forward, shoots goalward, check side, bends too far for the behind post. I thought that was out on the full, but I'm not sure the boundary umpire or the goal umpire is sure, and now there's a conference with...
I think we're going to review this one.
I think we're going to have a review for either out of bounds on the full or behind.
Yeah, it just sort of wound around the point post, perhaps.
Did you think it was a score?
No, we're where we are. No, I'd say no.
Yep. It didn't look from out.
The umpire's right under it. The umpire wouldn't know that. He's right under it.
Looked the wrong side of the post. It went over the top of the post, which made it hard.
We can't hear the arc, but I think this is going to come back as no score and it'll be out of bounds on the full. So a Carlton free kick. And that means the score remains the same. Clinchie Carlton by 15 points. 26 played final term. It won't be a long quarter. We've only had a goal each in this final term.
So eventually the Blues do have it through Nick Newman, who sends it straight back to where it came at half-back to Koning in the pack with Hickey off the back. Motlop runs onto it, hand pass to Kennedy, ran into Rampy, turns, hand pass back boundary line. Gordon back to Kennedy of Carlton, hand pass to Cripps. He jams it on the boot, just gained territory to half-forward. Blakey underneath it, good mark, taking it right half-back. He wants to bound on through the middle of the ground. Blakey looks towards half-forward. Cripps comes out, spoils it away from Heaney, running onto it, Doherty. Eventually still a chance as it comes to Heaney. The siren sounds before I think he got the kick away. So the rise of Carlton continue, 8-2. After 10 rounds, the Blues had to do it the hard way. They kicked 12 goals in the first half, just 3 in the second, but they defeat the Swans by 15 points.
Blues, we're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
The Swans led by a point at quarter time, Carlton by 38 points at half time after a 9-3 second quarter. It was their biggest lead of the match before the Swans started a charge in the third quarter. Carlton by 17 points at three-quarter time, and then eventually the Blues winning by 15 points. 15-12, 102 to Sydney, 13-9, 87. The Swans got within 8 points in the final term before Zach Fisher answered with his second goal to close out the contest. The Blues winners by 15.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
Charlie Furno finished with 6 goals, I think 5 of which in the first half. Multiples to Fisher and to Durton. Individuals to Motlop, Kennedy, Cripps, de Koning and Matt Owie. So 8 individual goal scorers for the Blues, 3 multiple goal scorers. Meanwhile for the Swans, 3 to McDonald, 3 to Papley, 2 to Franklin and 2 to Hayward. Individuals to Gordon, Parker and McInerney. 7 individual goal scorers and 4 multiple goal scorers. So the Blues, they remain in 4th position, 8 wins and 2 losses. Sydney 6-4 after 10 rounds.
So 8-2, their best start to a season in 26 years, just got a little better. 8-2, their best start since 1996. 4th week in a row, Carlton kick 100 points, a 6th time for the season. And depending on how you stack it, probably 6 of their best 22 missing, still unavailable for Carlton. Good luck trying to keep them out of the top 4. They put another game's gap between themselves and 5th. So they're now 2 games clear of the Sydney Swans. Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm wrestling a little bit with just how unbelievably impressed I was with them, Carlton, and that nagging feeling of how they let teams back in the second half.
Yeah.
And Clint, you mentioned the times where they have had their highest scoring first halves. They've ended up only winning the games by either single digits or in the teens. It's a strange thing because their footy to get themselves in that position, Mick, and have such a great lead is incredible. Well, their work around the ball, fantastic. Their ball use is outstanding. Their forward line, super dangerous. And their back line, rock solid and really well organised. But when Sydney were able to start winning their fair share of the ball in the second half, it's still got that little concern before we go.
How do they lock it? So the thing is, exactly what you just said, who is there to lock it down? Cripps won't. Walsh won't. Hewitt, maybe they've got to start to think, maybe we've got to give him a bit more of a role, just to identify why the opposition. I mean, they won the taps. I'd say that was reasonably. Well, actually, that's probably even. But significantly, after half time, the possession rate went right down, and their main players who generally win the football, like Cripps had no kicks, nor did Kennedy in the third quarter. Now, I don't know what they had in that quarter as far as kicks go in that quarter, but I can't remember them sort of dominating, where every time I looked at it, it looked like Sydney were going to clear the footy.
De Koning was huge for them in that last quarter.
So the hit-outs was 31-26. That's a big win for Tom De Koning and I guess Jack Silvani with Mark Pitnet out against Hickey and Laddams. But the clearances, Sydney's way 34-33. So relatively even, it must be said, for a midfield which obviously we expected Carlton to dominate in that area.
Now, you said they've got 6 regulars to come back in. So, well, Harry Mackay, I mean, he's going to come into the side. I mean, there's no question he has to come into the side. But you can't have Mackay coming in and then 2 ruckmen.
So, the guys, the 6 that I would sort of mention, you tell me whether you have Zach Williams.
Well, yeah. Who goes out?
Jack. I'll just give you the 6.
Give me the 6.
Zach Williams, Jack Martin, Mitch McGovern, Mark Pitternet, Harry Mackay, and Ed Curnow.
No.
Probably Oscar McDonald's the one who's done for the season.
Yeah, he's done for the season. Mackay, absolute certainty.
Yep.
Jack Martin. So to me, one of the small forwards who have been let's say Motlop has maybe he's better than Motlop. Okay, so but he's not a big possession getter, and since he's been playing forward for Carlton, he hasn't had the impacts that he had, I don't think, at his previous club, where he was probably a little bit more up the ground. So, I agree.
Jack Martin comes in. Mitch McGovern and Curnow doesn't.
You can't get McGovern.
They were raving about Mitch McGovern as their big new Jeremy McGovern type, sort of to be their intercepting centre-half back.
Well, he takes the place of Plowman. See what Plowman did tonight?
Yes.
Plowman was very, very impressive at times.
A bit of competition isn't always a bad thing in a team that's doing well.
I don't know. Look, I think there are only 1 or 2 players outside their best side, and rarely do you go in with your best side anyway. Mackay's certainly, he will add so much value because everyone dropped back onto Curnow, but if you're dropping back on him, Mackay's jumping up and kicking 5 or 6.
The real talking point out of that one is Pitnet versus De Koning. So I agree, Pitnet really important and playing some terrific football.
Yeah.
But then I sit here and watch Tom De Koning play like that, and I think, well, does he just need to be the number 1 ruckman and just let him go and I don't think you could play both of them.
No, well, Silvani's got to go out.
Yeah, so
and he's a reasonable.
Yeah, Silvani provides something else.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't know where you can. That's why I don't reckon that is in their best side, and De Koning's out of their side.
The other one, I mean, I'm just. Yeah, but based off that is what they started with. So that's what they had at the start of the year. Those guys were all in.
Yep.
Louis Young's the other one who's come into the side late.
Good.
He's playing a role. So, I mean, it's a good problem to have, isn't it, for Carlton to think if those 6 guys are back.
And the fact that we're discussing this after a win like that against a team who's vying for top 4 as well is a real positive, because that's what the good teams have. You have genuine competition for spots. Melbourne, what have we had? Tom McDonald come out of the team. Yeah. Sam Wiedemann's in and out. And Ben Brown's in and out.
Jaden Hunt, those guys.
That's what creates a real
contest.
Yeah, a really good contest for spots in the team. It means it holds those who are in the senior team to account. We need you to play this role to the best of your ability. Commit totally to it. You do that and you will play. If you don't, somebody else is there and ready to take your spot. It's important.
We saw that with Melbourne on their progression last year. It was big. And I reckon the Saints, I know the Saints probably, look, I've got a real soft spot for the Saints. So I've watched them really closely. Clark's going to come to that side, and Billings coming to the side, which left out Butler.
Yep. And
there's no comparison. Butler didn't do enough.
Let's head into the winners' rooms. Carlton have now won 4 in a row for the first time since 2016, would you believe? They're an 8-win team already. First time in Patrick Cripps' career that he's been part of an 8-win side. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms.
It's amazing, isn't it? We started our coverage with Brian Cook, the CEO. He said he would have taken 5 and 5. They're now 8 and 2. Time to believe, Blue Baggers. Here is the Carlton song. Tom De Koning straight after. It was irresistible. I think, Lingy, you've got a man crush on Tom De Koning. He'll join us in a couple of moments' time.
Mind you, I'm starting to get a bit of a man crush on his brother as well, the Cat. So
Glenn Jakovic.
I like both of them. Yes, Jakovic versus
Can't wait till they play each other.
We talk a lot about draws and teams, and it's all about sort of who you play twice in particular. So Carlton's 5 that they play twice. The top 8 teams they play twice are Richmond and Fremantle. They've already played Freo away, so they get them back here at Docklands. Their other 3 teams they play: Collingwood, GWS and Adelaide. So bottom 10 teams they get twice. They'll take some shifting at 8 and 2 to try and keep them out of the top 4 from here.
I reckon their odds on to be top 4 because I don't think there's anyone good enough. The simple fact is, when you look through, generally when you have a good year of football, you sit back and you go, well, one of 3 sides will win the premiership. Right now you say, well, Melbourne, and I take my hat off to them because I didn't think they were as good as, but maybe a lot of other sides have fallen off. Every time you look at Brisbane, you go, yep, but then Hipwood comes in, Danaher comes out. With that shoulder coming out, I don't know whether Danaher's going to still be there. So is Brisbane going to be that good? Is Carlton going to be the next challenger? So there's a lot to like about what the Blues are doing.
Carlton withstood a second-half fight back. They led by 38 points at half-time. The Swans drew within 8, but they steadied up Carlton to win by 15 points. They're 8 and 2. Back to the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges.
Tom De Koning has been good enough to come straight to us. We appreciate your time, Tom, and congratulations. That was that your best night ever in footy?
Yeah, it's probably up there. I know. Going into the game against a good team, we knew they were going to bring the pressure, and the boys stood up, and good to see Big Charlie down forward, taking some big marks, and the small forwards getting to work. So it was a good win.
I don't care about Charlie or the small forwards. It's you. Just the way you were clunking them in that final term. Is that the most confidence you've ever played in an AFL game with, especially on the Friday night big stage?
Yeah, I think so. It was a big challenge coming up against 2 pretty good rucks, and I think after I took a few marks, I gained a bit of confidence and just had the license to run and jump at it, which Vossi gave me. So yeah, it was good to take a few of them. It's not always going to happen. It's just my job to bring it to ground, but always good to take a few.
8 and 2. Are you pinching yourself how unbelievably well this season's going?
Yeah, it's going well. Like, I don't know, it's a long year, so can't get too ahead of ourselves, but yeah, it's always good to be sitting here in the top 4, and yeah, looking forward to next week.
There's a man upstairs that's got a new man crush on you. His name is Cameron Ling. He's with Mick Malthouse. Tom's got the cans on, guys. Fire away.
Tom, congratulations. I've got to be honest, I'm still tossing up whether or not I love you or your brother more. So, but given that he's wearing the blue and white hoops, it might just get him over the line. But, gee, I loved what you did tonight. And I know Hodgie's already asked you about this, but that confidence to go for your marks and just to really fly and take them, is that Michael Voss instruction saying, I don't care about mistakes, just fly for it, or is that just something you've always had?
Yeah, I think it's something I've always had the licence to do, but yeah, coming into my 4th or 5th year now, it's like, starting to get more confidence in my ability and feel like I've got a bigger body to jump at the ball and really trust myself in the air. So it's always good to take him, and I think I might have been seeing Sammy take a few and might have just trying to get one up on him, really.
Good work. I like that. Hey, just half-time, I'm interested, not to focus on the fact that the Swans came back at you, but when you've just had a quarter like you had in the second quarter, playing incredible football, what's half-time like? Because you don't want to strip away all the excitement and the energy too much, but you've also got a second half to go and play. So how is the group maturing in the way that it's trying to handle playing great footy in the first half but needing to have that break at half-time?
Yeah, I think it's always good coming in, and there's no challenge too big for us, and we just trust our system, and we believe that our system can beat any type of football. So, yeah, it's really just coming in and resetting and then going back out there and playing our way. So, yeah.
Tom, just on that, just tell me, why do you think the Swans were able to get back? It just seems to me that your midfielders, who were so dominant in the first half, Paddy Cripps, Walsh, Hewitt was pretty constant all the time. Kennedy was down a little bit in the second half. Why do you think that took place?
Yeah, it might have just been a bit overuse of the handball at times. I think if we're shoulders out facing the game, if we attack the deep, Charlie was on. So I think there was a period there where we were just overusing it a little bit. But once we got shoulders out and got the instruction to go forward, I think we started attacking the deep and really getting some good entries. And our small forwards were able to hit the front and provide good pressure and kick some goals. So it was good.
So the talk at half-time compared to the talk at three-quarter time from the coach, if you can remember anything, and I say this because most players walk away from the game, they go, I can't remember what the coach said, but let's assume that you're more diligent. At half-time instructions and then look at the three-quarter time instructions, how did they vary?
I think half-time was a bit more, we had a challenge in front of us, and it was just going out there and trying to play our system in our way. And then three-quarter time, Vossi pretty much brought us in and said how much he believes in us, how much he didn't really care what happened as long as we go out and try and play our brand of footy, bring our strengths. He was always going to be happy. So he really gave us good licence just to play our way.
Well, what is your way? Tell us just briefly, what is your way?
Contested footy in the middle, providing that pressure and balance, and then attacking forward. So, yeah.
Tom DeConing with us on ABC Sport. Tom, it's Matt Clinch. We were just talking about your role, obviously 22 years of age in your 5th season. You haven't managed to play sort of big strings of games through your short career. Do you feel like your body is going to be able to hold up throughout the season when you take on guys like Tom Hickey and Pete Laddams?
Yeah, I'm a lot more confident in my body this year. It's the first year I've actually been able to run out in round 1 at any level since my first year. So, yeah, I had a few bad injuries to begin my 2nd, 3rd, 4th years, but it's really good to just start well, and then I'm really confident that I can run out the year, so I'm feeling good.
I think you were 4-6 last year. You're 8-2 this year. If you're trying to sum it up to Carlton fans, the biggest difference you feel as players this year from last year?
It's just fresh in here. Yeah, I think the new game plan's good, and we really trust it. So, yeah, a lot of energy in here, and we're playing as a team, which is good.
Tom, I think your old man played for Footscray. Did you grow up as a Bulldogs fan?
No, I actually grew up as a St Kilda fan. Nick Rero was my favourite player. Always wore number 12. So, yeah, I was a Saints fan, but my younger brother Sam was actually a Blues supporter, which is funny, but we might have to get him here.
There you go.
Hey, hang on, Tom.
What was it like playing in front of 45,000 screaming Carlton fans tonight with the lid on a Friday night?
Oh, it's crazy, yeah. When Fisher kicked that goal at the end, yeah, it erupted, so it's always good to play in those games.
We'll have to make that the last one, guys. I don't want to get Tom in trouble with Vossi. Thanks so much for your time. Awesome performance.
Thanks for having me, guys. Cheers.
Tom DeConing downstairs in the Carlton's room. The Blues winners by 15 points.
I imagine Hodgie's got a few mates down there. The Carlton rooms would be bubbling 8-2.
Absolutely. Be a happy place to be, I'm sure.
Oh, it would be.
Oh, yeah.
They are. I mean, we've spoken a lot about it tonight, but even just hearing Tom talk then about what Michael Voss was talking about at three-quarter time, that I believe in you. Yes, we've been challenged, and yes, the Swans are now back in the game, but I believe in you, and I believe in what we're doing, and I believe in us as a group, and you can sense that out
and
there.
That's all he spoke about, really. Like, there was no change-up of even just talking about, what took place in the first half and what we have to keep doing. It's just belief. Michael's very good. I've known Michael for a long, long time, and he is a very proactive, positive person. So it'd be interesting to see, like, when they get challenged, which they were today, or maybe get challenged when they get beaten and see how they respond, because he is a positive person. So, I mean, and if you can get the younger players keep believing, no matter what the result is, but we just keep going, it doesn't throw doubt on the game plan. It doesn't go, unless of course they went away from the game plan, which clearly, I don't know if they went away from it. They just got smashed in areas that they won in the first half. Like, their midfielders just went to sleep.
And so many, you've seen this, Mick, and I've seen it as well, but you don't just go from being, either a poor team or an average team to being a great team that wins a premiership in this beautiful lineal fashion.
No.
And everything goes perfect. There are so many little moments along the way that sometimes you get wrong, sometimes you get them right, sometimes you're doing all the right things but getting no reward for it, and then all of a sudden it feels like it's just bang, overnight success. So all of this journey, what we saw tonight and some of those leads they've given up, is actually all part of the evolution of their maturity as a group.
Yeah.
So they'll talk about that third quarter and think, okay, well, why did... So it became really hot and a bit of a worry late in the last quarter, or 20-minute mark of the last quarter, because of what we did in the third quarter. So how do we not even let them back into the game?
Yep.
What certain aspects of our game do we need to really adhere to and take away from them when challenged, so that we get to three-quarter time and they've thrown their best shot at us and we're still 35 points up instead of 17 points up? So that will be something they work through, and that's their whole year of development and growth, so that then when they hit finals, and I think we're all starting to really be confident of a top four, they're in a great position to handle most things thrown at them come finals as a top four team. But it's not perfect now, and it doesn't need to be perfect now, because they're not Melbourne, who's already won the flag.
No, that's right.
They're not Richmond of years gone by, who'd won a flag and they know what to do.
Yeah.
They're on a new journey.
And they are young. The 12 generally gets you into 8. What is it, 14 or 15 that's top 4? About 15, is it? Probably
15, I reckon.
So when you analyse it, this is where I always say, people say, who's going to make from the 8? You've got to keep counting down. So right now we've got 13 games left. If sides are currently on 3 wins, they've effectively got to win 9 of 13 games. And it's damn hard to do that. So if you've got that extra 1 or 2 games, because it's a long, long season. We go into June, July, you're training in the wet, it's cold. A couple of hamstrings here, like Kennedy. He's probably not going to play for a long time with Sydney. And these things start to mount up. It's the sides that have got the ones in the back pocket, as I keep saying. Now, Carlton have got them in the back pocket.
Money in the bank.
Money in the bank. And if you've got that, that's why, like, even Port won the last 3 games, but they've sort of win 9 games to make the 8.
Yeah, they were none and 5. They won 4 on the trot. The one thing that has stood out is Carlton seem like they're a young group who want to try and finish the contest early. Like, they had these great quarters, and we've seen it now on 3 or 4 occasions. The Dogs, Hawthorn, Port Adelaide, and now Sydney, where they've been able to score heavily in the opening half, and then they have to really scrap and fight in the second half. Would Michael Voss be okay because there's learnings in that, and their best will hopefully challenge the best sides, or is there still a bit of maturity in what you're saying there, that they're learning all the different strings to how they're going to have to play at times?
I tell you what, Michael Voss would be happy enough that they're getting themselves in that position, and then they're handling the scramble late fairly well, as long as he sees in round 17, 18, 19 in the same position, they go away with the game and they win. They turn a 45-point margin at halftime into a 90-point win or an 80-point win. So that development throughout the year, if it's still happening on the eve of finals, then as a group, probably as a coaching group, they're starting to think, oh, hang on, what haven't we taught them? What haven't they understood in these moments where it's happened earlier in the year that it's still happening? So they'll question themselves then. But I think by the end of the year, they'll figure it out. They'll figure out that you've got to come and start. So if you start the start of the third quarter, like the way you start the game, like just you are locked back onto absolutely everything, and you nail the first 10 minutes of that third quarter when you've got a lead at half time of roughly 40 points, that's when the opposition throws everything at you. You handle it, and you've got everything right. Then the game's over because you probably break them. It's kind of false. The first 10 minutes of that third quarter when the other team wants to mount a comeback, it's kind of fake. They've got a bit of a rev up from their coach in the rooms. Yep. They're going to come out. They're going to throw a bit of caution to the wind. They're going to go for it. If the opposition who's got the lead handle that moment, even if it's 2 goals each in that first 10 minutes, that just disappears. And Carlton would run away with it. But when you let them pile on 4 or 5 goals to nothing, they start believing, oh, yeah, we can do this, we can do this. They've got to learn to nail the first 10 minutes of the third quarter as though the game is on the line then. Not wait for the game to be on the line in the last quarter.
Carlton win by 15 points. They did lead by 38 at halftime. The Swans got within 8 in the final quarter. Zach Fisher was able to steady up, kick what proved to be the final goal of the game, and the Blues get themselves to 8-2. So it's their most number of wins, equal most number of wins in a season since 2013. When they won 12 games, obviously played finals that year, Mick. They still have 12 games to go in the season to try and add to their 8 wins. So 8-2 at this stage. Carlton. Now, the incident of the game was in the latter stages of the second quarter where Josh Kennedy really ran through Sam Doherty, had his head over the footy. They made contact. Doherty had to go off for the blood rule. Josh Kennedy in the same incident did his hamstring. Looked like a serious hamstring at that. So not only will he have a nervous wait for the match review officer, but it doesn't look like he's playing at least in the next 21 days, possibly longer, with what looks like a serious hamstring injury.
Hamstring groin, too. Because the way when it sort of happened when he was landing, he sort of did the splits and clearly the hamstring. But I've got a suspicion it may well also be into the groin area. So
you rode the Franklin narrative throughout the night, and we saw it in the final quarter. It's he's a champion of the game. We know that in Lance Franklin, but he had his looks in the final quarter. They probably kicked it to him 5-6 times in the last quarter, and he wasn't able to win any of those one-on-ones.
He's not going to mark the ball in a contest in a pack. He will not mark it. He's not. He's never done it. And if he did, it was a fluke. He's in front, taking the ball out in front, or manoeuvring his man out and getting it over the back. When the ball is high, he doesn't jump. Now, I don't know whether he wants to jump or he's just got into a position where he doesn't jump. But if you don't jump for the ball in those packs, you get no way. McDonald will start to take those. Curnow takes those. Harry Mackay takes those. Jeremy Cameron takes those. He'll get you on the lead, but if you cover the lead and the ball's on the ground now, he can't bend. Now, that's just a fact that he's 35, is he? 35 years of age. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he is.
35, yep.
35, yep.
So it's just an attrition over 15. He'd been playing 18 years of football. Yeah. You do not get better, and you do, but your body starts to take on the appearance of a 35-year-old, and simply the wear and tear. He was yards slow when the goal he kicked was outstanding. But he got that running towards the goal, got it, and was able to run towards the goal without any interference, and was able to kick a 55-metre goal. But if the ball's on the deck, he can't bend.
So your criticism's as much as the delivery service as it is Franklin.
I'm not. This is not a criticism of him. It's just simply. It's not because he doesn't try. He's never been a great chaser. That's now and Sydney need players around him to be able to do the chasing. But when you've got a Blakey on the half-back line who kicks the ball in, it looks fantastic and covers all these yards. Yes, kicking off is fantastic, but where they probably need him is coming out of the half-back line or through the middle, kicking to a leading Franklin who can find space and take the ball out in front of him. And he won't miss the goals, or rarely miss the goals. But you put it on top of his head, he's gone. And you put it at his feet, his body's old.
Yep.
They didn't target him as much early in the season. It's almost like in the lead up to the 1,000, it kind of got swept up as this is what we were trying not to do. And we saw with Logan McDonald how exciting he's going to be. The next chapter's already there, but yeah, I don't know. Sydney won 3 of the 4 quarters. That's the most bizarre part of the match, and yet Carlton have hung on and won by 15 points. And yet if Sydney took some of their chances, John Longmire would walk away and go, it could have been a slightly different result tonight.
Well, the one that was touchdown here, whether it was touched or not, that's a goal. And you've got McDonald missed 2 or 3. There was another shot. There was another couple of shots after half time. It was 3-4 to 6-9. 3-4, 6-9. The 6-9 doesn't sound like much, but on today's football, if you hold some of the 3-4, that's significant.
They've now lost 3 of their last 4, Sydney, so losses to Brisbane, the Suns and Carlton, and in between only that blowout victory against the Bombers. They play Richmond next Friday night at the SCG. Well, for Carlton, if you're a Carlton supporter and you're driving home from the game, you think, gee, I'm loving going to the footy in 2022, and you look at the fixture and you think, Sunday, 3:20, MCG, we're playing Collingwood next Sunday afternoon. Do you think
Collingwood.
I'm probably going to the footy next week, aren't I?
I reckon that's big, isn't it? That's
already got mates asking for tickets next week.
That doesn't surprise me at all. What a day that's going to be at the G.
And we've always said the sleeping giant of Carlton, when they really got rolling on the field, and we saw it tonight with the crowd, and I reckon we're going to see it next Sunday. That rivalry stood the test of time. Collingwood is showing bits. I know they're spluttering a little bit at the moment with their form, but oh, yeah, Carlton fans would love the chance to rub it into the pies with a big win.
Well, give me the votes, Lingy, in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
All right, I will give one vote to Luke Parker, who I thought was Sydney's best player. Had 26 disposals, kicked a goal, hardest working, really committed to the contest. I thought he was, apart from Logan McDonald, had the potential to be their best player. I thought Parker was their best. Sam Walsh, 34 disposals, just constantly was where his team needed him to be, even late in the game with his run. And that's 3 votes. Goes to the man who kicked the 6 goals and just broke the game open. Was superb up forward. Charlie Curnow was a threat all night and delivered big time. So I gave him the 3.
3 to Curnow, 2 to Walsh, 1 to Parker. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Did I miss any then, Mick?
I reckon Hewitt.
Yeah, well,
yes.
Clearance,
I
tackles.
needed to give one Sydney player
9
a vote.
clearances.
I just thought his clearance rate and his tackling, 30-odd possessions. Yeah.
That's the one I wrestled with.
All right.
Well, I know you don't like him.
60 seconds. The Waganya Lions. What are you going to tell them on Thursday night when you head out there?
Well, I'll be saying to my speech will not help you win games of football, but we hope to raise some money.
Yes.
And we're going to have a breakfast. We hope to raise some money there. Thanks to Carlton Collingwood for giving me a jumper each. We'll raffle that or whatever you do up there, those sort of things. And Carlton give us 4 tickets for the game as well, which is fantastic. So I'm just going to go up there and I've already had a call from a couple of people saying, look, we're going to pack the ground out on Thursday night. So I've borrowed some footy boots off my son. Yep. So I'll be able to, at least I think I can still kick without doing a hamstring. I'm not
got a whistle?
I don't need a whistle. I'll just yell.
Have you got a rev still in you? Can you still?
I don't need a rev. Let's look, we've got beaten by so I'm part of that. Right? We got beaten by 33 goals. We can reduce that. I want the people to come to the game because they want the public back at the game. And that's what's, with COVID, a lot of players right through Victoria are not playing. A lot of the kids, in this case, they've all gone across the border. So we've got to get the kids back playing football there. We've got to get people coming to the game and just know what the towns need football clubs and netball clubs.
Have a good week in Waganya next Thursday. Before then, you're off to Tassie and you've got a new grandchild to meet, I'm pretty sure.
Another one, yeah, my 10th.
Enjoy that trip. Lingy, hear from you tomorrow in the lead.
Yes, we are down at Cardinia Park, aren't we, Clinchy?
Another week, another trip to Geelong.
Yes.
Grandstand AFL rolls on tomorrow from 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time. Sports Talk in WA, Mick Moldhouse will be on that. An SA Grandstand for those of you in the City of Churches. The Blues winners by 50.
Hello everyone, H.G. Nelson.